Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody that is joining us on YouTube as well as those that are joining us on TikTok. It is so good to see each and every single one of you. If you don't know what we do here, we're going to quickly go over that. We debate Trump supporters, right? The purpose of the stream is not just to try to change their mind, but if there's any Trump supporters watching in, independents listening, I want to change your mind as well by just simply giving you the facts and exposing you to, better ways to critically think about the world around us, specifically American politics, as well as I want to better equip maybe the liberals or leftists watching this stream with really good talking points, truth nukes, so on and so forth, that you could actually take and turn around and use on maybe your Republican or MAGA friends, family, so on and so forth, right? Because my position is Trump is a mess, okay? If you've ever seen me before, you know that's how I think and feel. And I just I don't want anybody to support him. And I think the best way to reduce his electoral power, the best way to reduce his support is just by talking about the facts, That's all. That's all you need, right, to rid the electorate in this country of MAGA is just to expose said electorate to facts and weed out the misinformation. Now, quickly, Caleb, I appreciate you so much for the dollar over on Venmo. First donation today. Thank you, Caleb. Quickly, before we hop into the debates, it's worth going over the news, okay? Right? So right before... I just got my live visibility restricted on TikTok for 10 minutes. Bruh. It doesn't comply for the... Apparently, my live doesn't comply with eligibility requirements. Okay? You know what? It's because I called Trump an authoritarian in the title. Guys, okay, what the hell? Okay, fun fact. Okay, quick nuke, truth nuke. On TikTok, you can't call Trump an authoritarian. You can't call Trump a fascist, okay? You can't imply that Trump is, a king, for instance, all right? I made a TikTok. If you go to my page, it's my most recent. Right now, it's like 400,000 views, right? But when you go to the analytics on it, 90% is from following, and it's been ineligible for For You page push because in the video, I think I called Trump an authoritarian. So I just did the same thing on the live. That was the topic, and now we got it, so it's not exposed on search results or whatever. Only for 10 minutes, though, so that's okay. Anyways, I want to go back to what I was talking about before, we unfortunately got that 10-minute restriction on TikTok. We'll write it out. It'll be fine. Right before I went live, right, a Trump appointee to one of the federal offices, right, had his messages leaked by Politico once again, right, where he talked about being on a Nazi streak, where he was talking about, right, how he's like a Nazi now or something like that. And keep in mind, this is somebody that was appointed by Trump, right, to run, a part of the federal government, right, that now is exposed for being a fucking Nazi, I guess. Let's go ahead and take a listen to Aaron Parnas's video on the subject.
This time, it's a Trump appointee who was caught making the messages. Paul Ingracia, according to text chain obtained by Politico, said things like that Martin Luther King Jr. holiday should be, quote, tossed into the seventh circle of hell. Ingracia said he had a, quote, Nazi streak. He said, quote, MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd and his holiday should be ended and tossed into the seventh circle of hell where it belongs. Ingracia is Donald Trump's pick to lead the Office of Special Counsel. This is the office responsible for investigating federal employees when they do something wrong, like violate the Hatch Act. He called himself a Nazi, saying he has a Nazi streak, folks. This is serious. What are we doing? Spread the word so more people know. Follow along for more. I have a full update on my Substack, link to bio, so subscribe for free. What a day.
Yeah, so Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to run the Office of Special Counsel. So that's the breaking news of the day. In fact, I want to make a video on that and make sure to get the word out. So we're actually going to go ahead and do that on live real quick before we even hop into the debates. What I'm going to do, I'm going to end the live stream on TikTok, right, because we got that restriction on For You page. I'm going to be hanging out on YouTube for maybe around 10 to 15 minutes while I'm filming this video to get it up. And then we're going to go live on TikTok once again, right? So if you want to continue to hang out with me while I'm filming this video to throw up on TikTok and on Instagram, go to the link tree in my bio, go to my YouTube account. Just, I got to restart this live anyway because of the restriction that we got. And we're just going to spend like 10 minutes or so just quickly recording like a short form video talking about how Donald Trump appointed a Nazi to run the office of special counsel. And then I'm going to go live again on TikTok and we'll hop into the debates. But I mean, I don't know. I think that this is something that as many as people as possible need to know. So usually when news breaks like that, I'll take a second if I'm on live to just film a video and post it because people need to know that. I'll be right back, you guys, if you're on TikTok. But like I said, if you want to continue to hang out with me, go to the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Go to my YouTube. You could also just go to YouTube and look up Dean Withers. You'll see me live. And then I'll see you guys back on TikTok in like 10, 15 minutes as soon as I'm able to record and post this video. Be right back on TikTok. For everybody on YouTube, you're going to hang with me. Let's go ahead and end that live. All right. For everybody on YouTube, it's good to see you. Diego, thank you for the $10 in Super Chat saying, did you watch the new Jubilee video? When will you be in another video of theirs? Well, I mean, it depends. They kind of want me to come back on, and I think I'd be willing to under like the right circumstances, but like they'd have to be the right circumstances. I care a lot about, like what media would be published, and like what its impact would be. So anyways, for everybody hanging out with us on YouTube, I mean, now you get to see me try to film a short form video. Fun fact, I'm really good at like talking when I'm on live, not good at talking when I'm trying to when I'm trying to film a video. So this is going to be pretty bad, but it's going to take a couple attempts. So that's why I said 10 to 15 minutes for a 1-minute video, right? Victoria, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. Victoria says, hi, Dean. I hope you have a good live. I love watching your lives here in Canada. Victoria, it's so good to see you again. Thank you so much for the $50. Show some love to Victoria down below. I really appreciate you and your support, Victoria. You've been hanging out with us for the last couple days. I think that you're just absolutely phenomenal. You are awesome. All right. So, yes, let's go ahead and take a listen to Parnas's video once again, just to make sure that we get the name of this guy down. And I'll even like pull up I'll just pull up the original reporting from Politico on my computer. Politico, Trump, appoint Nazi. I bet that'll make it pop up. Yeah, this is going to be pretty cringe going through this. I mean, if you've been watching for a while, then you remember last time I tried to film a TikTok video on live. It was absolutely atrocious, and it took me like a billion different attempts, which is kind of crazy. Debate Detox, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. Saying, Dean, you've done so much to help everyone. You've inspired me to make this new account here on TikTok. Any advice to be able to go live on TikTok before the 1K follower requirement? I want to help get our message out. So I think that's awesome that you're interested in starting the debates. That's so fucking cool. Good for you. And unfortunately, you can't unless you have the 1,000 followers required. So in order to get those 1,000 followers, just like spam videos, talk about what's important, and you'll eventually get there. All right, let's go ahead and read through this Politico article together. So Trump nominee says MLK Jr. holiday belongs in hell and that he has a Nazi streak, according to texts. Paul Ingracia, Donald Trump's embattled nominee to lead the office of special counsel, told a group of fellow Republicans in a text chain that MLK Jr. holiday should be tossed into the 7th circle of hell and that he's been on a Nazi streak. Holy fuck. All right. And that's a Trump appointment. You know what? Listen, tell me. Is it fair to say that Donald Trump appointed a Nazi to run the office, a self-described Nazi to run the offices of special counsel? Is that like a fair? I think that's like a fair evaluation. Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to run the office of special counsel. Is that accurate? You guys gotta give me your feedback in the chat, because I think that like it's hard. Oh my god, like it's so insane to say out loud. Oh my god, that's insane. That's insane. Oh my god, the fact that headline is accurate, dude. It just like it rattles my goddamn brain. Oh my god, rattles my fucking brain, chat. Rattles my fucking brain. Okay. All right, now so we're going to hop into the 10 to 15 minutes of trying to film a singular minute-long TikTok video. This is always absolutely atrocious because I'm just so bad at this. But honestly, I mean, I don't think that there's anything... I think I'm just going to like talk about what Politico's reporting. So let's go ahead and try to film the intro, then we'll take it from there. Okay, I got to think through this. So I'm actually going to share like a little bit of my thought process here when I'm filming these videos. I try to find a way to describe like certain like political concepts right, that like not everybody is familiar with in like an easy to understand way. Like for instance, right, the Office of Special Counsel. Like the average American doesn't automatically know what the Office of Special Counsel is. So like what's going through my brain when I'm thinking, you know, how am I going to describe this? That's like kind of step one in my thought process before I sit down and I film a video. I think that the way that Aaron described it, you know, was the office that investigates, right, federal employees if they were to break the law. In fact, let's actually go ahead and take a listen to Aaron's video again and see how he broke it down.
Breaking news right now, another Republican text chain was leaked with racist, anti-Semitic, horrific language, and this time it's a Trump appointee who was caught making the messages. Paul Ingracia, according to a text chain obtained by Politico, said things like that Martin Luther King Jr. holiday should be, quote, tossed into the seventh circle of hell. Ingracia said he had a, quote, Nazi streak. He said, quote, MLK Jr. was a 1960s George Floyd and his holiday should be ended and tossed into the seventh circle of hell where it belongs. Ingracia is Donald Trump's pick to lead the Office of Special Counsel. This is the office responsible for investigating federal employees when they do something wrong, like violate the Hatch Act.
Jesus Christ. Wells man, thank you for the $10 over on Super J, who says, but they're just kids. Yeah, that's what JD Vance said about the young Republicans. Dude, they were fucking 33. They were 33. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, a 33-year-old working for the RNC is just a boy, just a boy. Boys will be boys. This 33-year-old, just a boy. Just, you know, it's okay that he likes Hitler. Let's just look the other way. Let's turn a blind eye. Turn the other cheek, as Jesus says. What a fucking mess. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and film the intro for this video. This may take a couple tries. Breaking news, Donald Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to run the Office of Special Counsel. Yeah, it's crazy that's an accurate headline. Go ahead and film it again without the mic in the way. Breaking news, Donald Trump just appointed... Well, I guess it wasn't that he just appointed them. It's that we just learned he's a self-described Nazi. Breaking news, Donald Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to run the Office of Special Counsel. All right. Nailed it. So now what do I want to follow that up with? I'm actually going to go through my thought process on live with you guys. So it's like, the next step is either to describe what the... Office of Special Counsel is, or to like go into the facts of who Paul Ingracia is, and to talk about how Politico just leaked the messages. I think we're first going to go in to Paul Ingracia. Yo, you guys are talking about like a MAGA in the chat? Listen, dude, I'm over here like reporting that Donald Trump appointed a goddamn Nazi to like run the Office of Special Counsel, and you guys are talking about the MOG in chat. Let's be serious. Let's be serious here for a second. Paul Ingracia. Yeah, y'all gotta lock in. You would address the Nazi claim first? Yeah, sure. Let's go through that. All right. So I got to see exactly what he said once again. I want to make sure I quote him right. So he said, quote unquote, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The Martin Luther King Jr. holiday should be tossed into the seventh circle of hell. Okay. Let's go ahead and report that. Paul Ingracia, who was appointed to lead the office of Paul Ingracia, who was appointed by Trump to lead the office of the special counsel, was just reported on by... Dude, unreal. Let me think about this. So Paul Ingracia, who was appointed by Trump to lead the office of the special counsel, sent messages in a group chat that was just leaked by Politico, where he described himself as being on a quote-unquote Nazi streak. Unreal. The pressure's on. 3.4 thousand viewers trying to listen to me, trying to watch me form a short-form video. We're gonna try this again. I go into this like without like a script or anything, and sometimes it's just a little bit hard to put the words together. Paul Ingrassia, who was appointed by Trump. Paul Ingrassia, who was appointed by Trump to lead the office of the special counsel, described himself as being on a Nazi streak and said that Martin Luther King Jr. Day should be abolished and sent to the seventh circle of hell in a private group chat just leaked by Politico. I think that sounded good. Let's see if that makes sense.
Donald Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to run the office of special counsel. Paul Ingrassia, who was appointed by Trump to lead the office of the special counsel, described himself as being on a Nazi streak and said that Martin Luther King Jr. Day should be abolished and sent to the seventh circle of hell in a private group chat just leaked by Politico. Breaking news, Donald Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to run the office.
Yeah, that's so insane. Okay, he also said that the MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd, and his holiday should be ended. He also said that MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd and that his holiday should be ended. So there's the facts on what he wanted to, what he said. And now I think we need to go into what the office of the special counsel is. All right. Yeah, so they basically, like, the special counsel just, like, investigates anybody in the government that, like, breaks the law. And they kind of function as, like, an independent prosecutorial agency. And it's kind of scary of, like, we're having, like, a Nazi lead that. Jesus Christ. It's kind of scary to have a Nazi be anywhere, but, like, especially, like, running, like, a prosecutorial agency of the federal government. Jesus Christ. The office of the special counsel is an office within our federal government. Okay. The office of special counsel inside of our government is an office that investigates federal employees if they were to break the law, violate the Hatch Act, commit political... we need to make it a little bit simpler than that. I don't know what I say next. I don't know. Maybe, like, I don't even really need to give an explanation of what the Office of Special Counsel is. And more so, I could just, like, bring up how insane this is. Emmy in the chat says, Dean, don't worry. We all do this. Yeah. Well, listen, I hope, like, this kind of gives you guys, like, an insight into what it's like to be, like, filming these videos on a day-by-day basis. Like, it's like, I don't get them perfect. I don't get them on first try either, right? Now you should, just a small description. Yeah, all right, let's try to do that. Let's just do another take here. If you're unfamiliar with what the Office of Special Counsel is, it's an office inside of our federal government that investigates federal employees if they were to break the law. I think that's, like, a fair, like, small description. I, like, had, like, a small stutter there in the middle of the sentence, so I'm gonna have to re-record it. If you're unfamiliar with what the Office of Special Counsel is, it is an office within our federal government that investigates... I did, like, that weird little stutter again. I'm gonna try again. Jesus Christ. If you're unfamiliar with what the Office of Special Counsel is, it is a part of our federal government that investigates federal employees for breaking the law, engaging in political corruption, so on and so forth. That's good. That's good enough. That's good enough. All right. And honestly, like, where my brain goes after that is just like, it's crazy that Donald Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to lead the office of special counsel, right? It is incredibly dangerous, right, to have a Nazi, right, to lead an office that is supposed to be an independent, unbiased form of review and to prosecute federal employees for breaking the law. You know what I mean? And as you heard me say in the beginning of the video, Donald Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to lead this office. This is incredibly harmful. Let me go ahead and rethink that. This is the office that Donald Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to lead. This is deranged and absolutely insane for so many reasons. I mean, this is the office that is in charge of prosecuting federal employees. And now you're telling me that the person in charge of this office is a Nazi? I mean, what are the implications there? Dude, now I'm even lost for words just because of how insane this is. Let's go ahead and listen to it so far. Let's see how it sounds.
Breaking news, Donald Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to run the office of special counsel. Paul Ingrassia, who's appointed by Trump to lead the office of the special counsel, described himself as being on a Nazi streak and said that Martin Luther King Jr. Day should be abolished and sent to the seventh circle of hell in a private group chat just leaked by Politico. He also said that MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd and that his holiday should be ended. If you're unfamiliar with what the Office of Special Counsel is, it is a part of our federal government that investigates federal employees for breaking the law, engaging in political corruption, so on and so forth. Breaking news.
Yeah. Oh my God. Honestly, I think the last thing that comes to my mind here is that this is just like deranged and insane. Like, this is just like absolutely ludicrous. This is absolutely ludicrous. We can't. This is absolutely ludicrous. We can't sane wash Trump. I mean, right, instead of focusing on reopening the government that's now been shut down for 20 days, the Trump administration is appointing self-described Nazis to run offices in our government, posting videos that are AI on Truth Social, dropping literal shit on protesters in the streets of this country expressing their First Amendment right, and declaring war on American cities, then giving the military an illegal directive to arrest citizens in the streets. This is insane. This isn't normal. And now I'm rambling. Something like that. Something like that. We need to stop sane washing Trump, okay? Instead of having... We need to stop sane washing this man. He's appointing self-described Nazis to run offices in our government. He's declaring war on American cities. He's giving the military an illegal directive to arrest citizens in the streets. He's posting AI shit on Twitter, right where he's... Well, okay. I need to stop the ramble. It's close enough, though. We need to stop sane washing Trump, okay? Instead of focusing on reopening the government after it's been shut down for 20 days, he's appointing self-described Nazis to run offices in our government. He's declaring war in American cities. He's violating the Constitution. He's saying it's illegal to criticize him in the media. This can't be normalized, and this is not okay. I think that's good enough, right? Just to kind of like point out that this guy's like insane. Like, dude, insane. Anyways, that's it for now. Jesus. Anyways, that's it for now. I'll keep you updated as we learn more. All right, let's go ahead and listen to the video.
Breaking news, Donald Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to run the office of special counsel. Paul Ingrassia, who was appointed by Trump to lead the office of the special counsel, described himself as being on a Nazi streak and said that Martin Luther King Jr. Day should be abolished and sent to the seventh circle of hell in a private group chat just leaked by Politico. He also said that MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd and that his holiday should be ended. If you're unfamiliar with what the Office of Special Counsel is, it is a part of our federal government that investigates federal employees for breaking the law, engaging in breaking news.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I don't know why it went back to the beginning. All right, let's go ahead and skip back to the point where it was at.
Breaking.
Let's take a listen.
chat just leaked by Politico. He also said that MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd and that his holiday should be ended. If you're unfamiliar with what the Office of Special Counsel is, it is a part of our federal government that investigates federal employees for breaking the law, engaging in political corruption, so on and so forth. We need to stop sane-washing Trump, okay? Instead of focusing on reopening the government after it's been shut down for 20 days, he's appointing self-described Nazis to run offices in our government, he's declaring war in American cities, he's violating the Constitution, he's saying it's illegal to criticize him in the media. This can't be normalized, and this is not okay. Anyways, that's it for now. Keep you updated as we learn more.
Perfect. All right, putting the headset back on. Sounds good. All right, that is what I want to post. Dude, insane. Like, dude, oh my God. I can't believe that this is real. I can't believe that this is real. In fact, that's what my caption is going to be. I cannot believe this is a real headline. I cannot believe this is a real headline. This is a dark day for America. It is, okay? President appointing self-described Nazis to run offices in the government. And like the crazy part is just because of all the stupid and insane shit that Trump has done with our country, you hear that and you're not shocked, okay? Yet half the country was shocked when they figured out that Obama wore a tan suit on Easter. All right. Posted it on TikTok. We'll go ahead and upload it to Instagram as well. And then we're going to go live on TikTok once again. Let's just get this video up. All right. Yeah, so what was it like, kind of spending some time with me, watching the process behind the scenes on how we get these videos up and out. That's kind of what it looks like on a day-by-day basis. That's what it looks like whenever I want to film one of these videos. I'm usually outside, though. I usually sit in my backyard. I'm not usually, like, in the office. David in the chat says, Dean, he's literally removing the East Wing at the White House. Yeah, they're taking it down right now to build the ballroom. It was fun. Awesome. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like more insight into my thought process, how I like want to film one of these videos. All right. So I got the video up on TikTok. You should go drop it a like. I want to push the word out. I mean, I think that everybody should learn and know that Donald Trump appointed a self-described Nazi to run an office in our government. Oh, yeah. So the ballroom. So he's, knocking down the East Wing to build a ballroom. It's really big and apparently is going to house a lot of people. And it's being like funded by private funds. Not necessarily Donald Trump's own bank account, but like a bunch of like different private funds thrown together, including like some of his money. I mean, I don't know. I just think that we have like more important priorities here. We have like more important priorities to be focusing on in a goddamn ballroom. Like, how about before you start like tearing down the White House to build a ballroom, you like reopen the government? And then it's also just kind of like, one of those like let them eat cake situations where it's like, while people are starving to death, while 10 million low-income Americans are losing access to health care, 3 million families are losing access to food stamps. Our president is spending like $100 million on building a ballroom. All right. I'd also like to quickly thank, let's see here, Breezy. Thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat, who says, this is on behalf of the chat as thanks for teaching an old one like me. Thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars, Breezy. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Jay, thank you so much for the $10, who says they get mad at folks burning flags, but then they say nothing as he literally demolishes the White House. You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point, Jay. I think that you make a good point. Yo, what the fuck just popped up on my Instagram feed? That is AI Donald Trump in a princess dress getting arrested. What, dude? Oh my God, not interested. Not interested. I'm actually not interested in seeing that at all. Thank you very much. All right, chat, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll only be like 45 seconds. And then I'm going to come back. We're going to restart the live on TikTok. Then we're going to hop into the debates for the day. And today is going to be an extra long stream because we are going to do 4 hours of debates, but we've already been live for 30 minutes. So it's going to be like a 4 hour and 30-minute live today. I will see you guys like super duper shortly. Just going to go use the restroom. All right, I am back. Hands are washed, and we are going to go ahead and start the stream back again over on TikTok. Let's do that now. We're going to hop into the debates. It's going to be a good day. And everybody in the YouTube chat is spamming Momo. So Momo's like downstairs hanging out with my girlfriend right now. Probably asleep. I'll see if maybe Momo could come upstairs towards the end of the live. But we're back on live once again over on TikTok. Welcome back in, folks. What is up, Vivian? What is going on, Lucy? What is up, JC? What is going on, Vin? What is up, ASA? What's up, The Boss? Welcome in, everybody, for everybody tuning back in on TikTok. So good to see you all. Make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen if you're hanging out with us over on TikTok. We're going to go ahead and hop into the debates. I'm not going to waste a moment of y'all's time. I know that we're on live like maybe 20 minutes ago for a handful of minutes, but then we had to end because of a live violation we got, and I just spent 20 minutes over on YouTube filming a TikTok video that I actually just posted. So if you happen to be one of the very first, let's see here, 1.2 thousand people hanging out with us in the stream today over on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping, sharing out that live, and hopping in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. All right, let's go ahead and get the debates underway. We're going to go to get that very first guest up of the day literally right now. We got new newsboy loading in, guys. Just make sure if you are in that queue that you're following the rules. Make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. What is going on? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 20.
And what year were you born in?
2005.
All right, man. Well, I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic to you so you can tell us why you are a Trump supporter. Quickly before I do, though, I want to thank a couple people. Oscar, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo, who says, Dean, can you remind everybody from California that today is the last day to vote yes? To register to vote yes for the special election and vote yes on Prop 50. Yeah, register to vote if you haven't already in California for that special election, folks. Thank you for the $11, Oscar. As well as Wolfgang, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Lola, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Erica with the $5 on PayPal. And Demetrius, thank you for the $5 as well. You guys are awesome. Go ahead and take it away, new newsboy. Why are you MAGA?
Yeah, I just mainly support Trump because of his foreign handling. So how he wants to handle ending the wars between Ukraine and Russia, and how he ended the Iran-Israel war, and now he's trying to handle the Palestine and Israel conflict.
Chloe, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you for that love. I don't understand why his foreign policy would be the first place that you go in attempting to justify that he's a good president, because his foreign policy has been a goddamn disaster, dude. I mean, so he said... Yes, I can. Before the election, he said that he was going to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine literally on day one, and then he got fucking played by Putin. Okay, he recognized that stopping the funding to Ukraine, right, relinquished the international pressure on Russia and Putin to end their invasion of Ukraine and made Ukraine weaker, which is then what caused Russia to just drop even more bombs on Ukraine and be less cooperative in peace talks. And now we're over 9 months into his term and zero progress has been made, right? Then about Israel and Palestine, for instance. All right. Well, I mean, he boasted and gloated, said he was the president of peace, saying he got a ceasefire. But I mean, what did we
Yes.
figure out literally 3 days ago? It's that Israel stopped all humanitarian aid being re-allowed into the Gaza Strip, and then started doing
That's
dropping
Israel,
missiles on
though. That's not
Palestine
Donald
once
Trump.
again. So seemingly now Israel has violated that ceasefire, just
Yeah,
like they
that's
violated the
Israel, though.
last
That's
6.
not Donald Trump. Yeah, that's Israel, though. That's not Donald Trump.
Okay, but the fact of the matter is, Donald Trump claimed that he was the president of the peace and that he ended the invasion, he ended the ethnic cleansing, peace in the Middle East once again. But that's obviously not something that we see. So no progress has been made once again because Israel continues to perpetually violate these peace and ceasefire agreements with no repercussions from America whatsoever.
So you disagree that the amount of lives being lost has drastically decreased since the ceasefire has been implemented?
Well, the ceasefire that was, I don't know, sound for maybe 12 to 24 hours
Well,
is now
if you could just
violated
answer the
once
question,
again.
though. Could you just answer the question, though? Do you not agree that it's drastically decreased in terms of overall lives lost?
Well, yeah. So the loss of life drastically decreased for 12 hours, just like it did with the ceasefire under the Biden-Harris administration that they also violated. Yes.
And it's still decreased, even to this day.
Okay. Well, once again, we saw a violation of the ceasefire agreement, just like we saw a violation of the ceasefire agreement set forth at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, which then led to a total ramp up of their ethnic cleansing of Palestine, which we'll likely now see again because it seems as if the trend has continued of, there being an introduction of a peace agreement or a ceasefire with then Israel violating it.
So basically, what I'm hearing is if a president, well, more specifically Donald Trump, right? Because libs love to attack Donald Trump on everything. If a president manages to get a ceasefire and another country violates that ceasefire, that's the fault of the president. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, I mean, I think that there's going to be some culpability on behest of the American government and the president due to the fact, right, that when they violated the ceasefire agreements that even Trump has already set forth, such as the one with Iran, right, there was no response from Trump. He just continued to say that Israel's our best friend and Netanyahu's a war hero, right? I think that we should be more selective with our allyships and we shouldn't be allies with a country that's ethnically cleansing a population of millions and perpetually violating the agreements that we set forth. I think that is a drastic
Wait, I can say
overstep.
that I don't.
And honestly, I think that it enables those behaviors to not implement or state any repercussions for the action of the violation. So that's why I would say that starting off with Donald Trump's foreign policies and attitudes with other countries on the global stage is going to be a bad argument for you to make in support of his presidency. So do you have any reasons
No,
why you think
you
that
haven't
Donald Trump is the
substantiated.
president?
Wait. To clarify, you haven't substantiated that at all, right? You gave one point, and I'm gonna address that point real quick.
Have you already been up
But
here?
also, do what?
Have you already been up here?
No, I just got up here.
I know, but have I ever talked to you before?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I've never been up on a panel.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So where was I at? Oh yeah, but what I was saying is I can disagree morally with Israel's actions, right, and still say it's in the best benefit of the American people that the conflict stops. That way, we can stop sending money to Israel.
Right. I actually agree with everything that you just said. Okay, what Israel's doing to Palestine is fucking terrible. It is in the benefit of the Palestinians and of the world for Israel to stop their ongoing ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. And I think it's also in the best benefit of the world and Americans and Palestinians for us to stop sending money to Israel. And all that I'm saying here is that Donald Trump prolonged the conflict by violating the Logan Act and suggesting to Netanyahu to hold off on accepting a ceasefire until after the election, which he did. And that's what the DOJ suggested. And now, right, he claimed to end the war, quote unquote. That's what he said. But now we see not even 3 days later, just like the last billion times, Israel's once again violated the ceasefire agreement, and now we'll see conflict continue, right? So I wouldn't say that this is going to be a monument and paramount of success of the Trump administration for you to use to then turn around and say that he's a good president.
Well, I just gave one point. There's other points.
Okay. What are your other points?
Yeah, we'll come back within our own economy, right? Him putting limitations on, burning the flag, stuff like that, right? I'm a free speech advocate, but I agree with him trying to, put up to a year punishment for burning the flag in public.
Okay. So do you think that it should be legal to specifically burn the flag?
Not in public.
I'm just asking you. So you think it should be illegal to burn it in public? Do you think that it should be like illegal to have like a campfire in public?
If it's not in a controlled space.
Okay, so it's not actually that you support the banning of the burning of the American flag. It's that you support banning of like burning things in public. So
No,
like,
it's. I mean,
so like
it is the
if I were
American flag.
if I were to want to like burn the flag in my backyard, you'd be completely fine with that, and you think that should be protected.
No, I mean, I don't think I wouldn't be fine with it. No, I don't think you should burn the American flag,
Should that be should that
especially if
be
you live in America. If you're an American citizen, you shouldn't be burning the American flag.
okay? So do you think that should be protected activity though? Like, do you think that legally
No,
speaking, I should be able to do that? No. All right. So it seems like now you're just telling us that you don't really support the Constitution, right? Because guess what SCOTUS ruled in the Texas v. Johnson court case in 1989? It's that burning the American flag is protected under the First Amendment as symbolic speech. So you just told me that you don't think I should have
as
a right to my
symbolic
free
speech.
speech, and that right should be taken away from me and banned, even though it's guaranteed to me and everybody else by the Constitution. That's
Are
very
you a free
anti-American
speech
of you, sir.
absolutist? Wait, are you a free speech absolutist?
Well, I mean, I wish that you'd respond to my point of me calling you a hypocrite for just arguing that we should infringe on the Constitution
What?
and take free speech away from individuals after you called yourself a proponent of free speech.
But if you say that's a part of free speech, then I would like fundamentally disagree. That's why I'm asking if you're a free speech absolutist, because
Oh,
I'm not.
well, the fact of the matter is, sir, you can't disagree with the fact that that is free speech per the American Constitution, because that's what SCOTUS has ruled.
Yeah, but it was changed.
No.
Yeah, it was.
When was it
You
changed?
literally just said it was changed in that before then. It wasn't like a protected activity.
Oh, yeah. So before SCOTUS ruled that it's protected by the First Amendment, right? It was
Yeah.
unclear if it was protected by the First Amendment. You're right.
Yeah, that's what it should go back to. You shouldn't. Why would you be in America and want to burn an American flag?
But the way to get it to go back to that isn't by a president infringing on the Constitution, as you would suggest you'd like Trump to do, right? That's more anti-American
I believe in the
than burning
original
the flag in of
Constitution, not
itself.
the upgraded version.
What's the original Constitution?
Well, like you just said, before that was implemented, right? So just free speech. No, there's no like
Wait,
symbolic.
I have a question. So
because he
you're
burned
telling
a
me that you
flag.
believe in the original. So, like, at what time frame did the original Constitution exist?
Why are you pivoting right now? I'm just trying to like.
No, I'm asking you.
address.
I'm asking you to clarify in a statement that you made. Me asking you for clarification is not a pivot. You said you believe in the quote unquote original Constitution. What's the quote unquote original Constitution? Please inform me. Are you talking about
Before
the
like
one
all
with, the one with slavery? The one where slavery was legal? The one where women
Well,
couldn't
no,
vote?
no, hold on a second, buddy. Hold on. I didn't say
No.
slavery.
No, the one where black Americans didn't have a birthright to citizenship? Which one?
Well, one, I don't even believe in like birthright citizenship, but I'm talking about like before
Then you don't
before all
believe in
the
the
like,
14th Amendment. You're very anti-Constitution.
No, I'm not anti-constitution.
You are.
I
because the
believe in like the
Constitution
original,
guarantees
but
us
so
birthright
before all
citizenship.
these
Oh my
changes
God.
were implemented, right? Like the one you just brought up with the burning the flag, right? And then all the other like changes that were made within the past like 50 to 100 years. I would like fundamentally disagree with pretty much all of them.
Okay, so you disagree with pretty much all the changes made in the last 100 years. So
That's what I said.
the 19th Amendment ratified and added to the Constitution in 1920. Do you agree with that one? The one that gave women the right to vote?
Okay, yeah, I know what you're trying to do, dude.
Do you agree with that? Or do you fundamentally disagree with that too?
The 19th Amendment was women voting.
Yeah.
Do they really use it all that often, though?
Okay, so it sounds like you're now challenging the notion that women should be able to vote, right?
Well, I'm asking, do they really use it all that often?
Yeah, women vote.
But not as much as men do, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, I am. It's not. It's not even close.
Okay, well, okay. So you're saying that men vote at higher rates compared to women. Older people vote
Yeah.
at higher rates than 25-year-olds. Should we take the right to vote away from all 25-year-olds?
No, not 25-year-olds.
Okay, so should we take the right to vote away from women, given that apparently men vote at higher rates compared to women?
Well, I don't think they're emotionally stable enough to make decisions on like voting in American politics.
Okay. Women aren't emotionally stable enough to make decisions on American
Well,
politics.
yeah, we see that with like abortion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess my question for you would be, if women aren't emotionally stable enough to make
Yeah.
decisions about American politics, then the adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that boasted about serving on the naked bodies of little girls that just declared war in American cities by saying the real enemy is the enemy from within is
That's not
definitely
declaring
not
war.
emotionally stable enough to make
Dude, it's
decisions
not
on American
declaring war.
politics.
It's
Meaning that you
eliminating
actively
crime.
support, right, the impeachment of Donald Trump from the office of the
It's
presidency.
eliminating crime. It's
But
not
now,
declaring.
just to go back to the first part of that claim, because I'm going to make a parallel to your statement and how we
Okay.
could make it clear that Donald Trump is seriously not emotionally stable enough, therefore you shouldn't support him as president.
Yes, he
We're going to
is.
talk about the claim in of itself. So why do you think women are not emotionally stable, but men are?
Yeah, I mean, we see it with like abortion. So whenever they're faced with, an emotionally difficult task, they're super conflicted and they're not able to make the right decisions. Like again with abortion, for example, I'm like, they're the biggest advocates for. Well, I don't know if we can talk about like the alphabet community and stuff like that, but they're the biggest advocates for those. So
So
those
for
are
the
like the two
for the
things.
alphabet community. So you're talking about
And abortion.
you're talking about the LGBTQ plus community, but you're just being like incredibly disrespectful about it. So you're
And
saying
abortion.
because many women, right, think that they should have access to abortion and that it's not wrong to
Yeah.
be gay, therefore they shouldn't have the right to vote. So I mean, I think women and girls should have access to abortion, and I don't think it's wrong to be gay. Does that mean that you don't think I should have the right to vote?
Why do you support abortion?
Well, I mean, I could happily tell you if you can answer my question, just making a parallel to
Well,
abortion.
if you do support abortion, then I don't believe that you're emotionally stable or like intellectually stable enough to be voting on American politics.
Okay, so you're basically saying if somebody disagrees with you, then they shouldn't have a right to vote. So that's
That's not what I
definitionally
said.
speaking fascism.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, it
You're
is.
straw manning my argument. You just
I'm
straw
not. I'm
man my
not straw
argument.
manning your argument. You
You
just
literally just did that.
suggested. Well, if somebody thinks that women should have access to abortion, then they shouldn't be able to vote. I mean, all that you're
But
saying is that if somebody disagrees with you, right, then they shouldn't be able to vote. You know, like for instance, I'll give you an example, right? I actually think that the only intellectually sound way to discuss something such as abortion, right, is to agree that women and girls should have access due to the fact that there's no identifiable characteristics that of a fetus that we would morally value sufficiently to grant it the right to life, thereby making it morally permissible for a woman or girl to kill the fetus growing within her uterus, right? However, you disagree with that. You think that they are sufficiently morally valuable. You're pro-life, and we could have a debate about that. But I'm not going to say just because you're pro-life, therefore you shouldn't have a right to vote. But what I am going to say is I'm going to advocate for like a higher level of education to be like accessible to you and others. So hopefully we could like generationally change the way in which we think about these things, so that eventually, when a majority of Americans do vote in the voting booths, they'll vote for policy and candidates to allow women that will allow women and girls to access abortion by codifying federal law to protect it. But I want to respond to the first point, right? Just more conceptually speaking. You're saying that women are not emotionally stable, but men are. I have a question: is violent crime
yes,
logical or emotional?
is violent crime logical or emotional?
Yeah.
It can be both.
Okay. How can violent crime be logical?
Yeah. So take it. So I'll give you a hypothetical, right?
I don't
Say
want a hypothetical. I
you're.
just want an example.
Oh, well, yeah, that's what I'm going to give to you. So say you're in your house, right? And you see two people entering your home from downstairs,
Hmm.
and then you have a pew pew that you can pull out. Um, you don't know who these people are. They could be anybody, right? They could be family, friends, whatever. And then you pull out the pew pew and you take both of them out. I would say that's logical.
Okay. Would that be a
The
violent
action of
crime?
taking someone's life is like violent, but I would still say it's logical.
Okay. Well, the action of like logically or rationally or justifiably taking another person's life would be like defined as like self-defense inside of a courtroom, meaning that that's not a violent crime.
Well, I just said the action of taking someone's life to me is violent,
Okay.
so
But
that would be an example.
the action of taking somebody's life is not always a violent crime.
Okay, but it can be, right?
Right. And when it can be a
So then
violent
just use
crime
that
is when
then.
it's not
So then we
logical.
can just use that. So then we can just use that and say that it's logical.
Okay, well then give me an example of logically committing the violent crime of taking somebody's life in lack of self-defense.
Okay, sure. If you want to end a conflict and you know where the leader of a T organization is, and you take their life, they haven't like launched any big pews into the air yet, right? But you know that they might do that, and you have their location, and you
Like
end
a
the life of that person to
like
prevent that from happening.
if a private citizen were to do this, like sure, that would be classified as like a violent crime, or like even right, like killing somebody right before like they
Uh-huh.
grape an individual because they like had suggested that they would. Okay, sure. So
Yeah.
maybe like let me ask you this question: would you agree that
Okay.
like vast majority of violent crimes are not logical?
But my point is that they can be though. That's what I'm using is they
Right, but
can.
like
It's like abortion. It's like
but like
elective abortion.
the very few situations where they can be right would account for like a small minority, right? The vast majority of violent crime is incredibly illogical and emotional, correct?
I would say there's a good chunk of it that is sure.
Okay, so a vast majority is emotional, not logical,
I
right?
would say 70-30 or 60-40.
60-40. Wait, so what is the 40% of violent crime that you think is logical?
Well, I mean, I just gave you one example. There's
Okay,
another
yeah, what,
example in the case.
yeah, what example? This is what I'd say. Vast majority of all
Yeah,
violent
yeah, I
crime
know.
is
70-30 and
unreasonable and
60-40 is
emotional.
majority. 60 is majority.
So you think that
20% is
so
vast.
you think that 40% of violent crime is reasonable and logical?
What percentage would you say? Are
I'd say like 99.1.
you serious?
Yes.
That's insane. Okay, say I give you a 10th grand on that. All right, go ahead with your argument.
Okay, so now that we've agreed that a vast majority of all violent crime, right, is unreasonable, illogical, and emotional, well, in accordance with your original statement, where you said women are vastly more illogical and emotional than men, well, if that were to be true, then explain to me why men commit 92% of all violent crimes inside of this country, including crimes that would not require disposition of a higher level of strength on average, like cyberbullying with threats of violence on the internet, arson, so on and so forth.
So with the arson, right? We have to look at the end goal of arson, right? How do you classify arson, real quick, just to clarify?
Dude, that was just an example. Why aren't you responding to what I said? I don't think
Well, because the end.
I don't think that a definition of what arson is going to be required for you to answer to my question, considering the fact that prior to me asking this question, you conceded and agreed that a vast majority of all violent crime is unreasonable and emotional, right? So actually, I'll just go ahead and repeat the question without invoking any specific instance of violent crime. So because you agreed that a vast majority of all violent crime is unreasonable, illogical, and emotional, right? Then explain to me why men commit 92% of them if you think men are significantly more reasonable, logical, and less emotional than women.
Yeah, so I don't think one circumstance inherently defines whether someone is more logical or more emotional or not. So if it's the case that you commit one crime and you're charged one time, that doesn't mean you are inherently less logical or more violent or more emotional than someone else. So I think that's a bad point to use.
Okay, so you're saying that I can't use like the one empirical data point of the fact that men commit 92% of all violent crimes in arguing that men are going to be more predisposed towards thinking with emotions compared to women. Yet in your original argument, when you tried to justify that women are more emotional than men, you used the one data point of women supporting access to abortion to a higher
Well,
level and extent than men. So it's funny because now you're a hypocrite. But guess what, sir? Right? I don't just have one empirical data point to suggest what I'm saying here is true. Not only are men disproportionately more likely to commit violent crimes when violent crimes are incredibly emotional, they're also disproportionately to self-unalive. 74% of self-unalivings are committed by men, when self-unaliving is an incredibly emotional and unreasonable response to external stimuli.
Are you trying to
They're
use
also more
self-unaliving
they're,
against men?
they're also more likely to engage in hard DRUG and substance abuse, right, as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with and process emotions compared to women, when that is incredibly irrational and emotional. They're also more likely to drunk drive. They're more likely to recklessly drive. Meanwhile, women, on the other hand, are more likely to excel in academics, which are logical. Women, on the other hand, are more likely to accelerate in particular fields that have a disposition towards working well under stress, like working as a surgeon. A study was done by the Journal of the American Medical Association. They found found that if you're operated on by a female surgeon compared to a male surgeon, you're less likely to die as a result of that surgery, and you're less likely to experience negative postoperative outcomes, right? So because of these empirical data points, alongside a handful of facts, such as the fact that women have a higher EQ score on average, when an EQ score denotes how rationally and maturely somebody can handle and deal with and process their emotions, and the biological fact that women have thicker dendrites, thicker spines in the context of their dendrites within their neuroanatomy, which was given to them by evolution to be better equipped in dealing with the stress and pain onset by childbirth, the fact becomes incredibly clear that your talking point that women are more emotional than men is nothing more than a big fat misogynistic lie peddled by shitty men such as yourself for the last 1,000 years.
Are you okay? Wait, so I mean, you brought up like 20 individual things, and that's just
Because you
begging
said
the
one
question.
wasn't enough. You said one wasn't enough, so I
didn't
gave you 20.
That's begging the question. You didn't substantiate any of it. You said, well, according to empirics, this is true. But I mean, it's true to the opposite about like IQ, right? Men have
Wait, I have a question. What
higher
question was I
IQ.
begging?
What?
What question was I begging? You just accused me of begging the question. What question
Yeah,
was I begging?
about pretty much every point. Like every
Can
one,
you
every
give me a
point.
specific example?
Yeah, like the IQ, right? Like you said,
Wait,
women
I didn't
have
bring up
higher
IQ.
You did.
No, I didn't. I brought up EQ. Maybe you just weren't listening close enough.
Oh, okay. Well, what's EQ to clarify?
That'd be like an emotional, it's emotional intelligence quota.
Okay, yeah, cool.
So I brought up
yeah, that was to be
EQ. So now
begging
give me an example of how I was begging the question. First, could you tell me what it even means to beg the question?
yeah, reaching a conclusion without evidence.
No, that's actually not what it means to beg a question.
Well, no, that actually is
Holy
what it
fucking
means,
shit.
Devin.
No.
That-
So
that is what it means. That's
begging
what
the
it-
question means they are attempting to reach a conclusion that is self-justifying. Like, for instance, an example of begging the question would be
Yes,
saying
that's what I just said.
no, you didn't say reaching a conclusion that is self-justified. You said reaching a conclusion without evidence, okay? Not all circumstances of reaching a conclusion without evidence are begging the question. Like, for instance, if I say that I think that the earth is flat and then you ask me for my evidence and I say I don't have any, that is me reaching a conclusion without evidence, but that's not me begging the question because I'm not giving you a circular justification for the conclusion, as begging
either
the
way,
question
you
is
agree
specifically
to
giving you a
response.
circular justification for the conclusion. So you do understand now how I wasn't begging the question and you just threw that out there because you didn't know how to respond to my facts?
Bro, you literally said it can be, but in this case, that it isn't. And either way, you just admitted that you didn't offer any evidence at all. You showed evidence for nothing that you brought up.
Well, I didn't make an admission that I didn't offer any evidence, but I mean, if you want me to clarify yeah, sure, I didn't offer any evidence because I just told you the facts, and if you want to ask for evidence for the facts, feel free. I already did bring up the evidence, like specifically for the Journal of the American Medical Association, how they concluded through a study done in over 1.4 million patients on the global stage in 6 of our continents that if you're operated on by female compared to a male, you're less likely to die. Now, if you want evidence for the other claims, just feel free to ask. Like, for instance, my first claim that men commit 92% of violent crimes, that's coming from FBI crime stats. And I could give you the other sources too. I mean, I definitely justify the points that I make, sir. Oh,
Yeah,
and by the way, you said that you'd never been up on the live before. What's your 11th video?
Bring up the EQ. My 11th video on what?
Yeah, your 11th video on TikTok. It's a screenshot of you being on the live. I thought that you said you've never been up here before.
Oh, that's not for me. That's for my friend who got up here.
It's your account.
Yeah, I know it. I screenshotted it off when he was on live.
Oh, somebody's at your door. Maybe that's your mom coming in to get mad at you for being such a misogynistic POS.
Yeah, no, it isn't. You're projecting now. You're pretending to be a liberal, and you're not even a liberal, dude.
I'm projecting? Wait, so you think that I'm the misogynistic one, even though you're the one peddling the bold-faced lie that women are more emotional than men, and then when you have somebody debunk the shit out of you, your response is just to say that I'm begging the question when you don't even know what begging the question means. Well, you've been on the live before, so I am going to go ahead and remove you here. Just because a rule of the live is that you could only be on here once. Let's go to move on to the next guest. By the way, for everybody hanging out with us on TikTok, we actually just got another one of those violations. What the hell? We just got another one of those violations that like restricted our live for 10 minutes. I don't know why we keep on getting those. Interesting. Whatever. I'm going to go and thank a handful of people, and then we're going to go ahead and hop into the debates, and then to the next debate. Romy, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Romy. Show some love to Romy down below in that box. Romy with the $30 says, fuck you, guest. Appreciate you for that love, Romy. Let's get 300 Romy W's down below. That is ROMI. Thank you so much for the love, Romy. As well as Elise, thank you so much for the $4 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Elise, as well as Elise for another $10. Elise says, please read violent crime is only logical. Well, I'm actually not going to read that out, but I appreciate you for the $10. As well as Liz, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, who says, according to Rutgers University, women vote more than men. Yeah, he was completely wrong about that point. Holy shit. What a crazed weirdo. As well as Devin, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, as a woman, I can't believe men like this exist. Men are not lonely enough. I'd say that guy isn't lonely enough. Thank you for the $10, Devin. Show some love to Devin in that chat. As well, I just got another one. Live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards under our community guidelines. What the fuck? That's weird. Okay. As well as Jason, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Jason. Let's go ahead and read what Jason had to say here with his $25 donation. Let's pull that one up. Jason said, and I quote, I just debated on a MAGA, a Trump supporter on live for the first time. I held my own and would consider it a draw. Thank you for inspiring me to be more active in getting into debate. I'm so proud of you, Jason. Good shit. Listen, I'm going to tell you, you definitely whooped their ass, okay? 110%. I really appreciate you for the $25. Show some love to Jason down below in that chat, folks. As well as I would like to give a big old shout out to a handful of people that I've donated over on PayPal, such as Myra with the $20, who says, what a misogynistic asshole. Take care, Dean. I love your debates. Well, thank you so much for the message and the $20. As well as Samantha with the $20, who says, you're amazing. Thank you so much, Myra and Samantha. As well as Helene with the $5. Thank you, Elaine. Janet with the $5, saying thank you for speaking up about Palestine. Thank you for the love, Janet. As well as Lola with the $5. Thank you so much. And Andrea with the $20 on Venmo. Andrea says, me and my fiance just love listening to you. He just got furloughed. Even though we are stressed out, you keep us sane. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that your fiance got furloughed. I understand how just absolutely tough that can be, and I really hope that the government shutdown is over soon. Thank you for the $25, and a huge shout out to you as well as your fiance. Show some love to Andrea and her fiance for the $20 down below in that chat, as well as Nancy. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who says, thank you for educating us Canadians as well. Thank you, Nancy. And Darius with the $16 on PayPal, who says, sorry to be annoying, but would you be willing to do a collab with Cat A? I would love to talk to Cat A. I just don't know how to get a hold of her. Thank you for the $16, Darius. As well as Camp. Thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says, hey, Dean, just got back from work and this was the best thing I could come to. Well, thank you for being here, Camp. It's good to see you again. You're here with us like literally every day. All the love in the world to you. As well as Cal, thank you for the 10. And Kylie, thank you for the 10. You guys are awesome. All right, now that we are all caught up, chat, I don't know what the hell to do. So we are just getting restriction after restriction on TikTok. We are only 30 minutes into the stream, and we continue to get these 10-minute restrictions that are preventing the live from being pushed out. I guess for right now, we're just going to ignore it and hope that it goes away. And if it doesn't go away, right, and like, you know, the live continues to slim down and not be recommended to anybody new in like the next 10 minutes, then we are just going to go ahead and restart the live. See, what I'm worried about is that TikTok is finally cracking down on the debates because it didn't give a clear reason for the 10-minute restriction. And I think that they just don't really like the debate content that we're doing here. And now they're finally trying to find a way to take it like off air, which is unfortunate, which is super unfortunate. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. By the way, YouTube is still running strong. Yeah, everybody over there, you know, you guys don't have to worry about getting censored by the platform overlords, which is super nice. But let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here right now, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you are MAGA. We'll get you loaded into the stream. We'll have a conversation. It's going to be awesome, quite frankly. All right, we just got another live visibility restriction for 10 minutes. I want to read this off to you guys. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and is restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because it does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards under our community guidelines. Should we just like read the standards together, then hit a restart? Okay, I'm going to go to Google. We just got another one. Literally just got another one. We just got another one. We just got a third one. Oh my God. Fucking insane. Okay. For you feed eligibility standards TikTok live. All right, let's read them together. Okay. We maintain content eligibility standards for the For You page that standardize safety and are informed by the diversity of our community and cultural practices. While the spontaneous nature of the For You page is what makes TikTok unique, it's intended for a range of audiences that includes everybody from teenagers to great-grandparents. And we make certain content ineligible for the For You page that is not suitable for a broad audience. Okay, well, that is not specific at all. That is like the least specific thing I have ever read. Ever read. Okay. That is the standards. Those are the guidelines. Oh my God. Okay, I think I know what it might be. I think it's saying like the V or the P. You like fill in the blank there. The VENMO, the PAYPAL. You know, you picking up what I'm putting down? I think that's what's setting the guidelines off. So in thanking people for the rest of the stream, I'm just going to say V or P and see if like that helps at all, right? Like Shannon, thank you for the $10 over on the V. Shannon with the $10 on the V says, missed listening this weekend. Hope your No King's Day was fun. Oh, well, I hope you had fun too if you got out there and you protested. Thank you for the $10 on the V, Shannon. Show some love to Shannon down below. As well as Elise, thank you for the $12 on the V. Appreciate you so much for the love, Elise. Elise says, thank you very much for all that you do. You help more than you realize for us POCs and women. Well, I love what I do, and I'm really happy that as a positive impact. Thank you for the $12, Elise. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Linda, thank you for the $10 on the V as well, saying keep with the good work. Thank you, Linda. Nikki with a 5 and Jesse with a 1. You guys are awesome. Show some love. Thank you so much. As well as Leah, thank you for the $1 over on the P. Look at that. The V and the P. I wish that like we had like better shorthands to refer to them. The V and the P is just, you know, I feel like all of a sudden I'm in like a 6th grade biology class. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the stream. Guys, go ahead and hop inside that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We'll get you connected. We got John the Goat connecting in. Hey, what's up? Do you support
Hello?
Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
19,
Okay, what year were you born in?
January or 2006.
Okay, what month? January?
January.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, John, tell us why the hell you support Trump as president, the worst president of your 19 years of life.
First off, he is better than Obama, Biden, and a couple other presidents. But yes, Trump is not the worst president.
Better than Obama? Dude, better than Biden? Whoa. Okay.
Biden was terrible.
All right, well,
I can see how people like Obama just because we were in a better time, but
listen.
Biden was terrible.
Listen, we're gonna play a little bit of a game here. So I think that Biden is better than Trump. You think that Trump is better than Biden. Here's a game that we're going to play to determine who's right and who's wrong. I'm going to name one thing that Biden did that I thought was good and one thing that I think Donald Trump has done that I think is bad. And then you're going to name one thing that Trump has done that is good and one thing that Biden has done that is bad. And we're going to see who runs out first to see who comes out on top, either Trump or Biden. I'll start. One thing that Biden has done that was great was he influenced and signed the PACT Act into law, which further funded the VA $800 million to expand VA healthcare access to over 1 million new veterans that weren't covered previously. And then one thing that Donald Trump did that was bad was he attempted to literally rig and coup the outcome of the 2020 election by attempting to install fake votes for himself in Congress. And if he was successful in this coup, would have installed himself for a second term against the voice and the vote of the people. Your turn.
So you think he tried to rig the 2020 election?
I mean, he admitted to it. Yep.
Okay, I'll let that go. I mean, okay. I think Trump did a good job closing down the southern border and is doing a good job at deporting illegal immigrants. I think that Biden did a bad job at, first off, they hit him during the entire campaign that he was incompetent to serve.
Okay, all right. So I'm actually going to ask you about the first thing that you just shared with us there. Go ahead and tell me precisely what Donald Trump has done to shut down that southern border. What good policy has he put into effect to really shut it down?
Wait, he shut down the southern border. Built the wall.
Oh, he built the wall? Okay, and how many miles of the wall did he build in his first 4 years? 50.
I'm not sure. I don't know
50
exactly.
fucking miles
Well, that was
with
because-
misappropriated
that was because
DoD
the Democrats
funds.
let him- Say that again.
He built less than 50 miles of a wall with
Yeah, that's because the Democrats didn't let him. They
misappropriation
shut
of
down the
DoD
government
funds.
during that time. The government was shut down because they wouldn't give him the funding.
Okay, so now you're just like giving an explanation for why he only built 50 miles, right? But matter of fact, he
Well,
only
the
built
wall
50
ended up
miles.
getting built
So
more.
I don't really think that 50 miles of a wall is going to be shutting the border down, right? That accounted for less than 3% of the southern border.
Well, the reason it didn't get built was because the Democrats shut it down.
Okay, well, I mean, this doesn't change the fact that it didn't get built, meaning that wasn't good policy.
It ended
that was
up
able
getting
to
built more
effectively
though.
close the border.
How-
Like, are you understanding
Well,
that point? Like, I just want you to be clear. I asked you the question.
It's that it's not Trump's fault that the wall wasn't built.
Oh my God, you're getting lost in the sauce. Just listen to me, brother. Okay? I asked you for the good policy that Donald Trump has implemented that really shut the southern border down and stopped crossings. And then you were like, the wall. Then I was like, dude, he only built less than 3% of the southern border with new wall. Literally
Fine,
less
ice-
than 50 miles. Stop
bringing
interrupting
ice
me.
agents to
Stop
Sorry.
interrupting me.
I'm
What
mute,
is your
I'm mute.
fucking problem? Okay, he only built less than 3% of the southern border with new wall 50 miles, literally. So, like, obviously, that's not going to shut the border down and stop crossings. like, what the fuck? 50 fucking miles is not going to do shit. And, like, regardless of what the reason is, regardless of the Democrats stopped him, still yet that is not an example of good policy that he implemented to really stop crossings. So I'm going to go back to the question, right? In the last 8 months, what good long-term policy has the Trump administration issued to stop border entry, undocumented border entry?
I would think that ICE agents deporting illegal immigrants has done a good job at that, keeping them out.
Okay. So you think the mass deportation is just naturally disincentivized undocumented entry? Can you name one positive impact or outcome of mass deportation on the United States of America?
It keeps crime off the streets.
Okay. Well, actually, that's not true.
So illegal immigrants don't kill people, and
So undocumented immigrants don't commit murder. Hey, are you an actual U.S.
girl
born
from
citizen?
Georgia. Yes.
So you're actually 2.5 times more likely to commit the violent crime of murder compared to undocumented immigrants. Should we deport you
Well, that's
first?
because there's more American naturally born than there is illegal immigrants.
No, that's
What?
going to be a per capita statistic. It's a crime rate. It's a likelihood.
Well, because that includes more than just my.
I said per capita statistic, meaning that it accounts for population. By the way, I didn't mute the guest. He's muting himself.
Sorry. I was letting you talk.
Okay.
But so you said it was per capita,
Right. Yes, it accounts for population. This is true.
but like we but like how like why would you let somebody else that comes from a different country murder people? Like you're justifying murder from or rape or like abuse or like stealing from somebody that doesn't belong here. That's
The
not
only-
legally here. They're illegal.
The only person that justifies grape here is you, because Donald Trump was held
No.
civilly liable for the violent crime of grape inside of a civil court, and then you voted for him to be president.
Was he criminally liable?
Was he criminally charged with grape? No, this was determined and
Exactly.
adjudicated by a civil court.
Like you can go into the details like that. Like Democrats hold that against them. Like Trump didn't need to run for president. He ran for president because he wanted to do the better for the country.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know what, like point A to point B, you said that I'm defending grape, then I brought up the fact that you're literally actively supporting
because you're
and
justifying
endorsing
just
a
because-
grapist. One moment. That you're actively
Sorry.
supporting and endorsing an adjudicated rapist as president of the United States of America. And then your response to that point is Donald Trump didn't have to run for office. He did just to make America better. Like, brother, like actually respond to what I'm saying here, right? You're a goddamn hypocrite because you brought up apparently how Democrats defend violent crimes such as grape. Meanwhile, you're actively supporting an adjudicated rapist serving as our president, right? Not to mention, right, his other offenses, like going on Howard Stern's podcast and boasting about sexually exploiting little girls and naked women, right? You're actively supporting an adjudicated rapist, admitted sexual exploiter as president. And you think that you have any fucking right to tell me that I'm defending grape? You're crazy.
Okay, so I'll respond to the first half and then I'll respond to the Trump part. Well, you said that just because somebody wait, how do I explain this? Just because somebody is from a different country and that people born in the United States commit 2.5 more crimes, that it's okay. Like it's anything, it's less okay because they're not legal here. Like if somebody's legal here, they're gonna face punishment. The legal person will still face punishment, but they weren't supposed to be here in the first place. They came here illegally, so they committed double a crime.
Okay, all right.
So I think that's
So I'll respond to that quickly. So point number one, right? I never said it was okay for undocumented immigrants to commit violent crimes. Point number two, I actually support either the imprisonment or deportation of undocumented immigrants that have committed violent crimes. And conclusion three, mass deportation would actually increase crime rates in this country because there is an association between poverty and crime. And when we do a mass deportation, when we forcefully remove 11 million of our consumers and forcefully fire 8.3 million of our workers, according to the American Immigration Council, we are forcefully reducing our GDP by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year and reducing our government revenue by $1 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, which will destabilize the fuck out of our industries because now we're producing less goods because we have less workers to make them, and we're also producing less goods because we have less people to buy them, right? Which will inevitably reduce the average socioeconomic standards of Americans in this country, increasing levels of poverty, therefore increasing crime. But of course, you don't care about that because you don't actually care about crime. Per the second point, which I already made and I'll repeat, is the fact that you're actively supporting an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that boasted about sexually exploiting little girls and pardoned 72 violent offenders that try to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol on January 6th, then labeled them as patriots as president.
First, well, January 6th was not a riot. It was a protest. There was no police there. They let them in the Capitol, 100%. Second off, so do you think you should let illegal immigrants stay here? Do you think you should keep them in America? What do you think? Like, what's your opinion? I'm curious. If you don't think we should deport them, then what do you think we should do with them?
Oh, God. Well, I support mass amnesty. Now, I got to respond to that first point. You said that there's no cops at the Capitol, and it wasn't a riot; it was a protest. I didn't know that. I didn't know that peaceful. I didn't know that peaceful protests included literally smearing shit on the walls of our country's Capitol. And then to your second point, saying that there's no police there, yeah, there was. Literally, Officer Fanone was the name of a policeman that was there on the steps of the Capitol at January 6th that was beat over the back and chest with metal rods, and then DJ Rodriguez walked up to him, grabbed his taser, drove it into his neck, gave him a heart attack. He had to be rushed to the hospital, and then DJ Rodriguez was sentenced to 12 years in jail. Then 4 years into his term on January 21st, 2025, Donald Trump gave him a full and complete presidential pardon, letting him out of jail, and labeled him a patriot. So you're wrong on both accounts.
Well, the election was stolen.
Oh, well. Well, I mean, I completely disagree with you, and you have no evidence for your claim. You're insane. But that's not responding to either of the 2 points that I made.
No, I understand.
You said it was a peaceful protest. I said I didn't know that peaceful protests include smearing shit on the walls inside of our country's Capitol, and you said that there's no cops there. Yes, there was cops there. In fact, there was cops there, and that Donald Trump's MAGA supporters were assaulting and trying to kill those cops is what led to 74 of them being thrown in jail for 10 plus years, and also what led to Donald Trump letting them out of jail 4 years into their terms, including people of the likes of DJ Rodriguez that he labeled as patriots.
I don't know who. Well, I think that the whole January 6th thing is glorified. I think that if you really wanted to stop them, they could have stopped them at the Capitol, but they didn't. They let them in. It was Nancy Pelosi let them in. The Democrats let them in. So.
Okay, so you didn't respond to a single point that I made. You just pivoted to blaming it on the Democrats. So how did Nancy Pelosi let them in? What the fuck?
Because she just ran out her secret tunnel, and she didn't help them. They opened the doors and they let them in.
She didn't help them, so she didn't help the police stop the rioters from barging into the Capitol. I don't think it's a role of an 83-year-old woman to stop rioters and thousands of people from barging into the Capitol. I don't think that's
let's
her
get back
role
under
at all.
our one-on-one.
Wait. Then also here, if you're saying that she didn't stop them, therefore it was her fault as an 83-year-old woman, crazy. What did Donald Trump do to stop them?
He called in the National Guard.
No, actually, he didn't. That was one of his failures.
He waited a little bit, but then he did.
So now we see. No, Donald Trump didn't call in the National Guard. Donald Trump didn't do anything. Donald Trump told them to go down there, fight like hell to win our country back. After falsely claiming that the election was stolen, then they fought like hell, assaulted cops, and he let them out of jail and labeled them as patriots. And here you are as an anti-crime patriot supporting him? Insane. It's completely hypocritical. If you're anti-crime, once again, answer to the fact, if you're anti-crime, how the hell do you support an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that's infringed on 4 amendments of our Constitution in the last 8 months, pardoned 74 people that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol, labeled them patriots, that was held civilly liable for committing committing a crime and lying about the valuation of his properties in New York, was nearly convicted.
Okay, I get it. I get it. You're gonna see. I
So
get it. You're
go
gonna
ahead
say
and
all the.
respond.
You say it in all your videos and all your talk. I know. Well, you could support Biden. He's
Dude,
a
but
criminal. He just hasn't
but
been
Biden,
prosecuted.
but Biden.
Yes.
Super nice pivot.
Yes. Biden and his son Hunter Biden. He had to pardon his son just because they're involved in the Ukraine-Russian scandal, getting paid millions of dollars. Trump does good for the country.
This is
Stop
insane,
the
dude.
ceasefire.
Dude, calm down.
I'm calm. I am very calm.
You haven't directly responded to any point that I've made this whole time. Okay.
Okay, give me a question.
I will happily
okay,
talk.
'cause-
No, calm down. I will happily talk to you about Biden once we're done talking about Trump. But watch this. Even if everything that you just said about Biden was true, he left. Dude. All right. So that's what happens. That's what happens when they can't hang out. That's what happens when they can't make an argument. That's what happens when they spiral. And by the way, we just got another 10-minute restriction. What the fuck is going on with TikTok today? So strange. Okay, just because we got another 10-minute restriction with no For You page push, I'm just going to go and thank a couple people. Breezy, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. On YouTube, Breezy says, you have the patience of a saint. Little bro is spiraling. Yeah, he was oh my God, I can't even speak. He was oh my God. Spiraling. He was spiraling 110%. Thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars. I would also like to very quickly thank Michael. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Let's get 200 W Michaels. Michael says, I appreciate your voice and always enjoy your takes. Please don't stop. Dude, we'll never stop. I love what we do here too much. I love the impact as well. Thank you for the $20, Michael. Show some love to Mr. fucking Michael down below in that chat. As well as Condra. Thank you so much for the $12 over on Venmo. Condra says, God fucking bless you for dealing with people like John. It's sad to hear how uneducated these individuals are, blindly following a total POS. No, completely. They just lack any and all total education. Thank you for the $12, Condra. As well as Christy! Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Holy fuck. Christy, that is so much money. Dear God, thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity with the $50 on the V. Christy, with the $50 says, this guy is a total moron. Dude, listen, I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 W Christie's down below in that chat, as well as let's get 500 W Breeze for the $50 on the P. Bree with the $50 on the P. I'm a poet and I didn't know it, says, thank you again. I wanted to really show you my appreciation for what you do. I've also learned a lot and no longer feel alone. Keep up the great work. Bree, that is so incredibly kind of you. And same thing for you, Christy. I just really appreciate you both for your astounding kindness and generosity. That is so much money. And just seriously, thank you both so much for supporting the stream, supporting me, and supporting what we do here. As well as Darius with another $10 over on PayPal. I read your message there. Feel free to send me that over on email, which you could find in the bio. Thank you so much, Darius. As well as Renee, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate that, Renee. Shannon, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Amanda with the $5 on Venmo. Then H with a $1 on PayPal. Thank you guys so much. I believe that we are all caught up. As well as Aaron, ERIN. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Aaron says, live restriction thought. It could be the cussing. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, I think that we're going to try to determine what it is by like filtering out my words here. But at the end of the day, all that I know is that we're being censored, unfortunately. If so I think that we're just going to try to ride it out today. So then hopefully like every single time we do get one of those restrictions, I could start like associating it with like particular things that I'm saying so that I know what it is. So then I could attempt to avoid it. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Are you here? Okay, they're not here. Moving on to the next guest. Go only hop inside of the guest request if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. As we've been talking about all day, it looks like TikTok has been censoring the hell out of us. Insane.
Hello, Dean.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I liked your Jubilee show. You were really good at debate.
Oh, appreciate you for the compliment, man. I'm going to go ahead and assume that because you're giving me that compliment, you are not a Trump supporter. So unfortunately, I'm going to kick you and move on as we are only looking to talk to MAGA, but you have a good one. All right. All right. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, they're not here either. Yeah, guys, I guess with the live restriction that we currently have, it is becoming astoundingly hard to find people to debate. Very, very, very unfortunate. We are going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Dude, it even looks like TikTok is censoring the video I posted before I went live. If you go and you look at the video I posted right before I went live, right now it has 22,000 views, right? Which is a lot, but if you go to my Instagram where I posted it literally at the same time, it has 300,000 views over there. What's up? Are you MAGA? Do you support Trump? Hello, you have 5 seconds. Are you MAGA?
Hello. Yes, I support Trump.
Okay.
Let's go. Donald Trump, make America great again, baby.
Very nice. Very nice. How old are you?
I am 32. How old are you, bro?
I'm 21.
Do you support the lying media? Do you believe everything that you read?
So I don't support lying in the media. I believe.
Okay, but you base all of your assumptions off of these medias and all of these written shit that is written by people that own the government, that the government owns. The government funds all of these media pages that you read all your sources from, bro.
Which ones?
All of them, bro. You sound like the rest of the.
You think that why would the MAGA government,
Fox News?
Why would the MAGA government give money to CNN?
No, I mean the anti-MAGA government, bro.
What's the people who? I thought that the Republicans. I thought that the Republicans control all three branches.
The Democrats were, bro. The people who control the Democrats and the Republicans don't mean shit. That is made for us to fight against each other, like you arguing with all these people on social media. That's what the Democrats and the Republicans are for. I support Donald Trump.
Let me go ahead and ask you this, okay? So you're accusing me of getting all my information from the lying media. So go ahead and inform me and everybody else watching on one thing I talk about frequently here on my live that is evidently and obviously false.
I don't have my notes on me, bro. I'm driving home from work.
Oh, you're driving?
I'm driving home from work.
I can't have you on the live while you're driving. Do you want to pull over?
All right, peace out.
You want to pull over? I want to continue our conversation, but can you pull over? Or are you gonna? Okay. Do you just want to hop back in the queue when you're home?
Yeah. I'll be back in 45 minutes. I'll be home.
Okay. Absolutely great. We are going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, guys. So go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We will happily get you loaded up into the box. God damn it! It's really unfortunate that he was driving. I really wanted to be able to have a conversation with him. Unfortunate that we will not be able to do that. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. This guy has a Rumble account in his bio. Oh, this guy's going to be fun. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? Welcome in. Nice to meet you. Are you here with us?
Yes, I am.
It's a pleasure to meet you. What's your name?
Eric.
Eric, I hope that you're doing well, man. All the best. Listen, Eric, let's have a debate. I know that you support Trump. I don't even need to ask you. I mean, just look at your name, look at your bio. I mean, you're literally on Rumble. Now, quickly before we hop into our debate for the day, Mr. Eric, I'm going to thank a couple people for their love, and then we will hop into the convo. Listen, Victoria, thank you for the 50 Canadian dollars over on the chat super on the YT. I'm switching it up here so I don't get a guideline violation. I really appreciate you for your kindness, Victoria. Victoria says, I'm sorry that TikTok is restricting you. Here's another $50. Dude, Victoria, you were fucking awesome. Show some goddamn love to Victoria. Down below in that chat, everybody, let's get 500 big Victoria W's down below. Seriously, thank you so much. As well as Fiona, thank you so much for the $15 over on the V. Thank you so much, Fiona. As well as Christine, thank you for the $10 on the V. Christine says, thank you, I'm 65, and I'm happy to see you take on MAGA. Thank you, Christine. As well as Bobby, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And then a big one here, holy shit, Shelly, thank you so much for the $100 over on the V. Holy shit, Shelly. I want to see 1,000 Shelly W's down below in that comment section. That is so much money. Completely ridiculous, Shelly. I do not deserve a penny of that. Shelly with a $100 says you should go on on Abby Phillips' show on CNN and kick ass. Thank you so much. You are awesome. My whole family loves you. Listen, love to you, Shelly. Love to your whole family as well. And I'd love to get on legacy media a little bit more. I feel like I'd cause some commotion. Maybe that's why they don't want me. But listen, Mr. Eric, there's a handful of other donations I could read off here, but I want to hear from you. So I'm going to hold them off just for a couple minutes. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I was supporting him since he first ran for office.
And why is that?
Support him for multiple different reasons. I feel that there's establishment that doesn't want to see shit better. I'm 47, so I've seen plenty of presidents through their history and what they say they're going to do and then what ends up happening. So most of presidents have not been rich before they became president or successful with businesses. Most of them generate most of their cash after they're president, okay? So, because 400 grand a year isn't shit to be president of the United States. So,
nobody's profited off of the office of the presidency more than Trump, by the way. No one.
You know, his first term, he lost money, right?
Right, but since 2021, which is now over 45% of his net worth has been
So he
comprised of
learned
crypto.
how to make money. So he wouldn't even have created his own social media platform if he wasn't. Real quick, Dean. He wouldn't have created True Social if he wasn't deplatformed from every platform.
Well, I'm not
So you
even
guys helped
talking
him
about Truth Social.
create more money by deplatforming him. You know that,
talking
right?
So I'm actually talking about his crypto holdings. Over
Well, don't hate on the crypto.
Over 45% of
Aaron
his
Trump's got over $150 million. They're all balling on crypto.
Okay.
But I bet you don't own any crypto, do you?
I actually do.
Dean, do you think crypto's a scam?
Some of crypto is definitely a scam, like meme coins, 100%. Like
Not all
Donald
meme
Trump's
coins are.
like Donald Trump's meme coin, right? That he
Not
was
all
able to
meme
make
coins are. You know how many
$21
people-
billion off of in the first 24 hours of its launch, and then its value dropped by 95%. Like under.
It didn't drop by
Okay.
95%. Go look at what it's at right now. It went to 40. It went to what?
Okay.
How much did it go to?
I think
And it's at $9 right now.
I think its max was 65. Do you think that you could allow me to finish speaking before you interrupt me?
Is that 90% off?
Well,
you were asking me why
damn close to it.
You were asking me why I liked him and I supported him, and I was trying to get into that, and then I got sort of cut off by a few other things. I just want to ask you what you thought about the Nobel Peace Prize winner thanking Trump for all the help that he's done in Venezuela, because that's the hub of ISIS and cartels and a lot of gangs that are, she said out of her own mouth, that's the hub where they all come out of.
Okay.
And she thanked Trump
Yeah.
for everything he's been doing and accepted it for him.
Yeah.
So everything you say about him being a rapist and everything else that you say, why did she say that, Dean? And thank him.
Okay. All right. Well, you'd have to ask Maria why she did that. But personally,
Well, she said it on 4 different
you're-
TV shows. So I'm
you're
curious
interrupt-
your opinion.
You're interrupting me.
You just said I could ask her.
I'm not done speaking. Can
Okay,
you
go
allow
ahead,
me to
Dean.
finish?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much. It means the world.
'Cause I don't
Thank
think
for-
you were going to answer it, but go ahead.
So I think that she did that for reasons of geopolitics, right? I think that in her mind, she thinks she needs the backing from the United States of America in order to prevent a possible coup of her government due to the political instability that we have seen and continue to see inside of Venezuela. However, I would say that still yet dedicating that to him is completely spineless and makes me think kind of low of her, considering
That's a
the fact.
conspiracy
Now,
theory.
if
You know that,
you're gonna
right?
allow me to finish, right? Considering the fact.
Now you're
that
insulting a woman.
You're gonna allow me to finish,
Okay, go ahead.
right? So I don't think that somebody who's been eroding the freedoms and liberties of people in this country and perpetually and incessantly violating and infringing on the American Constitution would deserve a Nobel Peace Prize or would deserve to be honored by a Nobel Peace Prize winner. I think that's insane. Right here, we have Donald Trump declaring war in American cities,
that was your
infringing
answer.
on the First, Second, 14th, and 22nd Amendment, raping women, boasting about sexually exploiting kids. And you genuinely think that this person deserves a Nobel Peace Prize? Crazy.
Obviously, she probably does. That's why she called him and thanked
I
him.
mean, I
But
mean,
little
I think
boys
that
like
she'd be
these that
just
are
as wrong as
21 in
you.
the United States, so she doesn't know what she's talking about. But 21-year-old Dean does.
Well, I mean, I think the fact of the matter is
Bro, that
yes,
is
because
sound
I
like
could
a
prove
straight
it.
narcissist, Dean.
Well, I'm not a narcissist if I could justify what I believe in with fact and refute the fiction fairy tales that you and all the other MAGA POSs believe in on a day-by-day
Also,
basis. Thank
your
you so
theory
much.
is she said that because she needed the United States, and it wasn't just her gesture and her love and gratitude for what he's actually done.
I don't know. Tell her to come on the live. I'll have a debate with her too. Fuck. I mean, listen. Like you
You
didn't
think she
answer my
wants to go on a
question.
20? She went on 4 different news channels.
Listen, you can't even answer the question that I'd asked to her. If Maria Machado was on my live right now, I
You
would
think
ask
she would
her.
want to talk
Listen,
to a 21-year-old that doesn't know shit?
okay, well, if I don't know shit and I'm so young, 21 years old, then why can't you refute a single word that's coming out of my mouth? The fact of the matter is, I asked you a question that you weren't able to respond to. I'm going to ask you
What
one
was
last
the
time.
question again? Yeah,
Of
go
course.
for it, Dean.
So, why do you think an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that has boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls, that has infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 14th, and 22nd Amendment and declared war in American cities in the last 8 months, right, is somebody that deserves a Nobel Peace Prize?
Because all that's bullshit. And so do all the foreign leaders. They can tell that's bullshit too. Because Israel and a lot of foreign leaders over there said the same thing when they were all congratulating him, thanking him for everything he's done. You're just a little hater that recites the same shit like a robot to every person that comes up here. You're like an AI, bro.
Okay.
You're almost not even like, you're like the Spider-Man dude that fucking gets all excited on the street and shit because you say the same shit over and over to every person. You have nothing new. Bro, people think you're a clown, bro.
All right.
You're on the wrong side. Did you see the No Kings protest? Everybody looked like trailer trash, poor fucking white people.
Poor white people. Okay.
Yes, they did. And they're in costumes. And they think that's funny and a good point. It makes people look like they're on drugs. It's not even Halloween yet.
All right. Well, it's funny, because it's absolutely hilarious. Like, for instance, you're gonna criticize like an older man for wearing a blow-up unicorn costume, right? But you're not gonna
I never
criticize
said older man.
an older man for being an adjudicated rapist. I think that really
Never
shows
accused the older-
where your priorities lie. Okay? You're going to criticize protesters for quote unquote looking poor, whatever that means, but then you're not going to criticize Donald Trump for violating the 14th Amendment of the American Constitution by attempting to take the rights away from those that have them to birthright citizenship. I think that you're a goddamn hypocrite. You're going to criticize people for exercising their First Amendment right to freedom of assembly and protest, right? But in my mind, it's just one big fucking cope because it pisses you off that there was 7 million people globally that came out and protested against the wannabe dictator that you support every single day with no thought in between your eyes. I mean, literally just listen to the shit that's been spewed out of your mouth so far in this conversation. I brought up a bunch of facts about Trump. I brought up his infringements of the Constitution, the courts that have adjudicated him to be a felon, a rapist, so on and so forth. And you just responded by saying, well, every single one of those points is bullshit. Okay, I already know that you cannot substantiate.
Well, that's
that
why
claim.
he won
Like for
presidency.
instance, go ahead.
That's why he
go
won
ahead. Go ahead and explain to me.
presidency, Dean.
Go ahead and explain to me how the claim.
I will.
Go ahead and explain to me how the claim.
That's why
that-
he won.
Listen, go ahead and explain to me how the claim that Donald Trump has infringed on our Constitution, with an example being an executive order that he signed into law's first day in office that attempted to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born in the soil when they have that per the 14th Amendment and have had that since 1865 is bullshit. Explain to me how that
Well,
claim
they
is
are
bullshit.
abusing it to the fullest because 10 million people came through. And do you think they should get pregnant on the way or a few months before they left and be able to have birth in the United States and we pay for it and then they're just cool and they get to stay here?
Okay, well, you're seemingly not answering to the question that I said.
I just
to
did.
the question that I asked. Because nothing
question
that you said there had to do with the nature of the
question was
Constitution
birthright.
and if
The question
the
was
first section of the
birthrights, right?
14th Amendment protects birthright citizenship for the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, which would determine.
And I just answered your question. How did I not answer your question? If you're a woman abusing birthright citizenship, you should not be allowed to use the medical industry and pay for your birth and be able to stay here because you got pregnant and then chose to come to the United States and illegally use our medical care to take care of you because you think you're going to get birthright citizenship. You know how that spread like wildfire and everybody said, get pregnant, come to the United States so we can milk their fucking system, and you guys defend the shit? What do you mean I can't answer it? You just didn't like my motherfucking answer.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, what you just said is incorrect. You said that undocumented immigrants
No,
milk. Sir, calm down.
they
Stop
do
interrupting.
milk the system and then
Act your
send their
age.
money back home to their countries that our U.S. dollar is worth way more there, Dean.
Act your age. Act your
They
age.
make plenty of money
Act your age. Can you
and
act
then
your age?
send it out all over the world
Okay.
to their families,
Okay. Can you act your
and
age?
then they help them ball out.
He can't act his age. All right. I'm going to
Dean,
now respond to what
that's
you're
what
saying.
happens.
Okay. All right. So point
And
number
they pay
one.
taxes on all of it, right?
So point
And
number
nobody
one.
works
Okay,
under
he's
the
still
table
going.
either, right?
He's still going.
Nobody works under the table, Dean.
All right. He's still going. Let me know when you're done, emotional man.
Come on, Dean. You got to be smarter than this if you're so smart.
Okay. All right. Well, so first.
Okay,
to
Nick
respond-
Shirley's
oh,
on
he's
the
still
field
going.
interviewing everybody, bro. You sit in a safe room telling people, Trump supporters, that they're not smart. That's not brave.
Right.
Why don't you go hit the streets and be a real news reporter like Nick Shirley does?
All right. Thank you so much. So now to respond.
That's why Nick
Okay,
Shirley
he's
was
still
in the
going.
White House talking to Trump, telling him all about Antifa that you think's an idea.
Still
Maybe if you
going.
were a Trump supporter and got your ass beat from Antifa, you would know it was an idea.
All right. Thank you so much. So now to respond to your claims to the little crybaby on the live right now. Your first point
Oh,
was
I'm
to
not
say,
crying, bro.
then
whatsoever.
Why are you interrupting
It's
me every
facts.
single word that I say?
Go for it, Dean, because I'm trying to get some words out because you like to steamroll with the 31 felonies, the rapist, and all this other bullshit. Well, the dude won, bro, because everybody could see through that bullshit that the government did not want Trump to win. And guess what? He did.
Okay. So point number one, you're saying that because he won the presidency, he's not actually a felon. So you are so absolutely and unbelievably delusional. If you
When was he
think-
sentenced?
Thank you so much.
Dean, when was he sentenced?
He was sentenced late November. Can I finish speaking?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Can I finish
He
speaking?
never was sentenced for his felony charges, Dean.
He was sentenced by the judge in late November. Can I finish speaking?
So how much time did he get?
I will happily answer if you allow me to finish speaking. But before I tell you how much time
Okay,
he
go
got,
for it.
I need to respond to the first 10 points that you made.
Go for it. You got the mic. I'll hit mute.
Raven, thank you for the motorcycle. Good boy. Good boy. All right. So your first point was to say that undocumented immigrants, quote unquote, milk the system. I didn't know that paying over $100 billion per year in taxes and contributing $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion to our GDP annually by not being eligible to receive any federal benefits and only receive some benefits in 10 of our states, right, was quote unquote milking the system. At the end of the day, you were just pissed off that undocumented immigrants are an incredibly benevolent and productive sect and demographic of individuals in this country. And the fact that your president has said that they are all escaping mental asylums, they're milking the system, and they're violent criminals is belligerently false and not coinciding with reality. The facts matter, and the facts contradict what you believe in. And if you want the sources for the facts, just ask. Because the source for the fact that they contribute $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion to the GDP per year would be the American Immigration Council. The source that they pay over $100 billion per year in taxes would be the IRS, as well as the CBP, as not the CBPP, but the CBO.
Does it say how many people work under the table or how much money is sent out to other countries for them foreigners?
Okay, so now you're asking about individuals that work under the table.
I'm just curious, Dean.
So I would.
Have you ever owned a business and been able to hire anybody at a business where you saw how it was to actually hire and fire people, where nobody comes into your place of business until you're ratted on if you're hiring somebody under the table? Do you know a lot of people at 7-Eleven right down the street from my house in Sacramento work under the table, and they work 12-hour shifts at $10 an hour?
So I muted you. So first, I'd like it to be clear to you that you're trying to pivot, because you can't respond to the fact that undocumented immigrants are economically productive and contribute to this country to incredibly high levels. But I'll go ahead and answer to your pivot, then hopefully you could answer to it all. So I'm actually willing to agree with you that there's a higher level of undocumented immigrants that work under the table compared to citizens, but this is actually only better for my case, because the reason they would be working under the table is that because they're undocumented, they cannot file for a tax return or benefit off the taxes that they pay insofar as qualifying for federal benefits like Medicaid Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, federal food stamps, Section 8, so on and so forth. So if we were to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, give them the ability to qualify for those benefits, give them the ability to file for tax reform, then tax return, then more of them would work over the table. Then more of them would work over the table without any material change in their employment.
Is that what you're just reading, or have you actually asked them? Because most people don't want to work because they don't want to pay the U.S. taxes, okay? Most of them don't.
So what
And they will take under the table. And a lot of them that do get aid, EBT and different things, find out that if they make too much, they'll get removed from the program. So they work under the table so they don't get removed from those programs.
Okay. So, but the thing is you would have to be able to point out, right, what the relevant difference would be in the incentive of an undocumented immigrant and in the incentive of a citizen to cause undocumented immigrants to work under the table at higher levels, disproportionate compared to citizens. Okay. And the only relevant difference is, right, the inability to claim federal benefits or to file for a tax return, meaning that those two incentives would be what would perpetuate them working under the table at higher rates. Okay. And we could eliminate those incentives by giving them
they're
a
just
pathway to
illegal.
residency or citizenship.
We're only allowed 1 million. We allow 1 million people to get citizenship every.
The claim, or they're just illegal, is actually insufficient because undocumented immigrants as a demographic are significantly less likely to commit crimes on American soil than American citizens. 2.5 times less likely for violent crimes, 3 times less likely for property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely for petty crimes overall. So your statement, or they're just illegal, is actually nonsensical by nature because the facts just simply don't align with the assumption there. That is, undocumented immigrants would be more likely to commit crimes in virtue of the fact that they are an undocumented immigrant.
I never said about crimes, bro. I'm talking about working.
Okay,
Why did
well
you
then,
go to
well then why
crime
the
shit?
fact that they are why would the fact that they are undocumented, why would that fact make them more likely to work under the table?
Okay, Dean, if you came in here illegally,
You're not going
and
to
you don't-
answer my goddamn question, old
I
man.
am.
Try
but it
harder.
just-
We're just not getting a straight answer from you,
Try
Mr. Pivot.
It's not a pivot, bro. You won't even let me spit out 5 words, and you're cutting my sentence off because you know what I'm gonna say.
Oh, you're one to complain about interruptions?
You know what I'm gonna say, D.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you're going to say because everything so far that you had said has
No,
been
you-
incoherent.
So you don't know what I'm gonna say. So can you just let me finish my sentence instead of thinking that I'm
Yeah,
pivoting?
if we could get a clear answer on the question, that'd be great.
Okay, repeat the question again because you mumble so much. You fuck make people miss train of their thought. Like, just
Jesus.
come on, man.
Okay.
You didn't need to cut me off 5 seconds in. Okay, what I was
Question
saying
is-
was,
No, you just asked me to
Okay.
repeat the question.
okay, I got it. 1 million people come in legally. We allow 1 million citizenships every year. Now, if there's more people than that in here, and we only allow 1 million, then they're not going to get citizenship, and they already know it. Okay, so they're going to work under the table. They're going to sit at Home Depots. They're going to do whatever they can do. They work hard. Don't get me wrong. I know they bust their ass. Okay, they work harder than a lot of Americans. But guess what? Just because if you jump, do you think you could go into a concert illegally and jump the fence and you wouldn't be kicked out? Do you know other countries' laws with their borders? Borders make you safe. Do you think we are loved from every country around?
Oh, I'm unclear of where the answer to my question is lying anywhere in that gibberish. Okay, just like repeat the question.
1 million
that I asked you.
people get citizenship.
The question that I asked you was like, why do you think undocumented immigrants are more likely to work under the table than citizens? And then you just went on like a tirade, right, about like how you think they work harder than Americans, but like they sit at Home Depots. Right, like obviously, like that wasn't an answer to my question.
Yes, you missed the point. The point was that 1 million people get citizenship, and if there's 5 million people here, do you think they know they're going to get citizenship, or do you know they're going to get deported? So they're going to work under the table and not try to get citizenship because that slots are already full.
Okay,
And do you know ICE agents are?
So you're saying if we expanded eligibility for citizenship and endorsed mass amnesty, then more undocumented immigrants would work over the table and our economy would be better? Really?
No, I never said that. How many people do you think should be able to come in?
Explain to me how that wouldn't be a direct implication of your statement.
How many
Explain
people?
to me, no, seriously, sir. Explain to me how that wouldn't be a direct implication of your statement. If you're saying the reason why they're more likely to work under the table is because they think they'll be deported and they don't think they'll be able to become a citizen. Therefore, if they thought they would be able to become a citizen and they don't think that they would be deported, meaning they'd have long-term survivability in the market, then they'd be more likely to work over the table. Right. So even like the point that you just shared there, arguing that like they're like less likely to be economically productive, right, for the reason that they could face deportation. If we remove that deportation and we offer them citizenship, then according to your own line of reasoning here, they'd be more likely to be more economically productive. So basically, in supporting mass deportation and fighting against mass amnesty, fighting against more pathways to residency and citizenship in this country, then you're fighting against a more productive economy for not just them, but for everyone.
Hey, Dean, if we have 10 million people here and housing isn't being built the way it should be, everything goes up in inflation. Do you think, how many people do you think we should give citizenship every year? Because we already do 1 million. Can you answer that? How many people do you think we should give citizenship to every year?
Well, I mean, you just talked about housing, right? Once again, another fucking
Dean,
pivot.
how many people?
Dude, I'm sorry, man. I'm not just going to like allow you to pivot away from everything always. You cannot stay on one consistent train of thought to save your goddamn life, okay? To save your goddamn life, you can't stay on one consistent train of thought. You're doing the weave like Trump, okay? We got from me asking you why you think undocumented immigrants are more likely to work under the table to you asking me how many individuals should be eligible for citizenship or residency on a year-by-year basis, okay? Listen, I'm not telling you that your question is invalid. I'm not telling you that your question is ultimately irrelevant to my prerogatives and my worldview. But what I am telling you is that I'm not going to allow you to ask this question and me give it a warranted response, right? Because it is being used as a pivot away from the debate that I'm trying to have with you, predicated on your original statement that undocumented immigrants are not economically productive as more of them work under the table, okay? Listen, dude, come on.
I agreed with you. Did you hear me?
Okay, so you agreed that mass amnesty is a good thing.
If
And that
more
undocumented
people should
immigrants
be
are
able to get
economically productive. Great.
citizenship,
I'm going to go to thank a
should-
handful of donors. Okay, thank you so much.
Just real quick, let me respond to this. Just real quick.
Oh, fine, whatever.
Just real quick. Okay, if we did give citizenship to all these people, like you said, I agree. Okay, so if we give 4 million more citizenship to these people, should we do that every year?
Okay.
Should we have 5 million people get citizenship every year instead of 1 million?
Yeah, so right now, I don't even know of like a theoretical cap on like the amount of individuals that could be given citizenship or residency on a year-by-year basis would like exist to the extent of being harmful to America. So like, yeah, unless you could demonstrate how in doing so would hurt this country, I'm on board with it. Because the fact of the matter is, immigration, right, from 200 years ago until today has been beneficial to this country, okay? It sustains
Okay, I want to let you know right now,
okay? It helps the economy, all right? You're still interrupting me. Unreal. Why am I having to mute you 3 times when I'm in the first 4 words of my statement? Insane. What is your goddamn problem? Why are you 3 times my age acting like somebody that I am 3 times their age of? Like, come on. What are you doing?
I was going to be able to respond just very quickly to what you said.
But I wasn't done saying what I wanted to. A response will not be warranted until I finish my statement.
Well, go ahead. But you said, how's it going to affect the United States with having that many illegals come in? And I was going to tell you.
Undocumented immigrants actually positively impact the housing market in this country since they're more likely to actively
impact it?
Dude, insane.
That's why rent is so high in California, bro. What are
we
you
doing?
talking about?
Okay, all right. So
You're wrong.
all right.
And that's why I was going to explain it to you. If we allow 50 million illegals
Sir,
to come in,
you
5 million.
you are wrong, okay? 1 out of every 7 construction workers in this country is an undocumented immigrant, meaning they are disproportionately more likely to actively participate and contribute on the supply side of the housing market. Meanwhile, 99% of lenders and renters will not give a loan to buy a house or rent to an undocumented immigrant since they don't have a social security number, meaning they are less likely to actively participate in the demand side of the housing market, right? So actually, in all reality, they apply a downward pressure on the pricing of houses in this country. Now, if you want to know something that applies an upward pressure on the pricing of houses in this country,
they all
look no
homeless?
further than Donald Trump, who because of his tariffs, has now made the lumber from Canada more expensive, the tile from Mexico more expensive, and the steel from all around this world more expensive that we actively use when building houses. All right? So Donald Trump is the only upward pressure on the pricing of houses in this conversation. Now, before I allow you to respond to that, I want to thank a handful of donors here. Victoria, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. Appreciate you for that love, Victoria. Oh, he left. Oh, wait, actually, he didn't leave. Are you still here? He disappeared. Is he gone? All right, I think he might be. Yeah, I'm going to go and finish thanking my donors. Victoria, thank you for the 50 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat, who says, Dean and Parker's live being the only thing keeping me from losing my mind when writing an essay for a food-related, that is food-related that I don't want to do, but I have to do for college. Dude, thank you for the love, Victoria, once again. Show some love to Victoria down below in that comment section. Victoria has been supporting us so much today. You are awesome. Thank you so much for your kindness. Seriously, show some love to Victoria, as well as, let's see here, Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Holy shit. Thank you so much for your kindness. Fit Dad with $100 says, somebody shut Timu RFK Jr. up, please. Dean, keep cooking this old man. LOL. Listen, I really appreciate you for the $100. That is insanely generous. That is so much goddamn money. I want to see 1,000 Fit Dad W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Elena with a $50 on Super Chat. Thank you for the love, Elena. I'm so sorry. I still haven't looked at Sleep Token. I'll make sure I do it soon. And you're asking me for an artist recommendation that I'm really into. Got a hunch you like the band Cigarettes After Sex. I don't know why. Yeah, I've actually gone to 3 of their concerts. They're great. They've been my top band on Spotify for the last 4 years straight. But I think my number one recommendation right now would have to be Backseat Lovers, man. Check them out if you haven't already. Thank you for the $50. You were awesome, Elena. Thank you for your kindness. As well as Joshua with a $50 on Super Chat. Joshua says, Dean, you were talking to a guy who wholeheartedly believed twice that the Trump government would send them checks. He made multiple videos about them. He's completely detached from reality. He'll be a great example, but is way too far gone. Yeah, I think that he's proven in this conversation that he's way too far gone. Like, there's just literally like no productive dialogue to be had. Thank you all so much for the love and kindness over on YouTube Super Chat. It actually looks like he's still with us. There's a handful of others that I do want to thank here over on Venmo and PayPal. Sandra, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, who says, I'll say it again, quote unquote, smart people don't like me, from Donald J. Trump. Dean, we need to clone you and Parker so we can have more people like you. Well, thank you for the kindness, Sandra. As well as Allison, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, I think that you're getting restricted for the anxiety pin. I got this notification in the chat saying, quote unquote, consuming substances featured in this live could be harmful. Yeah, I mean, well, that's a new restriction. They've just been hitting us with restrictions literally all day. Thank you for the $25, Allison. As well as Hannah, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says, I've learned so much from you. That makes me the happiest man alive. Thank you, Hannah. Show some love to Hannah in that chat. And then Kim, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Kim says, here's $20 for your unlimited patience. Thank you, Kim. Kyra with the $20 says, yes, obviously they're in their group chats coordinating their pregnancies, then having a slumber party on their bus on the way to the abortion clinic. Dude, yeah, I think that the average woman in this country has like, what, 900 abortions per year? I think that's the most recent statistic, obviously. Thank you for the $20. As well as Crystal, thank you for the 5. Tip with a 5. Christine with a 10. Appreciate you guys for the love. You guys have been like so fucking kind today. I'm like literally struggling to keep up with all the donations. Thank you guys, seriously, so fucking much. As well as, let's see if we have anybody else here. You know what, guest, are you still with us? Team Trump, are you still on the live?
Yeah, I'm here.
Could I get a big
everybody.
W from you for all the donations?
Oh yeah, thank you for all my donations. I appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Yeah, W for all the donations to the stream. Hell yeah, my donations. As well as Justin with a 5, Christopher with a 5, Bree with a 10, and Christopher with a 5 over on PayPal. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok or in that pin message over on the YouTube stream. So now that you've thanked my donors, I appreciate that, man. That's very kind of you. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Where do I want to start? Would you ever support a president that has sexually exploited girls and women?
I didn't support any president before Donald Trump.
That's not an answer to my question.
Well, I voted for Trump, bro. That's it.
Okay. Can you answer my question? So, like, would you ever support a president if you had certain knowledge that they had sexually exploited naked girls and or naked women?
Bro, I've already heard you show the videos. I've heard Dean Parker show the videos. I've heard Harry show the videos. Like I said, you guys are like AI robots. You saying the same shit. You got anything new?
So is the answer to that question a yes or a no?
Do you have anything new?
So it's not a yes, no, or no? I'm confused.
Bro, Trump said some dumb shit back in the day. He's fucking president.
That's also not what I asked you. Do you need me to ask it again?
Well, obviously I voted for him.
So the answer is yes?
Bro, you think I didn't know all the shit he said and did before I voted for him?
Okay, so if like you do like knowingly support somebody that has sexually exploited naked little girls as president, then how could you possibly justify mass deportation over a goddamn misdemeanor, a victimless misdemeanor?
You wanted to know why
without being the
50
largest hypocrite in the world. John, thank you for the
wanted
magic
to
world. I
know why
appreciate you for the
25
love.
million people would affect the United States in 5 years. Would you like to know how that would? Do you know how many people are in like 15 to 20 states? That'd be enough people to fill 15 to 20 states.
I have a question.
So you
wait,
think-
1 second.
So you think
Kamala,
we should
one
allow
second. Kamala Harris.
25 million
one
people to
second.
come in
Did-
5 years
Did
to
Kamala
fill up
Harris
15
sexually
to
exploit
20
little girls?
states? See, you want to deflect because you don't even know why 25 million people in 5 years would affect the United States, little man.
This isn't a deflection. This is a direct question
It is
about
a
you telling me that you
deflection.
actively support somebody
So
as
how
president that you know
would
has
it?
sexually assaulted little girls.
Dean, how would 25 million people affect the United States by coming in 5 years?
Question, is that the amount
'Cause
of
you said you didn't know how.
question, is that the amount of undocumented immigrants that you think are in the country?
You said if we gave amnesty to 5 million people a year, how would it not affect us?
Oh, you're asking me how would mass amnesty like affect the country? I could tell you.
5 million people a year in 5 years will be enough to fill 20 fucking states.
Okay, well you
Of
have
foreigners.
So they're all
Are we gonna be
undocumented
American
immigrants are
anymore?
already in the country. So it's not new people coming into the country; it's individuals that are already here and already.
That'd be 5 million new people every year because we allow 1 million people every year. What are you talking about? We don't have 25 million illegals here right now.
So it's
Do we?
So it's not about
Do we have
allowing-
25 million illegals here right now?
It's not so mass amnesty isn't about allowing new people into the country. It's about giving the undocumented immigrants that are already in the country a pathway to residency or citizenship, which would positively impact us.
I'm talking about giving citizenship to 5 million people every year. How is that going to affect us?
I could tell
5
you.
million new citizenship coming in every year for 5 years.
Okay, so like new people that are in the country.
New people that want to get citizenship from around the world, 5 million new people every year, and you want to give it to them. How is that going to not affect us?
Okay, well, I mean, historically speaking, immigration since the conception of this country until now has only been positively, it's only positively impacted the country. I mean, we
only allow 1 million people to come in every year, Dean.
Okay.
But if we allow 5 million to come in every year, it would not positively affect us. Ding dong.
All right, could you? Well, I mean, I don't even know if this is.
If 25 million people came in 5 years, it would fill up over 20 states. We'd be fucked.
All right, so could you tell me how like more immigration into America would hurt us? Could you like give me like one specific example, one specific reason?
If 20 states are full and the housing isn't being made fast enough, where's everybody going to live? They're
Okay.
going to be homeless?
All right. So you're thinking very one-dimensionally here. You're assuming that immigrants would only contribute and engage with the supply side of the housing market. Sorry, the demand side of the housing market, but not the supply side of the housing market. So like, sure, if you think that like new people coming into the country would only account for new demand, thereby making like goods, commodities, and houses more expensive, then you'd be right. But the fact of the matter is, right, immigrants come here and they work and they actually create more goods, right, and they create a larger demand for these goods, which in turn, right, leads to a larger level of production of these goods, right? So like,
Because we only allow 1 million citizenships every year. And if we allowed 5 million, that would be 25 million in 5 years.
So as
We'd
it
be
is,
fucked.
so as it is, as I already pointed out, undocumented
Can't you
immigrants
just admit
actually have a
that?
downward pressure on the pricing of houses in this country, right? So then, why do you think they'd have an upward pressure on the
It's
pricing
not
of
a
houses? in
downward
this-
pressure, bro. They're not homeless. All immigrants are not homeless.
Okay, right. Well, that might. I don't know why you're
Where are
strawmanning my
immigrants
argument.
living, Dean?
I don't know why you're strawmanning my argument. All right. So
Dean,
my
where are
argument.
immigrants living? Can
Okay.
you just answer
I-
that quick question?
So I will respond to your question, but I'm also going to point out the straw man that you just gave me to my position. So you straw man my
Straw man.
position. Yes, you straw man my position.
No, I gave you a point. You just said they're not taking down.
No, you
They're not
misrepresented.
making the housing go up.
You
But
misrepresented. You
they're just homeless?
Sir. Rachel, thank you for the fireworks. You misrepresented my position. My position is not that undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on housing because they're homeless. My position is that undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on the housing market because they're more likely to actively contribute to the supply side of the housing market and less likely to actively contribute to the demand side of the housing market when compared to
So that
citizens.
means they're not going to rent anywhere.
No, so
They're
it's
not going to have anywhere to live.
so it's
They're going to
not
build more than they're going to have places to live. That's what you're saying.
it's not that they're not going to live anywhere, right? Is that they're less likely to buy a house and they're less likely to rent a property on average when compared to citizens. And then the consideration that 1 out of 7 construction workers in this country is an undocumented immigrant, so they're more likely to build a house.
Dang, that's so bullshit.
So that's not bullshit. That's coming straight from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that is currently ran by the Trump administration, unless you would refute the authentic nature of the data reported by Donald Trump's own picks.
Okay, well, what I refute is how many houses are built every year.
Sam, thank you
And
so much for
they
the
gotta
job.
rent,
So now,
or they
so now,
gotta-
so now we're going on to the next point. Just kicking the
No,
can
it's
down the road,
not.
pivoting once again. Super
You
cute.
just said that they're not renting or they're not buying.
That's not
Where
what I
are
said at
they
all,
living?
dude. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You were
You said
literally
they're less likely to be able to rent
You're-
and they're not less likely to be able to buy. So
saying-
where are they living?
dude. Oh my God. Okay, all right. So for the last time, being less likely to buy a house or being less
Doesn't
likely
mean you're
to
not gonna be
rent a
able to.
property is not synonymous with they aren't buying houses or they aren't renting properties. So the real world material outcome of this is that we would typically see undocumented immigrants living like more individuals under a single household due to the
Yeah,
fact
you know why
that it's
they do
harder for
that?
them to buy a property and due to the fact that it's harder for them to rent a property. And
Yeah,
like
but you know why they
that's like
do that,
one of
bro?
like
I
the
know plenty of foreigners. I'm in California. They do that because 10 people live in a house and then one person saves enough money and then they move out and buy their own house. Then the next family member saves enough money and then they buy their own house. Then the next family member saves enough money and they buy their own house. And they're all having kids at the same time that they're doing it.
Okay.
I know exactly how they do it, bro. I have hella foreign friends.
So if
I have friends
you're
from
if you're
Ukraine,
telling me
friends from Russia, friends from Afghanistan, friends that are Mexican, friends that are black. I have all race friends. And the funniest thing is, I bet you only have white friends and you think you know so much about foreigners. When I see your
Okay.
group of friends that you hang out with, none of them are foreigners, but you claim to know so much about immigration and foreigners.
all right.
Bro, you don't know shit.
Okay. All right. So I want to correct you on one thing that you just said there. John, appreciate you for that magic prop. The first thing that you said, right, is that undocumented immigrants will live like 10 people to a single household. Then like each individual one of those undocumented immigrants will work and then save up enough money to buy a house. And particularly you said in California. The average price of a house in California is either like at or over $1 million. So for you to assume that every single member of a 10-member household will be able to go
Average
to work
house is
and
not $1
literally
million.
save like a little bit under at or
Average
over
house is not $1 million.
like a fucking $1
You're
million
full of shit.
in their bank account to go out and buy a house since they can't get a loan as they don't have a
Bro,
social
there's
security
300 or
number
400 grand
is like
they
is
have
like
first
is
home.
like completely fucking insane.
They got 300 or 400 grand houses that you could get first-time home buyer programs for, which you need to learn about.
For first-time
You
home buyer programs for undocumented immigrants, the federal government.
Not everybody is undocumented
the-
that lives in
the-
these houses. Maybe a few are.
So now we're no longer having a conversation about undocumented immigrants, and now you're completely changing the subject and purpose of the debate that we're having. Good to know that you can't control yourself from pivoting.
You sound a little racist when you think the whole household is full undocumented. There's probably a few documented.
Wait. So it's racist to suggest that what you said is true. Got it. Because I'm only operating off of the claim that you made in response to how absurd it is.
So you're trying to say that I said all undocumented. Okay, that's
Well,
fine. Maybe I did.
so if you're
Okay,
not
but-
specifically talking about undocumented immigrants, then you're completely changing the topic of the conversation, right?
No,
Because
what
I
I
thought
was
that we
saying
were
is
having a conversation.
probably could be
I
a
thought that we were
couple
having a
documented,
conversation about
but I
undocumented
said
immigrants
it-
in this country. Dude,
Well,
you
we
literally
were.
cannot hold yourself back from pivoting.
Oh, no.
Listen,
What I
listen.
said
Here's what I'm
was-
gonna do. Listen,
Do you
we're gonna
think the
we're gonna
House
clear.
only
Listen.
has 10?
We're gonna clear the slate. We're gonna have a fresh conversation. All right. In this fresh conversation, no pivots at all. All right. None. Not from me. Not from you. Not from anybody. Right. And if you pivot, I'm gonna kick you. Okay. Is that fair? Could we like strike a
Yeah,
deal?
that's fair. That's fair. It's about time.
Fantastic. No more pivots.
Fantastic.
All right. So here's the claim, all right, that I want you to be able to directly respond to without pivoting and directly engaging in and with the substance of the claim. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Donald Trump is a threat to law and order, as well as the American Constitution, right? For the reason being that he is not a president that wants to play by the rules, but rather a wannabe all-powerful leader that rewrites the rules. And the evidence, the substance that I want you to debate to justify this claim would be his perpetual attack and assault on the Constitution from 2020 until now. Starting off in 2020 with his fake electors plot that he admitted to in court, where he tried to rig and coup the outcome of the
He
2020
admitted to
election.
that in court.
He
Now
did.
you're lying. How did he admit it? Where's his testimony that he admitted it?
His legal defense with his lawyer then and still today, Will Scharf, right, was that, yeah, they did install fake votes for himself in Congress, but
No, that's a lie.
would you like to hear Will Scharf talk about it? John, thank you for the meteor shower. Would you like to hear it?
Sure, I'd like to hear this fake ass liar talk about it.
Fake ass liar. Do you know who Will Scharf is?
No, I don't.
It's
But if he said that, he's a liar.
dude. Will Scharf was Donald Trump's legal representation in
I
2020.
don't give a fuck.
And
There
still
was a
is
lot
today.
of snakes on Trump's team, bro.
No, he's
A
still
lot
on,
of snakes
he's still
on
on
Trump's team.
but he's still on Trump's team today.
Well, he shouldn't be if he said that shit. That's why I don't believe it.
Okay,
Because
so
he weeded
if
out
he was
most of the
lying,
snakes, and if he did say that,
if he was
hey, Dean, if
lying,
he did
then
say
why is
that,
he still
did-
like Donald Trump's personal lawyer?
He wouldn't be on the team if he did.
Exactly, he wouldn't be on the team if he lied about this. Therefore, that's not a lie. And, I mean,
Therefore, it is.
no, because he's still on the
Something
team.
was made up because he didn't say that. I promise you, there weren't fake electors put in there. And if you really think that the fucking people that pull the strings of bro, I'm telling you, okay, the president's going with great ideas, and they get told that they're going to do this or they're going to do that. And Joe Biden was one of them. Obama was one of them. Bush was one of them. Clinton was one of them. And Trump was the only one that went in there and said, "You're not telling me shit what to do. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want." Why? Because Trump's Trump. And that's why people supported him and voted for him.
Okay.
Because he's not going to have
Stop.
puppet strings.
Okay, this is all a pivot. You're actively
Pivot?
pivoting away from the substance of the
Pivot.
debate, which was over if Donald Trump had sent fake electors to 7
And I
different
said
other
he
key
didn't
swing
say
states
it,
to rig the outcome of the
Dean.
election. Okay.
That was not a fake elector scheme, and
Oh,
you got to
okay.
do more research on it, bro.
I've done all the research, and I want to give it to you. So don't interrupt
Have
me.
you talked to anybody that was in trouble for the
Interrupt
fake
me.
elector scheme?
Okay, interrupt me.
Have
from
you
the
actually
get-go.
interviewed
Okay.
anybody that
Hey.
got in trouble for the fake elector scheme?
No, I haven't interviewed Trump.
Well,
I
they've been
haven't.
plenty
I
of
haven't
people
interviewed.
have
I haven't
done
interviewed Rudy Giuliani. I haven't interviewed John Eastman. Okay, but here are the facts.
Well, that's what you should do. Step up your reporting skills and start fucking interviewing people because your platform
this
is
is
big enough
all
to
a
do
pivot.
that, Dean.
This is all a
Dean,
pivot. Big old
Unless you
pivot.
make enough money where you just want to sit
Big
here
ol'
live
pivot.
all day, but you could
Okay.
you can move your shit a lot bigger than what you are. You really can.
Okay. Thank you so much for the advice, you incoherent old man. Now back to the debate. Thank you so much.
You're
Okay.
hearing, old man, I'm 47 years old.
Jesus Christ. Really?
That's not old.
You're right.
You said I'm 2 times the age of you.
You're,
I'm
you're
not
right.
67.
47 isn't that old. I would never guess that you're 47 in a billion years. Jeez. Okay.
Yeah,
Listen.
my son's 25, bro.
Okay. All right. Going back to the debate. So, once again, Donald Trump sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different
Go to the
keys.
next one because it
Allow
wasn't
me,
fake.
allow me to finish speaking, please. Can you do that? Are you capable of doing that? Thank you very much. So he sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states in the 2020 election, and he sent them with fake votes to send back to Congress to then have Mike Pence certify it as real. We know this because Donald Trump's legal defense in front of the indictment in Congress brought forth by Jack Smith and in front of the Supreme Court on the issue was that, yes, they did send these alternative slates of electorates to these states. However, Donald Trump...
Was Jack Smith just indicted?
Just wait. Just wait.
Was Jack Smith just
Ju-
indicted?
Just wait. Just wait. I'm not done. Just
Oh,
wait.
I think he was.
Just wait. I'm not done.
And
Can
you're
you
going to
hold
quote
off?
him?
I'm not quoting Jack Smith. I'm quoting Trump's legal defense in front of Jack Smith. 2 different things.
Okay.
All right. Oh my God. So the legal defense that Donald Trump made, that Donald Trump's legal team made in front of Congress, in front of the Supreme Court, is that they did send the fake slates of electorates, okay? But they only did it because Biden rigged the election first, so they just tried to verify the authentic outcome of the election by rigging it back. And that Donald Trump should not face any legal repercussions for this because he was president when he did it. This was an official act of his presidency. Therefore, he should have presidential immunity. Additionally, we actually have the fake votes that he sent to Congress. If you go to government archives, you could read the emails between the governor's offices of these 7 key swing states that they actually sent to Congress, being like, these are fake votes. They're not real. Don't count them. You could even see pictures of the false certificates of ascertainments, okay? You could even listen to Mike Pence, his VP, say that Donald Trump wanted me to put him above the Constitution, and I wouldn't do that, okay? But the only evidence that you need to prove it was Donald Trump's legal defense in front of Congress and in front of the Supreme Court, where they straight up argued that this is something they did.
Okay, can I respond now?
Yes.
The fake elector scheme was not fake. It was bullshit to make Trump look bad, just like his whole smear campaign with Eugene Carroll.
Then why did he admit to it?
He didn't admit to it.
I'll play you Will Scharf talking about it right now.
Immune acts in the indictment are stripped away, that Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved that.
He said they weren't fake. He said they've done that from previous presidents.
Do you know
So if they could do that with previous presidents, why is it bad for Trump to do it? You're a dope. Bro.
So do you
Bro,
know when,
you think you just got me?
So do you know when Ulysses S.
You
Grant
think
served
you
as
just
president?
got me. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It does.
It's the Constitution, right?
So
Was the Constitution made before that or after that?
it does matter. So
Was the Constitution made before that or after
so
that, Dean?
Ulysses S. Grant served as
Dean, was it made after or before?
The Constitution was made before. Completely irrelevant. Back to what I was
Okay,
saying.
so that means that's why they use that as a point.
No.
Because that was relevant because the
Completely-
Constitution had already been made.
Completely wrong. Okay, so Ulysses S.
Oh,
Grant
okay.
served as president during the Civil War, right?
Awesome.
And what
Oh,
Ulysses
gee.
S. Grant did was he assembled alternate slates of electorates, very similar to what Trump did, okay? But then he never acted on them. And I would actually argue that if he did, then he would have been an authoritarian just like Trump is. 110%.
really?
Okay?
Oh, really?
And these
So
alternate
what if
slates of
the
electors,
election?
sir.
What if it?
Sir,
What if
one,
it was?
hey,
stolen,
hey,
Dean?
hey, sit the fuck down, you old piece of shit. I'm speaking, you're
Ooh.
listening. If you can't
Ooh.
keep your cool, if you can't stop the interruptions,
respect for
I'm
your
gonna, I have no respect for you, okay? Because
have
you
no
have no,
respect for
because
me?
you have no respect for the truth.
That's a Trump supporter.
I have no respect
if
for
I was
you.
a Kamala
I have no respect
supporter-
for you because you have no respect for the truth. Humble yourself, sit down, shut up, and listen up. I'm trying to speak, and you can't let me get more than 2 words out, and you haven't been able to let me get more than 2 words out for the last 44 minutes.
That's not true. You've been speaking. That's why we've been on here for so long.
The reason you've been on here for so long, and we've been trying to go over this one point for so long, is because every 2 words I speak, was the Constitution made before or after that? E. Jean Carroll, felonies are bullshit. He's voted in as president. He's lying. This is all gibberish. It's all made up. Okay? Every 2 words, you have something new to say. It is so goddamn annoying. Okay? Right? It is so annoying. It is so fucking annoying. Oh my God. Right? It is so goddamn annoying. So now
No,
to go
the
back
truth
to
is
what I
hard to
was
hear.
saying. So now to go back to what I was saying, you interrupt me again, okay? I'm going to be forced to fucking like treat you like my kindergartner treated me when I would stand up while she was teaching and try to make a joke. She told me to sit the fuck down and to go sit outside against the wall for 5 minutes. And that's what I'm going to do to you too if you don't let me finish speaking. Thank you so very much. All right. So once again, to respond, you said that they weren't fake. They were alternate. Okay. So alternate is the word that they're using as fake. So the reason why these quote unquote alternate slates of electorates were fake is because point number one, they were not ordained by the governor's office. And point number two, they did not reflect the true outcome of the vote in those states. They were modified outcomes that said Trump won them when in all reality, Trump lost them.
Well, that's pretty funny. You won them all this time. And there was no doubt about it. There was no doubt about it. So they could say it last time, but guess what?
That's a fucking pivot.
We made the election too big to rig, so they couldn't rig it.
What a fucking pivot! You disgraceful.
It's not a pivot.
Yes,
It
that
wasn't-
is a pivot. Holy
wasn't
shit!
fake.
You are completely incoherent. There's not a
wasn't
functioning brain cell in your head
won
if
in
you don't.
2020
That is
and
a complete fucking pivot. You don't have a functioning brain cell inside of your
didn't do
head
fake.
if you don't think that is a
You
pivot.
just said
We
he
were
did
talking
alternative.
about Donald Trump's
did
fake slates of
alternative.
electorates in the 2020 election,
said they were
and then your
alternative.
automatic response is to talk about how he won
You
the
just said they were-
2024 election, sir. What is the relevance of Donald Trump winning the 2024 election to the fake votes he sent to Congress in 2020?
They weren't fake votes.
Dude,
You just said it. They were
yes,
alternative.
okay, they were fake.
did
The
win.
reason they were fake,
did
I'm going to
win.
say
That's
this
why he
for
won
the
the game.
last time, for the last time, old man, the reason why they were fake is because they didn't reflect the true outcome of the votes in the states, and they weren't ordained or made official by the governor's office. Respond to those two reasons that prove they're fake.
Whatever you just said in your reading that's making you think that they're fake, they're not fake.
Respond to the reasons that I gave you to prove they're fake, old man. Sit down, shut up, and respond, or get the fuck out of my life. I'm done with your bullshit.
I just did.
No,
Both
you
of them
didn't.
were both
Go
of them-
break it down, sir. How am I wrong in arguing that they're fake? Because they weren't made official and or ordained by the governor's office, and they didn't reflect the true outcome of the vote in the state.
So if the governor wouldn't do it, does that sound like insubordination? Because the
Dude.
governor should have done it.
Wait,
If it was
why
illegal-
should the governor or ordained an unofficial or alternative
If it was legal to do
vote of the
alternative.
state that didn't reflect the true outcome of the vote?
If it was illegal to have the alternative that got the new vote, then they should have did it.
Why should the governor of hopped on board and co-signed to a untrue, false outcome of the vote in their state?
Okay, well, what if
Answer
it
the
was
question.
true?
Why you're basically saying
am.
that the government,
I am.
that the governor of
Yeah.
these states should have changed the outcome of the election and lied about how many votes Biden and Trump got. Why?
No, what they should have did is told the fucking truth instead of been bitches and act like he didn't.
Oh, they
win.
should have told the truth? That's exactly what they did in sending the
No,
real
they
vote to
didn't.
Congress. That is telling the
No,
truth.
They did, and they lied and said Trump didn't win.
Dude, according
fake-
to what court?
you
According to
need
what?
fake-
Oh wait, so now you're saying that
you
Biden
need
rigged the
fake
election.
election.
Name one court that determined
think-
Biden rigged the election.
You think I
Give me
think
one
Joe Biden-
shred of evidence. Give me a singular shred of evidence. The
Okay,
2020
let me
election is the most investigated election in American history. Donald Trump handpicked 63 handpicked courts, right, to plead his case to that Biden stole it from him. All 63 courts shot him down and said he didn't possess enough evidence to even make the claim. And then on the social side of things, where we, the people, tried to find evidence that Biden had rigged the vote, right, the outcome of that was the 2000 Mules docu-mockery, where the creators of 2000 Mules then went to court, were deposed, and admitted they didn't have any evidence for a claim they made. So, sir, give me the evidence that Biden rigged the vote. Give me the evidence.
Do you think I thought that old man really rigged it?
Okay, so if it's not rigged, then they were telling the truth by reporting to Congress that Biden won the vote in their state. Thank you so much.
His team rigged it. Joe Biden's old
Okay,
ass.
so
didn't
give
know
me
what
any
the
evidence
fuck
of
was-
that. Give me any
Joe
evidence of
Biden's
that.
team
Hey,
didn't know what the fuck
shithead.
was-
Hey, shithead. Give me any evidence of that. Where's your evidence,
Damn,
son?
Are you getting in your
John, thank you
feelings?
so much for the Zodiac wheel. Where's the evidence for that, son?
Did you just call me shithead?
Yes, I did. Where's the evidence? Give it to me.
Bro, Harry shithead.
I wish I could call you worse than
Trump
shithead.
shit all over his
I wish I
Trump
could call you
shit
things
all
worse
over
than
Harry
shithead, but
Styles.
TikTok terms of service prevents me. What's the evidence that Biden's team rigged the 2020 election? What is it?
You know, Harry, Trump shit all over both of your guys' heads.
Dude, we're
man.
not
And you call
talking
me
about Harry
shithead?
Sisson. You said that Biden's team rigged the 2020 election. What's the evidence?
Because that old fuck can never beat Trump.
Oh yeah, the evidence is he can never win. You're fucking dude. You're an idiot. You're a fucking S tier idiot. You're a disgrace. You're a goddamn disgrace to yourself. You're a disgrace to your friends. You're a disgrace to your family, and you're a goddamn disgrace to this country. The fact that you consider yourself to be a patriot makes me want to puke, eat the puke, then puke again. All right? Matter of fact, the fact that you think your big emotions, your big feelings could dictate the outcome of reality, and you're going to co-sign yourself to a goddamn coup of the American democracy just because you're fucking whining and crying that Biden beat your bitch ass boy is unreal. Get the hell out of my life. Holy shit, dude. What a disgraceful guest. I don't think I have ever spoken to such a failure of an American in my career of doing these debates every single day. There's never been such a disgraceful failure of a man that is joined this live. What a failure. What a fucking failure. Let me tell you guys, I am pissed. I am so pissed that people in this country think the way he does. Where I'm gonna cry because Trump didn't get his way. And I'm such a MAGA cult member that when Trump doesn't get his way, it is everyone else's fault. Dude, oh my God, get a load of this joker. Dude, I'm so mad. I gotta move on. Victoria, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love, Victoria. Show some love to Victoria down below. Thank you so much. Please show some love to Victoria in that chat. Thank you once again. As well as Fit Dad with a $50 who says, if he's 47, I'm Bad Bunny. Appreciate you for the love, Fit Dad and Victoria. Show some love to Fit Dad and Victoria down below in that comment section. As well as Matina, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, because that shithead was super annoying. Literally, I'm going to say this, the most annoying guest that has ever been on this live. Unbeat, unparalleled, most annoying guest that has ever been on this live stream in the nearly 3 years I've been doing it. Thank you for the $25, Matina. Show some love to Fit Dad, Victoria, and Matina down below in the chat. Give them some love for their love. Thank you guys so much for your donations. As well as Caitlin, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, thank you for your positive intentions to educate these idiots. Well, I appreciate you for the love. Thank you for the $20, Caitlin. As well as Diana, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, thank you for clocking all these Trump supporters. My days go faster at work. Thank you, Dean. Thank you for the $20. As well as Sandra, thank you for the 5. And Taylor, thank you for the 5. You guys are epic. As well as Ashton, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Let's get 300 Ashton W's. Ashton with the $30 says, listening to this fool is exactly how it feels to be living in Arkansas right now. Keep on keeping on, and thank you. Ashton, thank you for your support. I can't do it. I don't know how anybody does it. If anybody is watching this live right now that knows somebody in person like that guy, I feel so bad for you. I feel so fucking bad for you. Thank you for the $30 once again. As well as, let's see here, Jaden. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Jaden says, hey, Dean, I respect how patient and thoughtful you are in your debates. I'm guessing that was sent before the crash out. Thank you for the $10. I try my hardest to be. And usually I succeed at that. I failed there at the end of that last conversation. As well as Daryl, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Thank you, Daryl. Daryl says, you absolutely rule. I have not been able to make proper decisions or arguments about politics and the world situation before you. Thank you. Don't stop, Daryl. You were the reason why I do these streams. I'm so happy that they positively help people be able to better understand politics and construct arguments to justify what they believe in and why. Shit like that, helps me be able to deal with the fact that I just talked to so many idiots like that last guest. You know what I mean? Because there's a greater good, and the greater good is you and people like you. Thank you for the love, Daryl. And then one big one here, Christopher. Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Holy crap, Christopher. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Christopher. I want to see 1,000 Christopher W's down below in that comment section. Christopher with $100 says, update immigration paths so the paths that exist exploit citizens, businesses, and immigrants. And we got it, and we got to get it done. Christopher, it is good to see you again. You're hanging out with us every day at this point. You are awesome. You're a goddamn icon. Show some love to Christopher down below in that chat. All the love in the world to you. Thank you so much, man. And listen, for everybody that's hanging out with us in here, I don't know. I think that a restart may be in order because we got about 1 billion flags talking to that last guest. I'm not going to restart it quite yet. If we do need to restart it, we'll do that after the next guest. I don't know. I don't know if we need to quite yet. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, they're not here. We're going to go and kick them. Oh, sorry, they spoke there at the end. Hey, if you're a Trump supporter, feel free to hop in that queue. We'll get you up here. All right, we got Eva loading into the box. Here we go. All right. All right, Eva's not loading in. We're going to go and kick Eva, move on to the next guest, guys. Only join in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Just looking for some debates. Ooh, I need to calm down after that last guess. Holy crap. Hey, what's up? I just kicked you. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
23.
All right. Go ahead and tell us why you support Trump while you are. I'm just going to go ahead and take a couple deep breaths and try to calm down and take it away.
Well, yeah, I've been listening to that whole last debate. That was a little bit much. He definitely was diverting a lot, so I get that. But the first thing that I wanted to start off with, I am a Trump supporter, but do you really think it's like appropriate, no matter what the other person believes, but to call, I guess, an elder a sorry piece of shit to their face? Like, that's kind of rude. Do you not agree with that?
I agree. That was rude. I agree. I need to do better. I need to do better. Respectability politics. That's right. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I've been listening to you for the past few weeks, and the main thing that I keep trying to jump on here for is you keep saying how Trump defunded 10 million people from getting Medicaid. I mean, I understand. Yes, and I understand where you're saying that, and that seems like a very large number. But do you really think that everyone on Medicaid deserves to be on Medicaid?
Yes.
Really? You think people don't have a way of lowering their income on taxes and whatnot to be able to be onto Medicaid?
So you're talking about like lying about your income?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't understand like what the relevance would be of that related to Donald Trump's cuts to Medicaid. Because, you know, the reason why 10 million low-income Americans are losing access to Medicaid isn't because he's cracking down on fraud, but he's imposing like a new federal minimum income that has to be applied in all 50 states. He's defunding it by $900 billion, and he's imposing a new work requirement. So actually, if anything, right, not only are the provisions that he introduced through the Big Beautiful Bill that are taking 10 million people off of it going to be like harmful for that reason, but they're also likely going to increase fraud.
So I'm going to be honest, I don't know what the point is in the defunding. What was the new like regulations regarding like who got cut from Medicaid?
Well, the point in defunding it was to make the Big Beautiful Bill cost less, right? So if he didn't defund Medicaid by $900 billion, then the Big Beautiful Bill would have cost $5.4 trillion, okay? Right? And he basically saw that. He was like, holy shit, right? I can't be spending $5.4 trillion on the greatest redistribution of wealth from poor people to rich people in history of this country. Therefore, if we just cut another social program that specifically benefits low-income Americans by $900 billion, then I'll just make the greatest redistribution of wealth in this country from the poor to the rich only cost $4.5 trillion. You know? Thoughts? Feedback? Can't hear you when you're on pause, by the way. And she's gone. Okay. Daryl, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal, my man. Appreciate you for the love. That's actually Darrell. There we go. Darrell, thank you so much. Darrell says, you still rule. It's pronounced Darrell. Figured you should know since you'll likely have to say it again, lol. Don't stop. Well, I apologize for mispronouncing your name, Darrell. Thank you so much for the $30, my friend. Let's go to get 200 Darrell W's down below in that comment section, spelled Darrell. Huge W's for Darrell, as well as Janet. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says my weekly walks with my MAGA neighbors sound like this. I've lost my mind a couple of times. Yeah, I don't blame you. I lost my mind pretty bad there. As well as Denise, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Denise says, please, Dean, reconsider using age is a part of an insult to your insufferable guests. I myself am terrified most of your guests are indoctrinated MAGA under 30. I'm a 65-year-old progressive, as multitudes of us are. Peace bear. Well, listen, right? It's not a bad thing to be like older. It's not like an insult to be older. But I do think it's like a really bad thing, and it's almost insulting to intellect and a greater fight to seek truth, to be older and still be so delusional, right? To be older, to have 65 years to explore truth, to learn reality, and still be so far gone, right? But like, I understand how that could come off. You make a good point. Reconsidered and approved. I'll make sure that I make it clear that I'm not using age as an insult. I completely agree. Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Tracy, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, saying that last guess was out of hand. Absolutely. Thank you for the $10. And Aaron, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well, who says, love you, Dean. I watch your debates every day. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Aaron. Show some love to our donors. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the love. What's going on? MAGA, buff emoji, college slash life. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Age?
20.
What year were you born in?
2005, January 21st.
How long do you expect me to believe that for? Moving on to the next guest. We got Not the Lion loading up in. By the way, I just wanted to say, I think it's really cool. We've been able to hang on to like over 10,000 people in the stream the whole time, considering the fact that every 3 seconds we get a new restriction on the live. Good shit. As well as Stephanie, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Let's get 300 Stephanie W's in that chat. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Stephanie says, hey, Dean, listening in again from the UK. These Medicaid conversations blow my mind listening from a country that has national health service where everyone is entitled to the same level of care. Why are some Americans so against that? Because of like literal propaganda. Like we're so far behind because of like political propaganda to further like particular narratives. It's so sad. Thank you for the $30, Stephanie. That's kind of you. Show some love to Stephanie down below in the chat. And thank you one last time for your generosity. W, Stephanie. What's going on, Not the Lion? Do you support Trump? Hello? All right, Not the Lion's not here. After this next guest, folks, we are going to go ahead and hit a restart. Just unfortunately, just because it looks like, the restrictions have really taken a toll on TikTok. I bet we could get more Trump supporters in here if we do a restart. But what's going on, Debate Taco 6? Do you support Trump?
Looks like, the restrictions have really taken it to TikTok.
Hello? Do you support Trump?
Hey, man.
Hey, are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. What month?
October.
What day?
15th.
So you just turned
Like,
18.
I'm just 18.
All right.
Yeah.
So why do you support Trump?
Well, what I kind of want to talk to you today about is, like, abortion, kind of. Like, I just kind of want to know where you stand on that.
What time is it where you're at?
What time is it where I'm at?
Yeah.
6:16.
Okay, and what's election day in America? He's Canadian. You heard the about. He's Canadian. Very, very, very Canadian. Very, very Canadian. Jin, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Jin says, asking if somebody, quote unquote, deserves healthcare is insane. No, I agree. I think that healthcare is a human right. Being without healthcare, like, is so fucking, like, it's so tough. I've been there before. It's terrible. Thank you for the $25, Jen. As well as Wesley. Thank you for the $13. Wesley says it's funny how uneducated people are in healthcare. Universal doesn't inherently mean single payer. There's so many types of systems and hybrid models that would be far and much better than what we currently have. Yeah, well, the reason that so many individuals are uneducated on it is because that's, what the GOP wants. The GOP wants you to be uneducated so then they could just, stuff propaganda down your throat. And I don't think that the Democratic Party has been proactive enough in seeking universal health care and educating people about the nuances of it. As well as Cameron, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. And Madison, thank you for the $3. You guys are awesome. All right, listen, for the 9.8 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, we are unfortunately going to go ahead and hit a restart on the TikTok stream just because we have maybe gotten around 20 through 30 live violations. It's been absolutely insane. We are unfortunately going to need to hit a restart. So here's how to come back after the restart. First point, make sure to follow me right now. So once we're back, if you can't follow the steps on how to come back quicker, at the end of the day, you're going to be able to find me in your following list. Hoodlum, I'll let you be my first guest if you want to come back after the restart. And the easiest and quickest way to come back after the restart is once the stream ends, it'll say live has ended. Then it'll show you my profile picture. You click on that profile picture, you'll be directed to my account page. Once you're on my account page, which will look like this, literally count to 10, refresh by scrolling down on the videos, and then you'll see a new glowing red live orb around my profile picture. You click onto that and you'll be in the new stream. I'd really appreciate it if as many of you guys came back as possible so we could have a successful start to the restart to the stream and hopefully get back to where we were and continue to have these debates. One last thing. I also kind of need to use the restroom. I need to go pee. So I'm going to restart the stream, and then for the first 45 seconds of it, it's just going to be my empty chair. I'm going to be gone because I'm going to be in the restroom. So expect that when you come back. But I'll see everybody on TikTok in literally 5 seconds because that's how long the restarts take. See you soon. And then for everybody hanging out with us over on YouTube, of course, I'm not going to restart that stream. You guys are all good. I'll see you guys shortly. I'm going to go run to the restroom. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome back everyone. Hi, welcome back into the restart. If you're just tuning back in from the restart, make sure to say what's good down below in that chat. I'm going to try to say hey to a couple people here before we hop back into those debates. What is up, Taylor? What's up, Taylor 2.0? Hello, Sophia. What's up, Jacob? Welcome in. As well as Tree, thank you for the 20 big ones over on that YT chat super. Appreciate you so much for the love. And I'm really sorry to hear that, Tree, and I'm really happy that the streams could help put you in a positive mood. Tree also says, thank you for all that you do. You inspire me every day for a better world. Tree, you've been hanging out with us for months. I just want to let you know that you are loved and appreciated. And I'm really sorry to hear that. And just thank you for being here. As well as Eduardo, thank you for the 10 big ones. And Jay with the 10 big ones as well, saying I just want to say thank you for what you do. I am now 3 months clean from SH, so thank you. Good fucking job, Jay. I'm really proud of you. And everybody else is here, and here is as well. I'm really happy that the streams have been able to help put you in a better mood. You're awesome. Shout out to Jen. Shout out to everybody. I really appreciate you guys for the love. Now, let's go ahead and hop back into those conversations. Go ahead and hop in that queue if and only if you are a Trump supporter and you'll want to come up here and have a conversation. All right, what is going on? Age, please.
50.
50, really?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying that I have a bunch of bots in here right before the restart. Do you think that I pay for bots to watch the stream?
No, but I think that the people that support you do.
Oh, so other people pay for bots to watch the stream.
Yeah, the media group that you belong to.
I don't think that anyone pays for bots to watch my stream.
So you think that all of the people in your lives are organic?
Yes.
Okay.
Why
All
do you
right.
think otherwise?
Well, I mean, both you and I know the truth, but it's okay.
And what's the truth? Share it with us.
Well,
Expose me.
there's a lot of bots on this app, is there not?
I mean, I wouldn't know because I'm not familiar with bots or botting. But
Mm.
just saying that you can bot like viewership, you can bot views, you can bot likes doesn't mean or indicate that I do bot viewership, likes, or views. So would you be able to give an argument to justify that?
Well, no, I just don't think that your following is organic, Dean.
Okay, and what's your evidence?
Well, I would argue that the fact that you have 12K in one live, right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's just do a percentage of that 12K, right? Like, what is the possibility that at least 2K is not organic?
0.
0? So you don't
Yes.
think you have any bots in your lives at all?
Yes.
Okay, and what would be your argument for that?
Because I don't bot my lives, so therefore I wouldn't have any bots in my life.
So nobody else could bot your lives?
Well, I don't think if somebody did, then we would see that at like inconsistently like high viewerships. But we don't see inconsistently high viewerships. We see like the same consistent high viewership every single day. Not to mention, we also see a natural progression of the uptick of viewers that come into this stream. You know, like for instance, when you joined the stream, we were at like around 5,000 viewers. Now, like even just like a minute and a half into our conversation, we're already up to 6.8 thousand viewers, and that wasn't an inconsistent jump up to 6.8 thousand viewers. It's been a natural progression that has changed by around 100 people every like 30 seconds or so. Like 100
So,
people
like-
every like 10 to 20 seconds.
So I would argue that with like when you're on live with your wrestling partner, Parker, right? And you do lives and there is not as many people. So wouldn't your followers follow you into Parker's live just the same when he has like maybe 4K, but yours
They
don't
actually-
follow you in there?
No, they actually do. When I join Parker's live, like typically his viewers will go up by like 1 to 2 to 3K.
But why don't they get to 12?
Because joining somebody as a guest is not the same thing as hosting your own live. It's not
But,
pushed
I mean,
out the
aren't
same in the
they the-
algorithm.
It's not pushed out the same in the algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's like it's classified as like two different things because still yet it's classified as his live stream and I'm just merely a guest on it, meaning that individuals can find me like if like I have like my live status on and they like go to their following list and see me, but like they don't get a notification that I'm live and like it also doesn't push it out as my live in the For You page.
I see.
Right. So then what would your evidence be that I bought my views?
Well, no, I'm just saying that I personally don't think they're organic. I mean, I've known you for a very, very, very long time, Dean.
So they're not organic. Oh, and if you've known me for a very long time, then you would have been able to see the natural progression of like my following and my viewership grow, not just on like TikTok, but also on Instagram, YouTube, X, and Threads. You know, it's like if it's
remember-
all just like unorganic, if it's all just like simply unorganic, right? Well, then explain to me like who the hell is funding, right? The thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars required, you know, to keep over like 100 million views per month on Instagram, to keep like the nearly 3 million followers on Instagram, the views on every single post, the likes on every single post, the comments on every single post, the views on my story, the engagements with the story, the views, the likes, and the comments on Threads, the over 100,000 followers on Threads, the near 500,000 followers on X, the views, the likes, the reposts, the reshares, and the comments on X. Then, of course, on TikTok, the views on the post, the likes on the post, the saves on the post, the shares on the post, the comments on the post, the followers on the account, which is now like 4.6 million, plus on the lives, not just the views on the lives, but the likes on the lives, the comments on the lives, and the shares on the lives, and then the YouTube, the views on the individual videos I post on YouTube, the concurrent viewers on the lives on YouTube's, the views that come once the live is over and then categorized as a VOD on YouTube, the comments that come on the YouTube live, and then the comments that come once the YouTube live is over and it's transformed into a VOD, and the likes on every single YouTube post, rather that's a live or a video. Right? Do you see how it's like a little bit insane and absurd to assume that like I'm just botting all these things so intricately. Like, sure, if I was polling like 15,000 viewers on TikTok, but I only had like 10,000 followers and I didn't have social engagement anywhere else on the internet, then you would have a pretty strong case for botting. But because that's not the case at all, you don't.
So, Dean, that was a whole lot, and I appreciate your like very, very strong defense of your platform, and I bet you that made you feel really, really good. But see, I know this little guy named Dean with like sunglasses and this cheap jacket. They used to come on the app and like crash out every day and do his whole hair flip and take the earphones off and just like, that guy, don't you? You remember that guy? I remember that guy. Yeah, I remember you so being desperate for attention. And look at you now. You've gotten all of the attention that you deserve, right?
Okay, well, I don't know if it's what I deserve. I don't know if I really deserve like anybody's attention. Individuals choose to give it to me. And yeah, no, I definitely remember the lives that I hosted like a year and a half, 2 years ago. They were pretty fucking fun. I had to like teach myself how to remain patient, not crash out on every single guest, to be a little bit more professional. But like God, if you go back and you watch the VODs from like the lives that we used to host like 2 years ago, yeah, they were pretty fucking fun.
Yeah, I remember very so often watching you get dog walked because you didn't have all the AI sitting in front of you. You remember those days, Dean?
I don't remember the
You
days.
remember those days?
I don't
bro?
remember the days when I got dog walked, period. I didn't have AI in front of me then, and I don't have
course.
AI in front of me now.
You know, but you did, right? So, you
No, I
just
didn't.
admitted that you did. Oh, what a slip on your part.
No, I said that I
But
didn't
hey,
have AI in
Dean,
front of me then, and I don't have AI in front of me now. I'm
Dean,
sorry if
you,
you can't track
you know
the
what's
words that are coming
ironic?
out of my mouth.
You know what's ironic is I dog walked your boy Parker the other day, and I'm just kind of dog walking your kind of shit show pony that you got here.
How so?
And
How so?
just know that.
Do you mind if I ask you how you
Just
dog
know
walking me?
that it's no mistake that the DNC wants to connect with young people, and I think that you should do better and
That's
actually like
the
not
DNC
put
wanted
up such a
the DNC
hack of
wanted
a
it. Wait, one
biased
second.
position.
What does the DNC have to do with me?
Well, I don't know. Why don't you tell us?
Nothing.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
I think that you're paid by people that are paid by the DNC. Absolutely.
Wait, so the DNC gives people money to then give to me? Like for instance,
Absolutely.
so I just got 25 big ones from Barbara on Super Chat. Barbara says, Dean, this guy's a condescending ass, kick him. So funny. Yes. Thank you for the 25 big ones, Barbara. Show some love to Barbara down below in those live chats. So you think that like that money was given to her by the DNC?
No, I mean there's some sort of organic support, sure, but all of your real money, and you know this, comes from the DNC.
Wait, so only like some of the accounts are fake? Okay, well, let's just go through like a lot of the donations because we got in a bit. So like Rami just gave me 20 big ones over on that super chat saying we
Oh my
pay
God,
Dean Sparky.
$20.
Appreciate you for the love of Rami. So it was like Rami fake? Or like, so Lars just gave me $25 over on Venmo saying this man is too old to rage bait. Is Lars fake? Thank you for the $25. Or like ISAS just gave me $10 on Venmo. Now their message was beat boot. Here's some bot money, Dean. Okay, was that one of the fake accounts? Were they like a DNC bot that's like funneling me money through like the V and the P and found in the bio of my TikTok account and the pinned message on YouTube?
Well, you do know the algorithm can be on multiple platforms, right? You can pay for the algorithm. Dean. I mean, come on.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, you have a platform as big as this, and you don't know about the algorithm and how you can manipulate it.
I'm very
Really?
familiar with the algorithm. That's like one of the many reasons why I'm successful as a creator is because like I know how to like frame my videos in a sense that are like predisposed to like good engagement by being like concise and to the point and being like clear with like the words that I use. But like I don't understand what that has to do with the conversation about you accusing me of like funneling money from the DNC to my Venmo and PayPal. Once again, found a link tree in my bio through like fake donor accounts on Venmo and PayPal.
Well, you know what video of yours that I really did enjoy is when you crashed out over your emotional pin. That was one of my favorites.
Talk about anxiety pin. I'm so sorry if you don't have the media literacy to pick up that was a satire joke, but it's kind of funny.
Oh no, I'm giving you that credit. I'm giving you that one. Like that was funny.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that was good.
John, thank you so much for the 20 for the 20 big ones for the bot money over on Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love, John. As well as Catherine with the $10 on Venmo says, so is this fake? I don't know. It's bot money. Appreciate you for the 10 big ones. Appreciate you so much. As well as Lee. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Lee. Lee says yesterday was Liam. Now this dipshit, here's $20 from the DNC. Thank you, Lee. As well as Jessica, thank you for the 5 big ones over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Brett with a $1. Tiffany with the 20 big ones, saying I'm an organic and ethically sourced Dean's live viewer. No bot here. Appreciate you for the $20, Tiffany. As well as Antonio, thank you for the $7. Joy with the $5. And Wanda, thank you so much for the 50 big ones over on the Venmo. Let's fucking go, Wanda. I want to see 500 big Wanda W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for your kindness from the DNC, as well as No Name. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. And Bree with the $10, who says it's weird being called organic. Good thing I'm a bot. Yo, W bots in that chat. As well as Conjure with the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love. And holy shit, Emily! Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy fuck! Emily with $100 says I'm a bot paid for by the DNC. Yeah, dude. Thank you, Emily. Is Emily one of those bots? Is that like $100 funneled from the DNC?
Well, it's amazing that, like, you know, when I do this to the, you know, bought and paid for DNC influencers, like all of the Democrats just like willfully give all kinds of money to you guys. It's quite interesting.
Wait. So now you're admitting that it's not the DNC.
A form of psychosis, actually.
Wait, now you're admitting it's not the DNC because you just said it's real Democrats. Therefore, it's not the DNC.
Well, yeah,
you just contradicted your own point.
I'm not saying you don't have some organic involvement.
Wait, so like,
I'm just saying that
how can I decipher like which one of these donations is like not organic?
Well, that's a great question, Dean. Have you ever looked at that?
No, we're looking at it right now. Like I just got $10 from Kelly over on the Venmo, who says this dude is so jealous and I love it. Appreciate you for the $10, Kelly. Was Kelly organic?
I don't know Kelly. Do you know Kelly?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at her profile picture. It doesn't look like a bot to me. And then another Kelly with a $1. Okay, now this Kelly says beep boop DNC bot money. Okay, that's definitely one of the non-organic ones, right? That's one of the fake ones. Pretty funny. Is that one of the fake ones?
No, I think that was organic.
No, okay.
Maybe organic.
Yeah, Zachary, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. It says DNC dollars for Dean. LMAFO, beep boop. As well as Allison with the $2. And Peyton, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. It says beep boop, beep boop. Let's fucking go. As well as Grandma Diane with the $20 on Super Chat, who says, why is he so worried about your money? He's scared to debate. Yeah, I think that we should hop into the debate. Thank you for the $20. As well as Raymond, thank you for the $8 on PayPal. Who says, I'm a DNC bot. As well as Michelle, thank you for the $5. Kel, thank you for the $5. And Matina with the $25, who says, this guy, he sounds like an angry, jealous Andy Richter. I'm not familiar who that is.
Andy
#organic.
Richter.
Thank you so much for the $25, Matina. As well as Angel, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal as well. You know, we're just loading up on all of that DNC beep boop bot money. Appreciate you.
Okay,
let's get a
into
WDNC
it.
down below. Tell us why you support Trump.
Oh, well, because he controls our borders, got fantastic foreign policy, and he's effectively using the laws that we have on the books to get rid of immigrants that shouldn't be here.
Sounds good. Quickly before I respond to that, there's one really big donation that I like to thank. This came in a while ago. I just didn't see it until now. Victoria, thank you so much for another $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the kindness, Victoria. Holy shit. Victoria says...
now you can...
Here's $100 to let you know that not all Canadians are trolls, and I want you to use this to buy Momo some treats for me. Also love your streams, dude. Fucking big up you to Victoria. Thank
now
you
you can pay for your BMW. Congratulations.
I don't own a BMW. I wish I did.
What do you got? Tell me.
Well, I'm not going to tell you what kind of car I drive, but I will tell you I don't own a BMW.
Okay. All right. So
anyways,
what's
to respond to your
your
point? So you just said that you think he's effectively managing immigration. So what's like one thing that he's done that is like good to effectively reduce undocumented entry into this country?
We no longer have a catch and release into the interior of the country. We have a border that is clear. The message is don't come. And because of that clear message, unlike in the Biden administration that was to come, that we don't have people crossing over the border.
Okay. right? Well, I would say the reason why that message is clear, which it is, right, is because he is now like incentivizing undocumented immigrants to not enter into this country at all, because he's basically telling them that if you do enter this country, then you're going to have your human and constitutional rights violated, okay? Because matter of fact, that is what he's already doing to the undocumented immigrants that are in this country, right? So I wouldn't say that he's been able to effectively reduce undocumented entry with good policy. He's been able to reduce it with literal fucking fascism by like illegally deporting Abrigo Garcia to Sica in El Salvador, where he was like beaten and tortured and starved for 3 weeks, or like illegally deporting hundreds of Venezuelan immigrants to Sica in El Salvador too without due process, which then led to a federal judge rule that he did that without due process, meaning it was unconstitutional, or like blackbagging college students by plainclothes officers that have failed to identify themselves and then taking them to ICE detention centers 1,000 miles away, violating the withholding order of a judge, or even detaining legal immigrants like Mahmoud Khalil, holding him in an ICE detention center for 3 months, even though he's a legal green card holder, okay? And like when the immigrants see that, they're like, holy shit, like I no longer think I'm gonna have a better life in America, so I'm not gonna come in. But obviously this is wrong because it's like a violation of human and constitutional rights, and it's short term in the sense at the moment we no longer have a president that's a literal goddamn fascist. That incentive structure is gonna reverse and go away because we're no longer like torturing, we're no longer like deporting without due process, and we're no longer violating the rights of the immigrants.
So, can you tell me, since 1952 and the different administrations that had deportations very similar to, if not equal to the sum of what you just said, tell me that Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, and all of the Democrat administrations have not done exactly the same, like kids in cages, holding them at the border so they can be verified, separating parents, stopping DNA testing for the coyotes, and expedited deportations, Dean.
Well, I mean, here's like the crazy part. I'm not a DNC shill, as you suggested. I'm actually capable of criticizing like the DNC and Democrats as well. And I think that like, you know, like in the 90s, for instance, when Clinton was president, he did a lot of things that were like entirely regressive and really bad for immigration in and mass deportation out of this country by passing things like expedited removal and limited due process, right? And I could criticize for that for them too. But for you to suggest that these two things are identical is false, right? Because matter of fact, Obama didn't deport anybody without due process. Obama's administration didn't illegally deport somebody to a center for terrorists in El Salvador where they were beaten and tortured, okay? And what Kamala Harris ran on is something similar to what her and Biden did by focusing on the disproportionate deportation of only those with prior criminal convictions, right? Instead of the removal of any and all undocumented immigrants, including those that have been in this country for 25 years with no criminal history, like inside of the country, and are just here to create a better life for them and their family, right? Matter of fact, I think that we should only deport undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses and withstanding warrants from other countries for pretty insane criminal offenses, and everybody else should be offered a pathway to mass amnesty. And obviously, the political party that is closer in proxy to that goal is the left, not the absolute fucking lunatic violating their rights, trying to push them all out of the country and hiring judges to do it with no experience whatsoever, simply because they're willing to like, you know, aid to his beck and call.
So, Dean, what you're saying is Consuela, right? That's been here for 24 years.
Dude, I'm so sorry.
And
Dude,
what?
get a grip. Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
Well, what you're saying basically is that somebody that has been in this country for the better part of 20 years that does not have her papers together has just as much right to stay here than somebody that has done it the correct way in that same time frame. And I would argue that what you're doing is using emotional pleadings for an argument not based on the law. So what you're doing is putting your emotions and your emotional positions over the law. And the last time I checked, we are a country of law and order. So let me ask you, do you think the federal government would open itself up to litigation of discrimination because they're picking winners and losers based on emotional pleadings?
Okay. Well, I'm going to respond to the first thing that you said there. You think that I'm just putting like my emotional pleadings over what the law is today. No, I'm putting my logical and rational pleadings over what the law is today in an attempt to advocate for the law to be updated, because I think that mass deportation is so incredibly America last, harmful to this country, harmful to the citizens of the country, and harmful to the immigrants. And if you can't conceptually understand the idea of criticizing the law that exists and wanting to make it better, then it makes absolutely a total sense that you're on the wrong side of history advocating for aggression in every single place we see it. Also, not to mention that you're fucking no one to talk about putting emotional pleadings over the law, considering the fact that you're actively supporting a 34-count felon adjudicated rapist as president that on day one gave full presidential pardons to 72 people convicted of violent assault on cops on the steps of his Capitol with the emotional plea that they're patriots and that they helped him in his attempted coup.
So let me just start with this. I think it's very dangerous for you to put the emotional perspective of what you think the law is moral or not as to whether it should be followed. And yes, I think it's somewhat of a delusional position for you to take that because you don't agree with the law, so therefore it shouldn't be enforced, is not what this country is founded on. And you're putting the cart before the horse when you say this, because the Democrats had every opportunity to change the immigration laws of this country the first 2 years of the Biden administration, but they did not do so. But now all of a sudden you're blaming another administration for the fault or the inadequacy of the Democrat Party the first 2 years of the Biden administration for not effectuating that change that you so call for, but instead you're blaming us, being the Trump administration, right, for upholding the laws that are on the books. If you don't like the laws, then change them, but you don't not follow them just because you don't agree with them. That's not how this country is supposed to be made.
Well, exactly. You just said it yourself. If you don't like the laws, then change them. That's all I'm advocating for. In fact, that's what I just said in the response that you didn't listen to, nor did you acknowledge. All that I'm saying here is that I think the law in the books, mass deportation, is bad. I think that mass deportation destroys this country, reduces our GDP by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion per year, according to the American Immigration Council. I think that it removes 8.4 million of our laborers, 11 million of our consumers, reduces the average socioeconomic standards of Americans, destabilizes our industries, has led to human rights encroachments, and is terrible for this country, so I advocate to change it. But when you heard me say that, you were instead responded to that by misrepresenting my position, claiming that I'm emotionally pleading, not to mention that you didn't respond to my last statement where I told you you have no right to speak on the basis of emotional pleas overwhelming the law and ignoring the law due to the fact that you ignored the law in voting for Trump to be president, because the only reason why he was given no sentence for his 34 felonies, and those were ignored and left unaccounted for, was because he won the presidency and the judge didn't want to put a sitting president in jail. You are actively responsible for having the encroachments on the law, the felonies committed by one man ignored by our courts because you decided to vote for him to be president. So all of this is nothing more than a mere projection. Now to respond to your claim about the Democrats and how they didn't pass mass amnesty, but yet I just shift all the blame onto the Republicans, I will repeat this again. You have a false assumption of me that I just think whatever the Democrats do is great. The Democrats never get it wrong, and I don't think the Democrats could do any better. But in fact, my ideal immigration policy is even further left than the Democratic Party, okay? I agree the Democratic Party is not endorsing mass amnesty. I agree that the Democratic Party has a lot of progress to do there, but all that I'm saying is that MAGA has even more progress to do there because unlike the Democratic Party, they want to remove every undocumented immigrant. Unlike the Democratic Party, they don't care if in removing the undocumented immigrants, they're violating their human rights, they're violating their constitutional rights, or they're breaking the law. Unlike the Democratic Party, Donald Trump wants to infringe on the constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants and their children. An example of that would be him passing Executive Order number 14160 his first day into office when he attempted to illegally take away birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil, even though that's been guaranteed to them since the amendment was ratified in 1865 and then reaffirmed as to apply to undocumented immigrants in 1897, right? I would have really appreciated it if you'd respond to the set of facts. That's all I got to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that when we had Joe Biden in the primary talk about wanting to hear people's asylum claim, come, surge the border, were his exact words. I think that sends a message to the people in support with Agenda 2030, with the IMO and the UN's objective to flood first world countries, not just the United States, but all first world countries with immigrants and refugees. I think that when you bring the third world country to first world countries, you're going to get a third world country at the end of the day. And it's of my argument that this argument that not you, but many people make about the financial benefits to our economy with these said workers would be equivalent to having the newcomers become the new slaves of America. And if you don't support what has already happened, I would argue that you shouldn't support this.
Okay, so your first statement was a but Biden. Once again, I'm happy to talk to you about Biden's comments as soon as you could address Trump's and everything else that I just listed. But you've actually pivoted around every single one that I've brought
No.
up, so I'm not going to do you the grace of engaging in your comments that you brought up about Biden until you at least engage in one of the comments that I brought up about Trump, ranging from me pointing out your hypocrisy and saying that I'm emotionally clean and placing my emotions over the law. Meanwhile, I've now described like 5 different specific circumstances of you doing that with Trump or Trump doing that for himself by pardoning the violent rioters on J6, by you
Sure.
like advocating for him to not face
Yeah, I
any
can
judgment or
comment on
punishment
that.
for his 34 felonies, because the only reason he wasn't given a sentence for them is because he was made president. The fact that you made an adjudicated rapist president when a rapist couldn't even get a job at McDonald's, more or less even a felon, or the fact that it's hypocritical for you to suggest that, well, a simple misdemeanor is so bad we need to destroy the country over it, we need to separate families for it, we need to take naked children out of their beds and force them in the back of U-Haul vans for it, but then being an adjudicated rapist isn't bad at all. If somebody were to do it, then we need to make him president for it. Super fucking hypocritical. And then in response to your last point, saying that, oh, well, I mean, like supporting immigration to this country will just make the country worse. There's not a numerical, empirical fact that you could point towards to demonstrate that your point is true. Immigration in this country's history has only made this country better. Okay, economically speaking, it makes it go boom. Morally and socially speaking, it makes it go boom. Undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely to commit any and all crimes compared to U.S. citizens. Okay, so on and so forth. So I don't know. If you think that a third world, quote unquote, shithole, as you and Trump likes to say, right, is a country with a more prosperous consumer base, with a more prosperous labor force, with a more prosperous economy overall, with citizens and people inside of the country that are less likely to commit crimes, shit, maybe it's not such a shithole after all. Right?
So let's address the first thing that you said about a felon being in the White House. So there's no law against that taking place, number one. Number two, he is not an adjudicated rapist, as you said. You and I both know that that is an exaggerated statement. At best, you have a civil case for SA, and you know it. So that's you working in bad faith. Let's see here. Oh,
Can I
the
respond to
fact
that?
that Donald, no, you rambled.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And furthermore, your argument about these immigrants, I'm going to call them the newcomers, right? And there is no way to put into a matrix of data when you're including the people that are here undocumented, because there's no way to document them doing the things that you are accusing us of saying. So, you know, I'm going to fall on the fact that your matrix is fouled, and the fact that the Democrats want to play these games with words, saying asylum seekers, green card holders, worker permits, B1 visas.
It's
I mean,
H1B.
you have 15. Yeah, you have 15 different ways to segment your data to look however the heck you want to. And I would argue that based on the congressional committee's findings, that the immigrants are net negative based on the benefits and the expense that they would require for those benefits in said country of like $70,000 a year. So yeah, it might be good for companies to contract to hire like these immigrants to save and have more profitability. But this is also coming from a party that supposedly isn't supporting the mega corps of America and the profit margin. So, you know, when Miss Harris collects $1.6 billion for a campaign, I'm kind of wondering, like, maybe the mega corp and all of these like cheap laborers that you're bringing into this country for mega corp profit line, maybe that's the real reason why you want these people here. Or better yet, maybe it's so they can vote in local elections. Obviously, they're not going to vote federal because that would be against the law. But I mean, there's obviously an objective to bring this amount of people into the country. And I do believe that it is to regain and to hold power for the foreseeable future. And that plan was voided by Donald J. Trump
Yeah.
and the mega movement. Absolutely.
I've never heard somebody espouse so much MAGA talking points that are incredibly false compared to yourself. Round of applause for you, sir. But see, the thing is each
Thank
and every
you.
single
Thank
one
you.
of
I
those MAGA
appreciate
talking
that.
points fails as soon as we test it for its validity, alignment with reality, and supporting evidence. So the first claim that you made was about Donald Trump's essay case. See, I called him an adjudicated rapist. You called that dramatic. You said at its best, you have a civil adjudication for essay. So point number one, civil adjudication is adjudication, so it's not dramatic to call him an adjudicated rapist. Then point number two about the rapist claim, right? Well, you said it's essay, it's not grape. Sir, can we agree that grape would include the forceful, non-consensual penetration of a woman's female member with a man's fingers?
At the time of the said event, which she can't claim a day, but the said time, no, the definition was not that, sir. And that's exactly why
The
it wasn't the
definition.
case. And you know that. You already know that,
I have a
sir.
question. What's your definition of grape?
I would say that I don't know it, to be honest with you.
You don't know what grape is?
I don't know the actual legal definition. No.
Oh, now you're saying the actual legal definition. So you think that the law?
Well, that's
tells
what
you
we're talking
grape is and
about.
isn't.
That's what we're talking about, is it not?
No, not really, because I don't think the law tells us what grape is. I think that we tell the law what grape is.
Okay, so at the time of this supposed event, was the law congruent to her description of the said event?
Was the law, like the legal definition of grape when this occurred, or even when it was adjudicated, congruent with what happened to her insofar as defining it as grape? No. But I don't think that we point towards the law to
Exactly.
tell us what grape is or isn't. Do you?
I appreciate you coming clean on that, because we both know.
Well, that's not becoming clean. That's just a
that
fact.
definition changed legally, did it not?
Right, yeah, no, they updated it to better reflect what grape is and isn't. I mean, do you think that the law tells us what grape is and isn't? Or do we tell the law what grape is and isn't?
Well, I think to a certain degree that the morality of the country and the citizens dictates what laws we have, and that's why.
Right, exactly.
I think that
Right, exactly. Like,
yeah.
for instance,
Yeah.
would you say that like there was like any enslaved individuals, right, in America during American slavery that were graped? Because according to the law at the time,
yeah.
grape didn't include the forceful penetration or non-consensual sex with an enslaved individual. But yet you're still saying that they're graped, just further affirming my point that the law doesn't tell us what grape is. We tell the law what grape is. And when the law is wrong, we update that definition to reflect what we think. Okay? Right? And I'd say the same thing about what happened to E. Jean Carroll, right? So the law at the time and the law in 2023 was that grape, as defined legally in that state, was the penetration of the female member with the male member forcefully. But I don't think that's an all-encompassing definition, as that would rule out the forceful penetration of the female member with other objects, such as fingers, right? And I would include the forceful penetration of the female member with fingers as grape. So do 34 states, including New York today. In fact, I think the only reason you don't include that, right, accepting like a preposterous conclusion, such as the idea that men can't grape men, women can't grape women, so on and so forth. You can't grape somebody with your finger, so on and so forth, is to downplay what Donald Trump did to E. Jean Carroll, because you know you can't win on the basis of the validity of her claim, because she won in a court. Donald Trump, your champion, lost. So instead, you now have to attempt to rhetorically dismantle what happened to her by using words that downplay its atrocity. You know that the word grape holds more social weight as being a bad thing than the phrase sexual assault. So you will deny fucking common sense and say that grape isn't grape in order to defend that premise, which I think is not only weak, but incredibly violent and harmful for the perpetuation of grape culture in this country, as you are just further permitting the shitty actions of shitty people.
Yeah, so I often, in this point of the debate, refer you to Judge Kavanaugh and the allegations against him and the day and the time that was supposed that said thing happened. And little did they know that Mr. Kavanaugh, Judge Kavanaugh now, had a daily log of said events. So he was very easily able to defend himself based on these false accusations, right? Because the Democrats were losing their SHIT because Judge Kavanaugh could be considered a conservative thinking individual. And so these false allegations came up with him, and he eviscerated these allegations with a daily planner of events. And so when I look at E. Jean Carroll and I look
I'm just gonna pause you there.
What?
Then I'm gonna
Yeah.
pause you there. Then I'm gonna let you continue.
Sure.
Judge Kavanaugh has absolutely nothing to do with our conversation. Okay.
Well,
right?
no,
I
it
mean,
will.
If you're
It
curious of
will.
my thoughts, I mean, I think that there's like
It
multiple
will.
incredibly valid claims against Kavanaugh, but Kavanaugh has
It
nothing
will.
to do with Donald Trump being guilty
It
of raping
does.
Eugene Carroll. And then second
Mhm.
thought that I want to add on here before we continue is I don't want you to shift the goalposts because you just told me that you think rape is
Oh
whatever
no,
the law defines it as,
no,
and then I had
I'm
you
gonna tell you.
Listen, I don't want you to shift the goalposts. Listen to me, because I asked you what you think grape is, and then you told me that you think grape is whatever the law says it is when the event occurs. So then I asked you, does this mean that you think that 0 enslaved individuals were raped in American history, since when they were raped, the law didn't define what happened to them as grape? And you said no, even though the law didn't define what happened to them as grape, they were still raped, self-contradicting your point. And then I followed it up with a common sense reduction on how grape should include, at the bare minimum, the penetration of a female member with any object forcefully and unconsensually. You didn't even give a response to that. Instead, you decided to shift the goalposts, and then you started bringing up Judge Kavanaugh. So I very
Right,
specifically
and
want you to respond to
yeah,
your
no, I
defense
will,
of
and
your
I am.
claim that I
Yeah,
can't call what
absolutely.
happened to Eugene Carroll as grape because the law didn't define it as grape when it occurred is an
Well,
incredibly
I'm getting
terrible
there.
line of
I'm
reasoning
getting there.
that you've already self-contradicted by implying
getting
that there
there.
were individuals in American history that were enslaved that were grape, even though the law didn't define what happened to them as grape at the time.
So I appreciate that. And what I'm going to say is when E. Jean Carroll supposedly had these things happen, right? She told a friend or two and a therapist. Neither one said nothing as reference to this happened. And then they changed the law for people that supposedly had wrongdoings from the Catholic Church.
Yeah, this
and
is a
then
pivot.
E. Jean Carroll, hold on, E. Jean Carroll
We're not
then
listen.
came.
We're not
Hold
debating
on,
the merits
can
of the
I-
case
can
yet.
I
We're just
tell
debating what
you?
is or isn't grape.
No.
I'm
What
sorry,
I'm
it's just a
saying
pivot.
here. No, it's not a pivot
I'll say how
because
it is after
E.
you're
Jean
done.
Carroll. Hold on, E. Jean Carroll could not, under testimony of her own, determine that Donald Trump's fingers or whatever it was had penetrated anything, and that is the one singular reason why it's not great.
Oh,
because
false.
she could not confirm. Oh no, that's exactly the reason, based on what the definition was at the time the said occurrence happened.
Okay.
Furthermore,
I'll tell you
she
why you're
never
wrong in
came-
3
Hold
sentences.
on. I'm almost done. I'm landing.
I want
now,
to respond
dude.
to that very
I'm
specific
landing.
point. Okay, go land.
Can I land?
Yeah,
Okay,
go
so she was asked what day this happened. She could not remember. And I would argue that if she said a date, Donald Trump, just as Kavanaugh, would go back to his professional schedule that professionals keep to have an alibi for said allegation. But the fact that she could not produce a date, he could not produce an alibi. And based on her interview with a podcaster that said that she had to con the jury into believing that she was, and I quote, fuckable, is even more issues with her credibility, along with her Cooper interview saying that grape is sexy, which is freaking weird. She has no date. She has no physical knowledge of what was used, and therefore your statement is invalidated, Dean, and you know it.
Okay, watch this. So at this point in time, what you are trying to do is something that many people that join this live try to do. It's called the muddy the waters tactic, okay? Because you knew that you were going to lose on the point of attempting to defend what happened to her wasn't grape because the law didn't define it as grape when it occurred, right? So therefore, you just brought in about a billion other things surrounding the fact that you think she couldn't name a date, surrounding the fact that you think that she tried to con the jury into determining that she was fuckable, surrounding the fact that you think that she said grape was sexy to Anderson Cooper, so on and so forth. You're muddying the waters. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to
That's what
slow
happened.
down and we're going to go 1 point at a time. And when we go 1 point at a time, I want you to specifically stay on that point until the conversation is developed sufficiently to an extent where we can move on to the next point. The first point we're going to start with, out of everything that you just said, was your claim that she went on CNN, spoke to Anderson Cooper, and said that she thinks grape is sexy. How much money are you willing to put on that claim?
She said that people think that grape is sexy.
You didn't even need to put money on the claim because you revised yourself the moment I brought it up because you knew that it was wrong, which makes you even more despicable. You just tried to tell me and tell everybody watching that she went on the live, she went on with Anderson Cooper, and she said that grape is sexy. I call you out on your bullshit, and then you automatically completely changed the claim into what she actually said, which is that people think grape is sexy. And you're right, she did did say that. She said that people think grape is sexy. Grape is not sexy. It's not sexual. It's goddamn violent. Okay? And the matter of the fact is,
I agree
she
with
is
you.
right. Okay? And I agree with her. So if you agree with me, you should agree with her too. And you should stop intentionally, and keyword on intentionally there, because you completely switched up the moment I pointed it out. You need to stop intentionally misconstruing her words, changing them to imply something totally and egregiously different than what she said, even when you know exactly what she said in its full context, because that is sick. That is despicable.
So I would just argue that somebody saying that people think that grape is sexy is straight up fucking cringe. And even Anderson Cooper was like, I don't know what to do with this. We're gonna go to commercial, because he did too. So I mean, if you think that
it's not cringe.
yeah,
It's not
yes,
cringe to
dude.
say that some people think grape is sexy. It is
It's cringe.
cringe and weird and wrong to think grape is sexy in the first place. Okay, just simply denoting reality, discussing the facts, talking about the fact that so many people out there think grape is sexy and fantasize about it when it is not, but rather violent. That's not cringe. That is a fact, and that's a fact we need to discuss so we as a society could get better off. Why are you attempting to blame her for the very demonic and terrible ways that other people think that she is pointing out as a victim of grape herself, saying that we as a society need to do better? You are sick.
But I don't think that's what she was doing, and I don't think you generally do either. She said it in a way that implied, and then she followed that with sexy. So I mean, nice try. Dean.
So you think
I'll give you some credit for that, Dean.
So you think when she said that people think grape is sexy, it's not sexy, it's violent. That somehow implied that she thinks grape is sexy. Come on, use common sense. You know, the right likes to talk about common sense so much, but then when we actually dig into what the right thinks, you guys are the least sensible people on the face of planet Earth. Get fucking real with me, buddy. Tell me how that's a fair implication to make.
Well, I think that ultimately her credibility by making these weird
Answer my
interviews-
question. And you're not answering my
What?
specific question. Answer my very specific question. How is it fair to think that she was implying that she thinks grape is sexy when she said people think grape is sexy? It's not. It's violent.
Well, I would argue that Anderson Cooper's reaction and his uncomfortable position and the fact that he immediately went to commercial as being a good indicator.
Wait, so you're saying because Anderson Cooper went to commercial after E. Jean Carroll said that people think grape is sexy, it's not sexy, it's violent, that therefore you think that you were justified in assuming that E. Jean Carroll thinks grape is sexy? Is anyone else seeing just how completely incoherent and delusional this line of thought is? Or is it just me?
Well, I would argue that it's more than just what she said, Dean. It's her
outrageous.
body language.
Oh,
and
yes.
the fact that she
So-
leaned in, and then she insinuated that then Anderson Cooper was sexy. Oh, you're interesting. Oh, I'd like to get to know you.
Oh,
like
exactly.
really?
And so now, see, this is another big issue. Just because a
Yeah.
woman is talking to you, just because
All
a woman
that
is interested in
context
what you have to say, doesn't mean that
matters.
she wants you, okay? Right? And I think that you and a lot of other men need to know this, that, dude, a woman literally just giving, you some of her attention, saying that you're saying interesting things, does not imply that she wants you, bro. I am so fucking sorry, right, that you've been ostracized by the women in your life from day fucking one because you're so fucking terrible to them, and that's incredibly, abundantly fucking clear through the words and treatment that you have been implying and verbally stating in reference to E. Jean Carroll this whole time, that you've now reduced yourself down to the point of thinking that women want you just because they're willing to call you interesting. But I'm going to tell you, that's not true at the slightest. But even if it were to be true, even if E. Jean Carroll did want Anderson Cooper, how does E. Jean Carroll wanting Anderson Cooper prove that E. Jean Carroll thinks grape is sexy? I didn't know having love interests thinks that you mean means that you think grape is sexy. Do you see how insane that is to assume?
Well, I think that context in a conversation is important, and the way that she framed the conversation and the way that she conducted herself throughout the conversation matters. As you well know, you talk to people all the time, and I think it's, somewhat brave of you to try to defend E. Jean Carroll, but she kind of cooks herself every single time, and you know this.
Okay, so then make the context clear, because as far as I'm concerned, the context actually explains exactly how you're wrong. She said that people think grape is sexy. It's not sexy. It's violent. I think that pretty clearly shows that she doesn't think grape is sexy. So what's the context that does clearly show that she thinks grape is sexy, Mr.
Well, I would
President
argue,
POS?
I would argue that her latest podcast about her saying that she needed to make herself fuckable is exactly the same context in the way that she handled herself on Cooper's interview, and that was that her perspective on Grape, on SA, and the whole trial, and the fact that she needed to do her hair a certain way, and that she needed to talk a certain way, and she needed to wear certain clothes, is the bigger picture on E. Jean Carroll does not have credibility, and she says weird shit.
Exactly. Bigger picture, because you can't stay on the one subject that we've been debating, which is your claim that she implied Grape is sexy. So you've got to try to go bigger picture mode to muddy the waters and change the topic of the conversation. Your goal shift isn't getting past me. And by the way, a woman saying, that she wants to take the time to make herself look fuckable doesn't mean that if that woman gets raped, that it's justified. Nor does it mean that woman thinks Grape is sexy. What you're trying to do is you're attempting to dispute the merit of her character to imply that what Donald Trump did to her wasn't as bad as it would be if she had a better character. 2025, man. I'm surprised you haven't got the memo yet. No one deserves to be graped. No one at all. Bro, I'm so sorry.
I'm not saying that nobody does.
You could be giving me quotes about E. Jean Carroll, right? Imagine that E. Jean Carroll was actually a bad person, and you were right and I was wrong. Imagine that E. Jean Carroll said some crazy shit. Imagine that E. Jean Carroll was like, we need to get all the immigrants out of the country. Imagine that E. Jean Carroll said I'm kind of racist. Those things are terrible, right? But even still, yet that wouldn't justify her getting raped, man. And matter of fact, you're fucking trying to grab for straws here, saying that it's okay she was raped because you think that she thought Anderson Cooper was attractive. Come on, get fucking real, dude. The sophistry and the support for Grape and attempting to justify it by disputing the basis of the character of the victim by reaching for fucking straws and grabbing nothing as exposed by myself is weak and harmful to society. Do better, not just for society, but for any woman or girl that has been in your life, is in your life, or could be in your life in the future.
Sure. So, let's just make it very clear. I'm not condoning this behavior. I'm not condoning men taking advantage of women in the slightest. Make that very clear. But at the same time, you're sitting and talking.
Yeah, the butt told me and everybody else all we need to know. I'm not saying that Grape is okay, but...
Hold on. But at the same time, I think that if somebody is going to come forward, they should have time, place, and manner. That's pretty much the law in criminal settings, right? Time, place, manner, right? And so if you're going to come with an allegation, which, by the way, she's had other allegations against other men. So this isn't an isolated event. Somehow she's had this happen more than once, which if that's true, it's a complete tragedy. And I'm not saying that those other aren't validated, but it just seems weird that one person would have these things happen multiple times, more than 10 times in her life. And I would just argue that, there's a reason why this happened in civil court, because she had no time.
So point number
one, she had a place,
and
she had a matter.
So point number one, majority of the women in my life have been sexually harassed, sexually assaulted, or raped by more than one man. All right, I'm so sorry that you have a complete lack of an ability to see the worldly perspective from anybody but a straight white man. So you cannot understand that, right? It's clear you can't understand that, not because of your last statement, but because of many others too. But unfortunately, that is a fact of reality. And one of the reasons why it continues to be a fact of reality is because of the denial of that reality by people like you that will fail and refuse to support a systemic change, not just in this country, but globally to end rape culture, to end harm against women, and to end this violent, atrocious trend that we've seen in the world for the last 180 years of the existence of Homo sapiens sapiens. Now, point number two, you said that she's accused over 10 men. Name 4 of them.
Oh, I don't actually know the ins and outs of the cases, but I know that she has.
Oh, okay. If you don't even know their names, then how do you know she has?
Because it's been reported on by many credible news outlets.
Okay, name one news outlet that has reported on her accusing 4 men. I'm not even going for all 10. Just name 4. Give me evidence of 4.
Sure, AP News.
Okay, what do I look up to
Fox
find it?
News.
AP News, what do I look up to find it? AP News.
Yeah.
What do I look
Yeah.
up?
E. Jean Carroll has accused multiple men of sexually assaulting / rape, whatever you want to put in there.
Okay. All right. Well, the first thing that pops up when I search up AP News, E. Jean Carroll has accused multiple men of sexually assaulting her, is jury finds Trump liable for sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll. The second thing that pops up says Trump accuser says many in her generation didn't report rape. The third thing that pops up is when this went to trial and says Trump is accused in court of rape. The fourth thing that pops up is from AP. It says a jury found Trump responsible for sexual abuse. The fifth thing that pops up is from AP News once again. It says E. Jean Carroll is suing Donald Trump for defamation. So in fact, that is not the headline nor title of any article reported on by AP News that would demonstrate E. Jean Carroll has at least accused 4 men of rape in her life. So you lied.
So, Dean,
why did you lie?
No. Okay, so is it your generation's belief that only the first page of your search query is relevant?
Oh, okay.
I mean,
well,
is that your argument?
Is
that your argument,
If
bro?
page 2 or 3 or 4 is relevant, then I'll happily go to them. But yeah, if that was the title of an article as reported on by AP News, not only would it be on the first page, it'd be the first search result. I thought that you were quoting a headline. So do I need to go to page 2?
No, what I'm saying here, Dean, is that the same algorithm that gives you the delusion that you're really popular is the same that gave you the answer. It's okay, bro.
Oh, okay. So now you're saying that once again, I'm botting my views. That's a delusion of popularity. That's a nice cope in response to me proving that you're an absolute idiot that is not coming with facts, but coming with your own delusions to justify your hypocrisy and to justify your support of an adjudicated rapist predicated on your baseless refutation and defamation of a victim of rape, you POS.
So you
once
do
again,
realize-
you told
Hold on,
me
Dean.
that you had credible
Hold on.
reporting from major credible outlets to
Yeah.
demonstrate that she has accused 10 men of
How
rape
about
in
take
her
the
life.
AP part
I
out?
asked you
Just
for
take
the
AP out.
evidence for that.
Yeah.
And you told me to go on Google, look up AP News. E. Jean Carroll has
Yeah.
accused men of raping her, and you haven't been able to demonstrate it to me so far.
So let me
what
ask
do I
you,
need to
are
look
you
up to
familiar-
find those? What do
Hold
I
on,
need?
are you-
What do I need to look up to find the names of the 10 men E. Jean Carroll is accused of raping her? Tell me
You
now.
do realize people pay for those to be on the first page, right?
Okay.
Like people pay marketing.
So SEO.
So just take the AP out. Just
So-
take the AP out.
So SEO.
Just go with the facts.
Okay. Just so I just look up E. Jean Carroll's accused multiple men of sexual assault.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, let's go and look that one up. The first thing that pops up is a post on Twitter. Okay, so it looks like she. Okay, so I did find one other man, Les Moonves, a former CBS CEO. I actually knew about that one. She accused him of assaulting her in the mid '90s. Okay, all right. So Les Moonves, the second man. Where are the other 8?
They're there.
Where?
So is it your position that because you can't find it in 2.2 seconds that it's not real? Is that it?
Well, I mean, no, because I'm continuing to ask you for the evidence.
Well, yeah. Obviously, you're gonna have to do research on your time, Dean.
Oh, so you're telling me that I need to do your homework for you because you came unprepared.
Oh no. I'm just saying that there's multiple.
Oh, so if you're
men.
denying, if you're denying that I don't need to do your homework for you because you didn't come unprepared, that means that you would be prepared and that you could give me the evidence that you're right. So give me the evidence.
Well, yeah, we've already proved that there's multiple men, correct?
Oh, multiple in the sense of 2. Yeah, Les Moonves, we already knew about him.
Yeah,
There's
there
a
you
big
go.
difference
All
between
right,
2 and 10. So who are the other 8?
Well, I think that, for you to get the others, you're going to have to do a little bit further than just the first page.
All right, let's do it. What do I need to type in? Let's do that digging. Let's do it together.
It's the same search.
Oh,
just don't get
same search.
Same search.
Okay, okay, that search didn't give
You
me
said
the
the very
names
first
of the
thing
other 8
that
men,
was
so I
Twitter.
think we're going to need a different
Yeah.
search.
Yeah, the very first thing that you said was Twitter, and that it produced the second one. So maybe we should just scroll down.
Okay. All right. So the third headline is E. Jean Carroll accuses Trump of rape. Fourth headline is E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump Wikipedia page. Fifth headline is jury in alleged assault case against Donald Trump. Sixth headline is writer E. Jean Carroll made sexual assault claims against President Trump and Leslie Moonves, as we already pointed out. Yeah, where are the other 8 people?
They're there.
Okay, where?
Well, Dean, we don't want to bore the people. I mean,
Oh
you
no,
can do the research.
I'm fine with boring the people. Let's do it. Let's
boring the bots.
Let's bore. Yeah, exactly. You forgot. They're not people. They're bots. Okay, you got to stay consistent. So where are the other 8 people? Let's bore the hell out of the viewers. Okay, for the 13.4 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok.
Box, Dean? Do I need to get in front of my magic box?
Is that what you as a 50-year-old are referring to as a computer? And if so, yes, old man.
Well, it's not the bearer of all truth.
Come on. That was a good one. Come on, you gotta get
I know.
Listen. Okay, get on the computer. Give me a source.
All right.
Okay. yeah. So Jennings in the YouTube chat says, "I want to be bored." Yeah, chat. Can we get some like W boredoms, right? That like just because all of you guys are gonna feel so bored because he can't find any evidence for his claim. Like once again, other 8 men. W boredom. W boredom. I'm so ready to be bored, right? While we're all waiting on him trying to find evidence for his claim. Yeah, dude. While he's doing that,
you can think your chats. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. Dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Guys, I'm literally. Holy shit. Are you guys serious? 1 second. Dude. 1 second. Let me just make sure that these both are real. Holy shit, you guys. Where did it go? I'm so sorry. You guys are like being so like unbelievably kind. Wow. Christopher. Thank you so much for the 500 big ones. We gotta call them big ones because I think that's the word that's getting restricted by TikTok. Over on the VENMO. Christopher, dude. Oh my god. That is so much, Christopher. That is insane. That is insane, Christopher. W-bot money. Oh my god. Christopher, I do not deserve that at all in like a billion goddamn years. I want to see 5,000 Christopher W's down below in the chat. Christopher with the 500 big ones says, "For being you." Christopher, all the love in the world, my friend. That is absolutely insane. Chat, I want you to show so much love to Christopher. That is so much kind. They do so many big ones. That's what we got to call them. So many big ones. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity, Christopher. I really hope that you're still in here. I do not deserve that in a billion years, and that is too much. Too much, man. Thank you so much for your kindness. All the love in the world to you. Please show some love to Christopher down below. As well as Kevin. Thank you for the 5 big ones over on VENMO, who says, here's some DNC bot big ones. As well as Jake with the 5 big ones as well. Thank you so much for the love. Jake says, Dean, I love everything that you do. Thank you, Jake. Jacob, thank you so much for the $20 big ones over on the V. Thank you for the 20 big ones on the V. Appreciate you, Jacob. Allison with the 10 big ones on the V. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. As well as Allison, I'm going to take what you said into account. I'm going to explore that. As well as Jacob with another 5, Ethan with a 2, Jin with a 5, Madison with a 5, Lupin with a 2, Sammy, thank you so much for the 30 big ones over on the V. Show some love to Sammy down below in that chat. Thank you, Sammy. Sammy says, I wish TikTok didn't limit you from going fully off on Defenders of Grape. Yeah, man, I have to be careful what I say. As well as Yacinta, thank you so much for the 10 big ones over on the V, who says, here's 10 for the research and for me. My name is pronounced with a J instead of a Y. Oh, Jacinta, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much. As well as Lauren with a 1. As well as, dude, again. Caitlin, thank you so much for the 300 big ones over on Venmo. I'm so sorry. See, that's why, I was about, brought to tears. I have, no clue what is going on. You guys are being, outrageously fucking kind. Thank you, Caitlin. Caitlin with the 300 big ones says, continue to smear these MAGAs. I love what you do. All the love in the world to you, Caitlin. I'm going to tell you the same thing. I do not deserve that. That is way too much. I never will. And I don't even know if me verbally saying thank you will ever be enough. Chat, please also show some love to Caitlin down below. That is just Too much. Thank you, Caitlin, for your kindness. Seriously. Fucking seriously. As well as, let's see here, Shirley, thank you for the $50, big ones, over on the PP. Shirley with the 50 big ones says, Dean, you are a juggernaut. I've been following you since early 2024 and you've grown so much. Thank you for what you do. Your debating skills are invaluable for the left. Thank you, Shirley. Let's get 500 Shirley W's. You guys are so fucking kind. Oh my God. As well as Stephanie. Thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Actually, I already thanked Stephanie a while ago. Robert, thank you so much for the 50 big ones over on the PP. Appreciate you for that love, Robert. Good to see you again. Robert says, 70-year-old Robert here again. Good to see you firing on all 8 cylinders. Keep cooking them, buddy. I'm going to go buy you some more bots. Let's go. W. Robert for buying the bots. And thank you for the 50 big ones. As well as Billy. Thank you for the 10 from an organic viewer. Thank you for the love, Billy. You are quite frankly awesome. As well as Shirley with a 10 saying beep boop. Sarah with a 10 saying I love your content. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Krista Bell. Thank you for the 35 big ones on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Krista Bell, who says, Dean, have you ever taken some time to get some data / analytics on your guests? I haven't. That'd actually be really interesting to do. I feel like 90% of them would be like uneducated white guys. So preliminary data expectation right there. As well as Christopher, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Another Christopher, thank you for the 25. Thank you so much to the 2 Christophers. You guys are awesomes. And then also, once again, Darrell. No, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing your name again. I know it's not pronounced Daryl. Darrell. There we go. Darrell. Thank you so much for the 25 big ones over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much. Madison with a 5. Dude, you guys are being so kind. Elizabeth with a 20, who says, thank you for always sticking up for sexual assault survivors. I really appreciate your work and always listening to you. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Owen with a 20. Owen says, as a man who's a victim of grape and SA on multiple occasions, it frustrates the hell out of me to see a rapist has become president, and it especially sickens me to see that there's men justifying grape on women. Truly terrifying. I agree, Owen. It is so fucking scary. As well as Patricia. Thank you so much for the 50 big ones on the BP. Appreciate you for the love, Patricia. Let's get 500 big Patricia W's. Patricia says, too emotional to say more than thank you so much. Patricia, I appreciate you for your kindness. And I could take a good guess why you're emotional. I think that it's really hard for me, and even harder for so many other people tuning into these live streams, listening to the sick, deplorable shit that guests like this guy has to say about rape. I mean, if you were watching last week, I had it in my life early because we just had a guest just saying such sick shit. It's like truly one of those things that gets through to me and gets through to any reasonable person every single time like this level of sickness is brought up. And then one last like really big one here. I'm like so sorry that I've spent so long thanking all of the donors. Like I apologize that I'm taken away from the debate, but I just like truly do try to thank every single person like individually, like to the best of my ability. And Anne, thank you so much for the $100 on the PP. Appreciate you for the love, Anne. Thank you so much. Let's get 1,000 big Ann W's in that chat. Anne didn't leave a message, only the love. And I really hope that you're doing well. You're always here hanging out with us. Just know that I really appreciate you. As well as Rami, thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat as well. Dude, like, Jesus Christ, you guys. I'm so sorry. This is, like, fucking insane. Rami with $100 says, Dean, please kick him. He is supporting grape, and his way of thinking is why us women don't report grape or want to engage in it. This is outrageous. Well, yeah, he's like most likely going to be kicked off the live soon. But the matter of fact is so many people think the way he does, they were able to make a grapist president. And if I'm not able to like criticize the fuck out of this thought process, condemn the fuck out of this thought process, and be able to display clearly to like tens of thousands of people at a time why this thought process is so wrong and demonic, then what's to stop it from happening again?
I'm ready with more names.
I really do. Thank you so much for the $100, Rami. That is so incredibly kind of you. As well as Marin, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube, who says, for the record, 2 out of 3 people have been assaulted have reported multiple assaults for the average of 3.2 incidents per person per the NIH. I can't even believe that that's a stat.
Yeah, so I have more names, Dean.
As well as Sleepy, thank you for the $10. Be quiet. And Eugenia, thank you for the 150 UIU. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. Like, dude, it literally took me like 5 to 10 minutes there just to go through like all of the donations from the last like 30 minutes. You guys are like so ridiculously kind. Please like show some love to all of our donors. Like, I can't even believe that level of love, folks. Like, just thank you. It means the world. Thank you guys so much for your kindness. And take it away.
Yeah, so Hunter S. Thompson is her own account in her own biography in 1993 of the book Hunter, uh, Strange and Savage Life of Hunter S. Thompson, right? So she says that there was an encounter in a hot tub where supposedly this particular gentleman, sliced her pants off and had these comments about having a good time. And Mr. Thompson's family has come out that says that her behavior, Miss Carroll's behavior, based on ex-wife, friends, and family that were there at the event, were considered unconventional style of living. So I don't know what that means, but that's another person that she accused of having some kind of sexual advances on her in a very violent way.
Okay.
That a lot of people around that other particular individual actually had negative things to say about her own behavior and how she chose to live her life. So, there's that individual, right? Then we have a former boss that Miss Carroll has wrote about, alleging incidents with a former boss chased her down the hotel hallway, right? Again, these allegations
Sure, what's
about
his
men
name?
and
Is it Les Muniz?
no, that's
What is it?
separate from Les
Okay.
Moonves.
Okay. So
Yeah,
what's his
and
name?
so again, she has written about
Okay,
all
so
of these
what's his name?
alleged accounts,
So what's his name?
but
So what's his name?
it just says former boss.
So former boss who?
It doesn't say, just his former boss. But I mean, I think that it's very interesting that she accuses all these people. People come and say, hey, this man is a good man. And this person that's making these accusations lives unconventionally, whatever unconventionally means. I don't know what
Oh.
that means, but that doesn't sound
Okay.
like
So
normal.
I don't know why you just lied. So Les
I didn't.
Moonves was her former boss from CBS, who she accused of sexually assaulting her in a hotel.
That this is saying that has him in 2019 book, and then this is
Yes. The accusation
separate
against
from
Les
that.
Moonves was made in 2019, right after Moonves had left his position. So you're actively talking about, right, the claim that she made about Les Moonves, right? And you're saying that you're not, to make it seem like you're talking about more than one guy here, right? To make your claim
that's
seem more
we're up to
credible.
four
But
or
you're talking
five?
about Les
Are we up
Moonves.
to 4 or 5, sir?
Sir, you can't count.
4
You're
or
up to
5,
3.
right? 3.
Yes, you're up to Donald Trump, Les Moonves, and her discussing an autobiography she wrote in the 90s about somebody being in a hot tub with her and taking out a knife and trying to take her pants off. So you're up to 3. Can you count?
Well, then we have the former boss. Which
Former
is
boss,
a
that is Les
separate-
Moonves. That's not separate. You're
No.
talking about the
No, no,
incident
no.
where Les
It's-
Moonves sexually assaulted her in
it's
a
being
hotel that
represented-
was, then this was an accusation that came out in 2019. Are you saying
No,
that
that
she
happened
accused
in
somebody
a
else of
hotel
doing something to
elevator.
her, happening to her in a
No,
hotel,
sir.
that she also
No.
came out with in 2019?
It was the Les Moonves is in a hotel elevator. This is in a hotel hallway, sir.
Okay,
It's a
so
different.
so
incident.
another
That's
former
4.
boss.
4.
Okay,
Yeah.
so who's this other former boss then?
It doesn't say. It just says former boss.
Well, I think
She-
I could tell
this
you
is
why it
in
doesn't
her
say.
own writing, by the way.
I could tell you why it doesn't say. It's because you're just talking about Les Moonves. Also, by the way, Les Moonves was accused of rape by 12 women. Right?
What's that?
Point number 1, Les Moonves was accused by 12 women. Point number 2, you're just talking about Les Moonves.
Well, I've clearly established my talking point that it's multiple men.
Okay, so you've established your talking point that it's 3 people. Yeah, I mean, as one of my super chatters brought up over on YT, right, the average, right, occurrence, per victim is 3.2. So it's crazy, but she actually falls below the average.
When your friend Harry Sisson, when he had all these accusations on him, do you think that maybe that's because he's an influential person? Don't you think that somebody that would be the president of the United States would have people doing false accusations based on his political and status in the community?
Okay. All right. So good to know that you just lost on that point because now you're trying to talk about something totally different.
No, I'm just saying that,
So quite
that she's
frankly,
accused multiple people that are
Yeah.
unfounded, sir.
Okay.
Unfounded.
So
That's my point.
So point number one, I didn't know that winning in court resulted in an unfounded accusation. In fact, that would be a proven accusation to the point where it's no longer an accusation, it's a fact. And then you said multiple in this sense of Les Moonves. Les Moonves had been accused of SA and rape by 12 women, then ultimately lost his fucking job because of it in 2019. That's what he was fired for. He was fucking booted from
Dean,
CBS for it.
Dean, you-
and then
you
you're saying
understand
that she
that
wrote an autobiography, right, in the 90s, right, where she was in a hot tub with somebody and they pulled out a knife and tried to take her pants off. Sir, I'm so sorry. If you can't see your own delusion, right, I don't think I can help you, right? Because your original claim that you brought up was you saying that E. Jean Carroll has accused 10 people of graping her, all right? And we agreed on Donald Trump and Les Moonves. And then while I was thanking all of my donors for like literally 20 fucking minutes, literally
forget
20
Thomas
minutes,
and the other
you
boss.
were able to find one more instance that
No,
even
four.
she said was not
Dean,
grape.
4.
No, there's no fourth. If there's a fourth, fucking name him.
And
Put
you know
a name
what?
to
I
him.
found that on the internet.
If there's
in
a
like
fourth,
less than
put
2
a
minutes.
name to him. You can't put a name to him because
is
he's
in
not a
her own
fourth. You're
book.
talking about Les Moonves.
Have you read her book,
Oh,
Dean?
are you talking?
Have you read her book?
Are you
Have
talking?
you read her book?
And I have a question for that fourth one
Have
against
you
this
read her book?
elusive other boss that wasn't Les Moonves. What year was that accusation made?
It's all in the 90s, Dean.
Okay, so where are you finding that? Show me your source. I want to look at it. I want to look at this fourth accusation of this elusive former boss, right from
It's
the
in her
90s.
book. It's
Okay.
in her book, Dean.
Okay, what page? What?
The Hunter.
Oh no,
It's all in her
we're not talking about the biography about Hunter and what happened in the hot tub. We're talking about this elusive former boss that chased her in a hotel. Where are you finding that one?
I'm sure if I did research for 30 minutes, I could find out.
Wait, I'm just
And
asking
you
you,
know
like,
that.
where are you finding the information from as is? I mean, you got it from somewhere.Here did you get it from?
From Google.
Okay,
Dean.
well, Google's
From,
a
like,
search engine.
page-
I'm asking you for your
from
source.
Page 12. Dean.
Okay, so
Page
what's
12,
the
bro.
website URL?
Let's see here.
You don't even know the fucking dude. Okay, you're lying. Oh Jesus. Christ.
Nomus E Liberty.
Spell it out.
NOMOS E Liberty.
Liberty dot what?
That's the source.
Well,
Namos E Liberty.
So Namos Liberty dot what? .com .org.
Let's see here.
It's not just on your screen right now at the top of the search bar, bro.
Well,
you gotta be capping. You gotta just be making shit up.
It's pretty long, bro. It's pretty long.
Okay. I'm so sorry. We're just looking at the subdomain namuseliberty dot what. We'll go fucking like 4 characters at a time. Jesus Christ. Is it dot lies? Is it dot cap? Is it dot made up?
So let me ask you.
No, dude. Namuseliberties dot what? We're looking at the URL. Namuseliberties dot what? Wait, no. Now it's. I thought it was on Namus Liberties.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, what's the URL? NamusEliberties.com? .org? Which one? .gov? .edu?
Hold on. I put in this. I put in Hunter S. Thomas. Carol wrote that journalist Hunter S. Thomas once sliced her pants.
He's getting trapped in his lies. I'm going to clarify this for the last time.
You want me to? I can put my screen on, bro.
I'm
You
going
want me to do that?
to clarify this for the
You
last
want
time.
me to do it?
I'm going to clarify this for the last time. We are not talking about Hunter. We are not
put my
talking
screen on.
about the biography. Listen to me. We're not talking about Hunter. We're not talking
That's
about the
his
biography.
first name.
No,
that's Mr. Thompson's first name, Dean.
We're not. Listen
Hello?
to what I'm saying.
Hunter S.
Let me know-
Thompson.
Okay, let me know when you're ready to give me your attention.
You want me to put it on screen for you, bro?
I'm gonna need your attention, sir. Let me know when I have it.
I have no problem doing that.
Let me
Here
know
we
when,
go.
Listen, let me know when I have your attention. Seriously, I'm being dead ass. Oh my god, I feel like a fucking kindergarten teacher. We are not talking about Hunter Thompson. Let me break this down for you. Super duper. Okay. You obviously cannot be paying attention to me and what I'm saying if you're trying to focus on showing like Google on your phone screen. Get it out, right? Do your fucking zoomies. Let me know when I have your attention.
So again, right? We're talking about her 1993 book, Dean. This is from her own words, Dean. Okay? She's accused multiple men, including Hunter S. Thompson, right, of these supposed acts, right?
All right, let me know when you're done.
I don't get. I don't know. I just don't get why this is so complicated for you.
All right.
Like look it up on the internet, bro.
All
It's
right.
it's quoted from her own book.
Can I have your attention now?
Sure.
Thank you so much. All right. So just to clarify, because we need to clean this up, because you're fucking lost. Okay? So far, right, you have been able to bring up Donald Trump, Les Moonves, and Hunter Thompson, and then some elusive, right, fourth person, right, that was apparently one of her former bosses that chased her in a hotel. Okay? We know she accused Donald Trump of raping her. Confirmed. We know she accused Les Moonves of sexually assaulting her. Confirmed. We know she wrote a biography in the 90s saying that she was in a hot tub with Hunter and he pulled out a knife and tried to take her pants off. Confirmed. What is not confirmed, that I'm asking you for more information on, is the elusive fourth old boss that apparently chased her like in a hotel that's not Les Moonves. All right? That is the claim that I'm asking you about. That is the claim that I'm investigating. And that is the claim I want your source on. I asked you for your source on this claim, and you pointed me towards Nomos eLiberty, and I'm just simply asking you for the full URL to investigate it. So can you give that to me now?
The name was the source, not the name of the individual. Just so you know.
I know. Nomos eLiberty is the source. Is that nomoseliberty.com? Is that nomoseliberty.org? Is that nomoseliberty.edu? Right now, all that we're trying to identify is what the main URL is of the website. What is it?
It would be Nomos eLibrary.
So not Liberty.
.com. Try that out. Yeah.
So not Liberty, but library?
eLibrary.
Okay. nomoselibrary.com is not a website.
See, this is how we get lost in a debate. You want to like nail me down on this one subject, right?
I'm asking you for your source. Yes.
Yeah.
So nomoseliberty.com is not a real website. If you doubt me and you're watching, go just look up NOMOSE library.com. It's going to say website not found because it's not an actual website. So what's the source?
Well, the web is full of nonsense about Donald Trump, obviously, right?
Okay, pivot. You're not giving me the source about this like fourth elusive ex-boss Eugene Carroll had that she accused of chasing her in a hotel. Let's focus on that, sir. One topic at a time. Don't get distracted.
Yeah.
Stay
So
on
when
track
I open,
here. What's the
I know
source?
when I open up this page, it is nomos-elibrary.d /documents /view /detail /uuid.
Okay. Slow down with me here.
Again.
So nomos-elibrary.d .de. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So let's see now.
Okay,
that's a website. Boom! Finally got a website. Good fucking job. And it's in German. Okay. Where do we go from here?
That's where it's talking about the Hunter S. Thompson.
Oh my God. This is Hunter
And her
Thompson.
own
This
book,
is
by the way.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm talking to somebody with 5 brain cells. Okay, sir. I am not asking you. Wow.
So just so you know, Dean, this doesn't
wow.
make you
Listen,
have a big win, bro. It's all good.
Wow.
I've already made my point.
Holy crap.
And you're just
Sir,
realizing it right now. It's okay.
I'm not asking you about Hunter Thompson. I don't know how many times I have to say this. We're not talking about Hunter Thompson. I believe you.
I've already
listen,
given you my source. It's
Listen,
her
listen,
own book.
listen. Yes, her own book, the biography from
Yeah.
the 90s about Hunter Thompson, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked that
That's
up.
right.
You were right. That was a true claim that you made. Confirmed.
Okay,
I'm not asking you about Hunter Thompson. I'm asking you about the fourth person, the elusive ex-boss that is not Les Moonves that she accused of chasing her in a hotel. That's what I'm trying to find a source for.
Well,
not
I'm
Hunter
trying to
Thompson.
find that. I'm trying to find that as well. I put in E. Jean Carroll accuses former boss chasing down a hotel hallway.
Wait, so now you're
That's
wait.
what I put in there.
If you're actively trying to find a source for that as we speak, then where did you get that from when you told me it earlier?
From her own book, once again.
About Hunter Thompson?
No, about the other boss.
About the other. So what book?
Her book.
Which one?
From 1993.
From 1993. Which one? What's it titled? How do you know the contents of the book if you don't know the name of the book? What?
Oh, I'm online, just like you, Dean.
Oh, so you're telling me okay, what's the source online that shows the contents of a book from 1993 where she's accusing some ex-boss that is not Les Moonves of chasing her in a hotel? Perfect! You found it online. That means there's a URL attached. What's the URL?
So it's her own book again, and there's actually
No,
three.
the URL.
The college suitor, right? The boss who chased her down the hallway, and a boy who put a stick or rock inside her genitalia when she was a child. These are what she writes in the book.
Okay.
Multiple.
Okay. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey. I'm gonna scream. I'm going to scream. Oh my God.
Just seems to follow her around.
I'm going to scream. Oh my God. Oh my God. The former boss that she wrote about that she accused of like chasing her through a hotel, then essaying her in a fucking chasing her and then sexually assaulting her in I'm like, my brain's broken because your brain's broken in the goddamn elevator is Les Moonves.
No, that's incorrect.
No.
No.
Listen. No.
It right here.
No. Listen. I want you to go on Google. I want you to type in
right here.
college shooter E. Jean Carroll, former boss chased her in hotel hallway. It is referring to Les Moonves.
Put me on the big screen. It says, and I quote, in 2019, experts of her book, Carroll described an assailant by the boss and other incidents. She did not name a specific boss, but in the description of the hotel hallway incident, Carroll also accused former CBS chief executive Les Moonves of separate sexual assault that occurred in the hotel elevator. So again, we're talking about two different events.
Where can I read this?
From her own book, Dean.
Where can I read this? Where can I read what you're reading? What's
called Google?
Okay,
bring it up.
So you're saying
bring up Google. Hold on. Bring up Google and put E. Jean Carroll accused former boss chased down hotel hallway.
All right.
And it'll tell you.
And the first thing that pops up is Les Moonves. So what website are you on? What is the publisher of the
Google.
website you're on? Google is a
This
search
is
engine.
AI. This is AI overview, Dean.
Oh my God.
That's how simple it is.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
First and fucking foremost, okay, never trust the AI overview on Google, okay? Second of all, when you look this up, okay, I'm not saying to trust the AI overview. I'm just simply saying when you look this up, the AI overview actually tells you the former boss that chased her down the hotel hallway was Les Moonves. I'll show you on screen right now. This is unfucking believable. Can you read this for us real quick?
So it still doesn't change the facts.
No.
Multiple
Listen,
men
can you please read this for us?
accused by
No.
this
Please
movie.
read this for us.
All instantiated.
No.
by the way.
Listen. Read this. Out loud. Read it out loud for the class.
Well, I don't have my glasses on, Dean.
Jesus,
I
I'll
am
read it.
50 at the end of the day.
I'll
Come on.
read it out loud for the class.
Thank you.
I typed
Thank you. I
into
appreciate
Google,
it.
E. Jean Carroll, former boss, chased her in hotel. AI overview. E. Jean Carroll did not have her former boss chase her in a hotel. She accused her former boss, Les Moonves, of SAing her in a hotel elevator in the late 1990s. Now you are telling us that you are reading off of some website that she accused some other former boss of chasing her in a hotel. You
Correct.
will never be able to give me the title of that website. You will never be able to give me
How about I
the
give her the
URL
book?
of that
I can give you
website.
her
No,
book.
listen. You will never be able to give me the title nor the URL of that website because it doesn't exist and you're making shit up. Admit it.
She never names this person in her book from 2019.
Admit that you're making this up.
Read her book and then we'll come back next week.
What's the title of the book?
Read her book.
What's the title of the book?
It's from 2019.
A year's not a title. Holy fucking moly.
You want me to bring it up? Okay. 2019 E. Jean Carroll book. I mean, Jesus Christ. What
making
do
shit up.
we need men for?
Okay,
is the book title.
So at what page of What Do We Need Men For does she accuse somebody that's not Les Moonves of chasing her in a hotel elevator?
Maybe you should
in a
read the
hotel
whole
lobby.
book, Dean. Maybe you should read the whole book.
Wait, I'm asking you because you're the one saying it's in the book.
I'm quoting the book because that's what the millennial Gen Z God Google
Great.
said.
Oh, okay, great. So where does Google say that? What's the URL that gives a quote from the book where she accuses somebody of chasing
It's
her
the
in a hotel
AI.
that's
I've
not Les
already told
Moonves?
you, sir.
Show me.
I've already told
Show
you.
me. Show us all.
You want? I just had it up, bro.
Okay, put it back up. I'm gonna put you on the big screen. We need to see it.
Oh my lord. Okay, here we go.
I want to see it. I want to see it. Dude, holy fucking moly.
You said you'd put me up.
This guy's getting rolled right now. Holy shit. This guy's getting fucking rolled. Oh my goodness.
Give me some space, big boy.
Crazy roll.
Give me some space.
Actually rolled. All right, let's go to check it out together. Let's read it. Let's read it together. E. Jean Carroll, right, has accused a former boss. Show the whole thing. Show the whole thing. Show the whole thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Can
E.
you
Jean
read
Carroll
that?
has accused a former boss of chasing her down a hotel hallway as one of several sexual assaults she experienced throughout her life. The account was detailed in her memoir, What Do We Need Men For? All right. So let's go
Read
ahead.
the bullet points.
Okay.
Read the bullet points.
Yeah. Well, we're going to look at the sources linked to each bullet point because AI on its own is like very unreliable. All right. So what I want you to do is I want you to clip that hyperlink next to the first paragraph. Okay. Then click over to the first thing to the right.
Here? That's
Yeah.
about Donald Trump.
Oh shit. Okay. So obviously that's going to be pulling data for that prompt from Trump. So it's already unreliable. What's the second source?
Well, that source is from
Show
was
us.
the New Yorker.
Show us to the right. Show us to the right. Put the
Yeah.
camera to the right. Okay. Also Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Oh wait, and then
yeah.
what's the third one about? Columnist E. Jean Carroll.
The third one.
Also,
yeah.
it says push him.
columnist E. Jean
It says
Carroll
finally
detailed,
able to
yeah.
push him off of her. That's a quote that she said about Trump. So that's also about Trump. What's a fourth one about?
NPR.
About Trump. Wait.
Trump,
So the four sources that Google AI is using to construct this paragraph are all about Trump, not about some elusive
look at
former
these
boss.
right here. What does that say? In 2019, experts of her book, E. Jean Carroll describes an assault by the boss and other incidents.
So that boss.
Hold on. She did not name the specific. Oh, see, you cut it off.
I'm sorry.
Why'd you do that?
We all saw it. Do you want me to put it back up again?
Yeah. So it says right here. It says she did not name the specific boss in the description of the hotel hallway incident.
So what's the source for that claim?
Oh, and then the third
wait,
one.
Wait. What's the source for that claim? What's the source for that claim?
It's just all together.
Oh, so you're just trusting the AI overlords? But the four sources are all about Trump.
Dean, I thought Google was your god and savior. Come on now, bro.
The Google AI overview is like one of the least reliable tools on the internet. Everyone knows this. Literally, like everyone knows this. Like, dude, like the Google AI overview will like literally make shit up.
Okay.
Like no, like literally, like actually, like literally, like for instance, even like the Google AI
And
overview.
like your bot viewers.
Okay,
Do they make up
oh
your
God,
bot
you're back
viewers?
to the bot viewers. Listen, even the Google AI overview that I showed contradicts the one that you showed. Okay, like the fact that our two Google AI overviews contradict one another proves it's unreliable. Right? Mine says that she did not have her former boss chase her in a hotel. Right? Yours says that she did have her former boss chase her in a hotel. Right? The sources on yours are all about Trump, and the sources of mine probably are too, because it just makes shit up. Okay, so Google AI overview is incredibly unreliable, and my proof is that the two are now contradicting one another. So if you want to prove the claim that she accused some elusive secret fourth former boss that was not Les Moonves, you're gonna have to give some type of proof.
Yeah, her book. You should read it.
Okay, what page?
Dude, I don't fucking know.
Okay, well then how do you know that it's in there? According to the AI overview that only source things about Trump and actually doesn't have one source about her book? Damn.
Look, Dean, I think
You
I
see
think that
what I
we're
mean?
really splitting hairs there, bud.
No, I'm not splitting hairs at all. I'm just simply trying to get your source here. Or I want you to admit that you don't have one, but your ego's too big for that. But guess
No,
what?
I do have
my,
a source.
my
You're
fucking
just not
my,
accepting
my
it.
fucking dry. What's the source?
Her book.
Oh no!
What
the
do we
AI
do with men?
The AI just says it's in the book. How do you know the AI is right? I muted you. I'm mute. How to get that one out?
We could fix this problem by you and I both reading the book, right? And then we come back together and we can discuss it.
I mean, why isn't there sources about this online?
Do you want me to ask the internet what page this is on for your ego?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just want more information. I want you to prove your claim.
Well,
It's not my
if you
ego,
want
it's
more
yours.
information, you should read her book, Dean.
Okay, well, we could also just look at articles online about her book. Every single article online about her book, right, includes the two allegations against Les Moonves and Donald Trump. Those are the two people she accused in her book. There's no third secret elusive boss here. Yeah, I was just wrong. Dude. Holy fuck. I'm making this guy read for the first time in his life. Great. Yo, Manda, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, guest, please use Google to look up AI hallucinations. Yes, dude. The AI hallucinations on like Google AI are like
Is
so
that kind of
fucking
like
ridiculous.
Is that kind of like when they had Harris winning Ohio? Was that a hallucination?
Right, exactly. One of those.
It was.
Well, listen, I know that it's like you're like trying to use that to shit on Harris, but you're actually right. Like you tried to use that as like an example of Harris lost, but the example actually proves the point.
It was
the example actually, yes, actually, you are right. That is an example of one of the Google AI hallucinations.
No, that was from a pollster from a newspaper that had never been wrong. I mean, come on. You know the story.
Okay. So then it wasn't Google AI. So you tried to wrap in something that we're not talking about. Perfect.
I did, and you fell for it.
Yo,
so
Sammy, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says just donated so you could call him a sick piece of shit. I appreciate you for that love, Sammy. Thank you so much. Sick piece of shit, that's you. As well as Nanya, thank you for shut up. Nanya, thank you for shut up. Quite frankly, Nanya with the 20 big ones over on VENMO says, Dean, no words to describe how necessary your voice is. Just freaking thank you. As a survivor of CSA, I'm disgusted in my country's elegance. / allegiance to a grapist. My own mom, I miss who she was. Nanya, I know how you feel. I'm really sorry to hear that had happened to you. But I'm really happy that you're here with us today, and I'm just really sorry that you have to fucking see the world in the state that it is. Thank you for the $20. As well as Caleb, thank you for the $20 as well over on VENMO. Thank you for the 20 big ones. Caleb just drops a heart. Thank you so much. As well as Michael with the 35 big ones. Michael says, I appreciate folks like you using facts and data to educate and remove misinformation from our society to the best of your ability. Eugene Carroll never accused Les Moonves of raping her, though he is a piece of POS. If you actually read her book, it was on behalf of a woman that she knew. Google AI fooled us both! Fuck! God damn it! Look at that! Listen, now both of our Google AI overviews were completely fucking wrong. Let's see what I mean? See how like easy it is for like fucking Google AI just to feed you absolute fucking bullshit? Appreciate you for letting me know that, Michael, as well as thank you for the $35. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So, hey, man.
We should both read the book. And let me I have one more question.
Wait, so you're saying that
Dave.
you're going to have to read it until you have evidence?
I'm
going to
read the book.
So this
I'm
means
gonna read the book.
So this means that as it stands, you don't have evidence that you're right.
Well, no, multiple men.
Fucking hell! Fucking hell! You don't have evidence that you're right about a fourth elusive. Dude, you think that you've proved your point? You're fucking delusional. You said that you had evidence that she accused 10 different men of raping her, and then you came short of having Google AI tell you that she accused Les Moonves, but apparently when you actually read the book, that was on behalf of another woman that she knew, not directly her, and the only man that she straight up accused of rape was Donald Trump. And now you're saying read the book, read the book, read the book. Sure, let's read the book, let's explore the data, let's look at the evidence, but fuck, until then, what that means is that you don't have evidence of your claim until you read the book. So are you telling me that you apologize for making those bold claims with zero conviction nor evidence, and now you're going to retract them until you read the book to determine what's actually true?
I will give you that answer. Hold on, I'll give you that answer if you answer one question for me.
Okay, so you being an objective truth seeker depends on anything to do with me and an answer to your question.
No,
Why?
I just want one. If you answer my one question, I will answer yours, and then we can part ways and read the book.
Yeah, what's your question?
Do you accept your president in chief, Donald J. Trump, as the president of the United States, the most powerful man of the world?
Yes, Donald Trump is my president. He is.
Perfect. All right. Well, I think that you had good points on this, and I had good points.
Okay, so now answer my question. So now that I've affirmed that, yeah, a rapist is my president, now that I've affirmed, yeah, a 34-count felon is my president, now that I've affirmed an absolute POS that I went on Howard Stern's radio show and boasted about sexually exploiting little girls and naked women is my president, now that I've affirmed, right, this absolute atrocity and just a mistake of a man is my president, and that's why I fight so damn hard, right, for truth. That's why I fight so damn hard for people to be aware, because this incredibly egomaniacal narcissist that is hell-bent on destroying everything around him just to like hold on to some level of power is our president, and that's why it is so important to be aware, get educated, and do anything to stop him, do anything to get him out of office by supporting good candidates in the midterms that would support his impeachment, right? Now I want you to circle back around to answering my question. Can you affirm that as it stands, you have absolutely no fucking evidence of your original claim that E. Jean Carroll's accused 10 men of raping her? That one's just out the goddamn window. And on top of that, you don't have any evidence that there was a fourth mysterious ex-boss that isn't Les Moonves that she accused of raping her. And you're going to have to go read the book to attempt to find it. But as it stands, you have none. So you should retract that claim too, you silly fuck.
Sure, I will amend my statement saying that maybe not 10, but definitely 4.
Dude, okay, where's the fucking evidence for that definite fourth?
Her own book.
Well, I thought you just told us you haven't read it.
Well, no, we're going to have to read it as homework.
So you're going to have to read it as homework before you can determine if
and
the
I'm going to
evidence
come
is
back
actually in the
after
book.
reading it.
So then you can't say that it's definitely in the book if you haven't read the book, right?
Well, the internet, the Google told me.
the Google AI is so are you saying
Google told me.
So are you saying that the Google AI is definitely true?
I'm just saying that if that's
answer my question. Is the Google AI listen, is the Google AI is the Google AI definitely true?
Did you not ask me to Google it?
I asked you to give me a source. Google AI isn't a source, so technically no. So now answer my question. Is Google AI definitely true? Yes or no?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
In this case, is it definitely true?
I would lean towards yes.
And how do you know that?
Because the AI is referencing material from her own book.
Okay, what's the material from her own book? I didn't see the material. I just saw a reference to the book.
Look.
Oh, you're right. It's actually not referencing material from the book. Get fucking
It
close.
is.
What's the material? Show it to me.
It's referencing her own book.
Oh, exactly. It's referencing the book. It's not referencing specific material in the book. So you're wrong.
No, it's doing both, actually.
Okay, so then what's the specific material? Give me the quote. Oh, wait, because you don't have one, because it doesn't give you material, you silly fucking goose.
We already went through this.
Dude, exactly. Literally, what is on your screen in front of you, it is disputing what you're saying is false, but your ego is too big, like too damn big to accept that. You literally can't, you are fucking pathetic. You literally can't even concede that the screen in front of your eyes that you are looking at yourself is not giving you direct material and quotes from the book, even though it's not.
No, hold on. 2019 memoir. What do we need men for? Okay. And then it specifically says 3 talking points that we've already gone over, right?
That aren't material from the book. Sure, it's referencing the book, but it's not giving you material from the book it's referencing. right? Like a quote
Right. We
from
don't
the
have a
book.
page. We
So
don't
it-
have a page
So
to
it's
reference.
so it's not giving you material from the book, right?
We're on a hanging chad here, Dean.
Yes or no? Is it giving you the actual material, like the quote from the book? Yes or no?
No, it's giving
Thank
the
you. So
overview
then
that
you
she
actually
did not
don't have material
specify.
from the book. So why did you say you did?
Because that's what AI said, Dean.
Wait, no, you just agreed that AI didn't say that. Like 10 seconds ago, you just 10 seconds ago, you just agreed that AI is not actually giving you the actual material from the book. It's just referencing the book. You just agreed that the AI is not giving you the material. It's just giving you a reference to the name of the book.
An
Not the
overview,
material
yes.
from the book, just a reference to the book.
It's saying she did not name a specific boss in the description of the hotel hallway incident.
Right, and how do you know that it's right?
Because she talked about the hotel hallway incident in her book
Okay,
that I'm referencing.
and then how do you know she talked about that in the book if you haven't read the book? Oh, right, exactly. You just have to
Because
say
I'm gonna verify
you have
that
to
by
say
reading the book.
exactly. You have to say that the AI overview is right because you think the AI overview is right with no evidence.
Well, the book is evidence that I will show.
Oh, so you're saying
When I
you
come
might
back.
have the evidence in the future, therefore
I'll
you
come
don't have
back.
it now. So therefore you
Hey,
don't have it now.
I'll tell you right now.
Admit it.
That
Admit
if
it.
you guarantee
Just admit
let
it.
me back
There-
up, I will read the book and
Admit
I
it.
will give you the page.
Admit it. Therefore you don't have the evidence now.
Well, that's a lot to be said for the internet, isn't it?
Can you admit that? Can you like just set the ego down and conform with reality? You don't have the evidence now.
I do not have the direct evidence. I have the overview.
Dude, okay, I'm kicking his ass. What the fuck? Dude, what the fully fucking shit, dude? What the god damn it? What, dude? My brain. Okay, listen. I want everybody to listen so quickly. What the fuck are we doing? What the hell? What the fuck? All right. He wouldn't give it up. He wouldn't give it up. It was pathetic. That was so pathetic. Oh my God. Why have we just had the most pathetic men like ever like join my stream today? The most pathetic and insane MAGA cultist ever. I feel like I've battled a fucking war today. Okay? I feel like I've been to hell and back with these guests. Woof. Cornel, thank you for the 20 Canadian big ones over on Super Chat, who says large language models and AI agents come with a warning label. They absolutely do hallucinate, like all of MAGA. Greetings from Canada. Appreciate you for that love, Cornel. That is very kind of you. As well as Victoria with the 10 Canadian dollars, who says, get pushed. Appreciate you for that love. As well as Denise, thank you so much for the $25 over on the PP. Appreciate you for that love, Denise. Let's get 250 Denise W's, who says, thank you, Dean, for always taking on these wretched grape apologists, drag them through a rabid badger's den, lined in hot broken glass, metaphorically speaking. I was essayed beginning as a young girl into adulthood. Your voice is greatly needed and appreciated. With peace from Denise. Well, Denise, I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. And just know that I'm sorry that you and other victims just have to hear that wretched fucking shit. Thank you for being here. I know that you're always hanging out with us, Denise. I've seen your name many, many times before. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the message. And thank you for the $25. As well as Gabrielle, thank you for the $1, who says saying this guy had 5 brain cells was extremely generous of you, Dean. Keep cooking him. Dude, he got fucking charred. Fucking charred. Sandra, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal as well. Show some love to Sandra. Sandra says, as a sexual assault forensic nurse, go fuck yourself, caller. Oh, I love that. I love that. Yeah. Thank you for the work that you do. Molly, thank you for the $5. And Marla with the $5 as well. Thank you guys so much. As well as Krista with the $10, who says, thank you for being an amazing person. Thank you for having our backs as a woman, immigrant, and great victim. Thank you for the love, Krista. Thank you so much. And once again, I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you and sorry that you had to hear that shit. Margaret, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, who says the number of accusations does not hinder credibility. Rather, it shows the prevalence of these sorts of actions in our society. Thank you for the work that you do for Marge. Thank you so much, Marge. And you're absolutely right. Jamie, thank you for the $25 on PayPal, who says, this type of man is the reason why us women choose the bear. Keep doing you, Dean. Thank you. Thank you, Jamie, for the $25 and the message. He was nuts. Valerie, thank you for the $5. Matt, thank you for the $2. Allison, thank you for the $5. And then Katrina, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Katrina, as well as your message. And then Nathan with a $15 over on PayPal, who says W-Droid dollars. Love your streams. Thank you so much, Gwen. Shout out to Gwen. Appreciate you for the 15. Not Nathan, Gwen. Thank you so much. As well as Jay. Dude, thank you so much for the $125 donation over on PayPal. Holy shit. Thank you, Jay. Jay with $125. That is so incredibly generous. Says, quote unquote, speak when you're angry and you'll make the best speech you'll ever regret, end quote. And you, my friend, make the best arguments whether you're angry or not. Love and respect as always. Thank you for your kindness, Jay. Jay, if you don't know, has been a part of the community for so long now. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for your love and your kindness. As well as Rick, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Just came in. Rick says, let's scroll up here. AI overview cannot reference a book unless someone put the book online, which would be a copyright violation. The only content would be from Reddit or forums that discuss the book. In that instance, they are opinions and not fact. Thank you for everything that you do. You are the future. That is actually a really good point. Yeah, there's like actually no way that the AI overview could be directly quoting the book unless the full contents of the book were online, which obviously it's not online without like a paywall or anything, publicly accessible to the AI, because it's a book. Yeah. All right. Well, chat, what a crazy day we've had. Kyle, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, as a trans guy, the world seems scary every day, but seeing you on live eases the fear a little bit. Thank you so much for continuing to be in our corner. That corner is larger than you will ever know. That corner is hundreds of millions of people across this world. Thank you for being you, Kyle. Thank you for the $10. As well as Margarita, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, who says, there are so many of us, I don't know why I cut your message off, that have been a victim of SA. Thank you for being a voice. More men need to stop blaming the victims. Yeah, and honestly, I think that the only way to stop more men from blaming the victims is to socially condemn them when they do and criticize the fuck out of them, like I do to all the very shitty guests that we get on this live. Make it unpopular to be a victim blamer. Make it gross to be a victim blamer. Make it gross. All right, folks. Well, where do we go from here? It is 7 p.m. my time. I have been on for, 4.5 hours. It might just be time for me to get off. Rebecca, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Brianna with a 2, Chelsea with a 5, Kyle, once again, thank you for the 10, and Jade with a 1. It may just be time for us to get off. I think that Parker is going to be on sometime very, very soon, if he's not on already. Oh, he is on. Okay. You guys, I'm not going to lie. I am terribly tired. I'm feeling a little manic. I'm feeling a little manic right now because I'm just so tired and distraught, but I'm trying to keep it together. So I'm going to go ahead and go chill. Before I do, a couple people, one person over on YouTube I'd like to thank, Randy. Thank you for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Randy. That is R-A-N-D-I. Randy, it is so good to see you. I love the fact that I have like a good photographic memory and could like remember the people that donate to me. So then when I see like names that pop up again and again and again, you know, it's like, that's fucking Randy. You know what I mean? Like, Randy, you've donated to me so many times now. You're always hanging out with us over on YouTube. All the love to you. Thank you so much for being such an integral part of the community. All the love in the world to you, Randy. I hope that you're still watching. But for everybody else, for everyone watching, if you are still in the mood for the debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and head out. Crazy day today, folks. Peace and love. See you tomorrow, and good night.